if I start. John? Okay. Today marks the 5th anniversary of the death of our friend and colleague, Jo Cox, who was murdered on her way to meet constituents in her Barclay and Spen constituency. She's doing what so many of us do as constituency MPs, and that was made her death more shocking to us all. May I express on behalf of the whole House our sympathy with her family, friends, colleagues on this sad anniversary. We will never forget Jo or her legacy. We remember her wife's words that we have far more in common than that which divides us. Right. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the title of the private bill for today.
Mankin Hadley Common Bill, third reading.
No.
The question is that the bill now be read a third time. Is there any other opinion say aye?
Aye.
The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thanks, Eleanor. Right. We now come to questions to the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. I call Secretary Brandon Lewis to answer the substantive question from Joanna Cherry. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to associate myself with your remarks about Jo Cox. I'm sure none of us in this House will ever forget where we were on that day, and our thoughts will all be, and my thoughts are with her friends and family for the amazing legacy that she has left as well. Mr. Speaker, I would also just like to thank Arlene Foster, who resigned as First Minister of Northern Ireland earlier this week. Arlene has given 18 years of public service to the people of Northern Ireland, and we've seen through the COVID pandemic the phenomenal work she has done as First Minister in Northern Ireland, working with all the parties to take Northern Ireland through a very, very difficult time, especially as the Executive itself was newly reformed just weeks before that. So I'd like to thank Arlene for her work, and I will be continuing to work, as I have over the last few days, with all of the party leaders in Northern Ireland to ensure that we can keep a sustained and stable executive in the weeks, months and period ahead. Mr. Speaker, I regularly discuss our approach to Northern Ireland, to the Northern Ireland Protocol with Lord Frost. We have conducted joint engagements together, in fact, in Northern Ireland on a regular basis with businesses and civic society, as well as joint engagements with Vice President Šefčovič to consolidate our understanding of the real-world impacts of the protocol. At last week's joint committee, the government outlined our continued commitment to engaging to find the pragmatic solutions that are urgently required and needed to ensure that the protocol can achieve the delicate balance that was always intended. And we in the UK will continue to work actively to find and deliver on solutions.
Let's go to Joanna Cherry. Joanna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also express my condolences to the family, friends and comrades of our late colleague Jo Cox on her anniversary. Mr. Speaker, a trade war has been threatened, but most importantly, the stability and the peace process in Northern Ireland are at stake. 2 international treaties are at stake. So too is the reputation of the United Kingdom in the eyes of the world, because our allies fear that this government would be prepared to breach either or both of those treaties. So can I ask the Secretary of State, does he now regret saying that this government was prepared to break international law, albeit in a very specific and limited way?
Well, I would say to the honourable lady that, of course, I was answering a question I was asked last year and given a factual position on that. The reality is, as we outlined at the time, we were creating an insurance policy to ensure that we could continue to deliver on the Good Friday Belfast Agreement in terms of unfettered access for Northern Ireland to Great Britain. We then were able to secure that, and therefore we did not need to take those clauses forward. Exactly what we said we would do, and our colleagues around the world can be very clear that we will do what we said we're going to do, and can have confidence that we will continue to protect the Good Friday Belfast Agreement in all of its aspects and all of its strands.
Let's go to Chair of the Select Committee, Simon Hall. Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like the Honourable and Learned Lady from Edinburgh, Jo Cox was of my intake of 2015, and she was a sparkling light amongst us, and we miss her enormously. And I associate, Mr. Speaker, myself with the remarks that you made at the start of proceedings. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that mutual trust is possibly the key ingredient to sorting out the position with regards to the Northern Ireland Protocol? We've just had in committee Lord Frost before us for an hour and a half taking questions. I think he agreed on that proposition as well. Could I ask my right honourable friend what he is doing as Secretary of State to ensure that that issue of trust and its importance is understood across Whitehall?
Secretary Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the honourable, my honourable friend, the Chairman of the Secretary, makes a very important point. I haven't had a chance to see the transcript of the meeting this morning that his committee have had with Lord Frost yet, but I work closely with the Lord Frost on these issues. And actually, one of the key things, I think, is that mutual understanding and trust. It's one of the reasons why I've always felt very strongly that our colleagues and friends and partners in the EU should be engaging with civic society and businesses in Northern Ireland to make sure they really do understand the sensitivities and the nuances in Northern Ireland. I'm pleased that the Commission and Mal Šefčovič have done a couple of those meetings already. I would like to see more of that as we go forward so we can build that understanding, which is also fundamental to the basis of having trust that each other understand why it matters to deliver on the protocol in the way it was always intended, in a pragmatic, flexible way that delivers for the people of Northern Ireland.
To the Secretary, Louise.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I join the Secretary of State in sending all our love to Joe's family on this very difficult day, and in paying tribute to the outgoing First Minister, Arlene Foster, for her many years of public service and for the lesson she's treated all of us to in recent weeks of how to do politics with dignity, even in difficult times. Can I also support the Secretary of State in his efforts to ensure a strong, stable, functioning executive in the current negotiations to meet the enormous challenges facing Northern Ireland, and one that respects all existing commitments. But, Mr. Speaker, it was an extraordinary diplomatic failure for the Prime Minister to spend a crucial summit on home soil being rebuked by our closest allies. Northern Ireland doesn't have any more time for bickering or blame games, so isn't it time to get serious and commit to a veterinary agreement that would eliminate the vast majority of checks down the middle of our union?
Lewis.
Well, the Honourable Lady has a different reading, I have to say, of the weekend. I think one of the things that's very clear over the weekend is actually our partners and ourselves, particularly our partners and friends in the United States, are very much in the same place as us. That precedence and importance of protecting and delivering on the Good Friday Agreement, something that they were such a strong part of, and we are always focused on being tantamount and important for us. I would say to Honourable Lady, we have put forward a number of proposals, more than a dozen, I believe now, proposals to the European Union Commission around how we can deliver on the protocol in a pragmatic, flexible way that delivers for the people and the businesses in Northern Ireland, and we look forward to continuing those discussions with the EU. But when the EU talk about flexibility and pragmatism, they have to show it as well as talk about it.
Louise.
Well, we need to see the details of that veterinary agreement in order to ensure that it really would eliminate the vast majority of those checks. But a significant part of the problem is that people in Northern Ireland feel that these changes have been imposed on them. They've been done to them, not with them. So how is the Secretary of State going to ensure that representatives from Northern Ireland, from politics, business and civil society, are brought meaningfully into the negotiations, not just engagement, so that any solution is sustainable and permanently eases tensions?
Well, I would say to the Honourable Lady, the executive itself, members have been part of the specialist committee. They've also been part of the wider engagement meetings and have a chance to feed into that. Obviously, this is a negotiation between the UK government and the European Commission, and therefore it is right that the UK government leads on that. But we have been the ones who have been engaging across business and civic society, as well as with the executive politicians as well, and we will continue to do that and continue to encourage the EU to do that as well.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate my colleagues with the comments made about the late Joe Cox, and also pay tribute to our former leader and First Minister, Arlene Foster, for the sterling leadership that she provided to Northern Ireland during what has been a very difficult period for all of us. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Secretary of State what progress has been made in his discussions with the EU side to ensure that when people are travelling with their pets between Great Britain and Northern Ireland in either direction, and that they are not required by the EU to carry so-called pet passports and incur the cost of having their pets vaccinated for a disease that hasn't existed in the United Kingdom for almost a century.
Secretary Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in reflecting on the excellence of delivery that Arlene Foster has had, I'm going to learn a lesson that I'm sure all members here will be pleased about. And I'm going to avoid singing at any point during the progress of this afternoon, because I simply can't live up to the talent that she showed on Friday. Mr. Speaker, pet travel from Great Britain to Northern Ireland is one of the critical issues that we've been discussing with the EU. We see no reason why Part 1 listing could not be granted by the EU, and indeed should be. We meet all of the requirements for it, as the Right Honourable Gentleman has rightly outlined, and we have one of the most rigorous pet checking regimes in Europe to protect our biosecurity, so we will continue to push for a solution with the EU. But as the Right Honourable Gentleman I know is aware, DERA, the department in Northern Ireland, has recently confirmed that there will be no routine compliance checks on pets or assistance dogs entering Northern Ireland from Great Britain until at least October 2021.
Sir Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we hope that that will go well beyond October and that this matter will be fully and completely resolved. Does the Secretary of State agree with the Prime Minister that it would be wrong for the EU to impose a ban on the sale of chilled meats, including sausages, from Great Britain to Northern Ireland? And what action does he intend to take to prevent this from happening?
Secretary
Mr. Speaker, I absolutely agree with this. Northern Ireland is an integral part of the United Kingdom, and its consumers should be able to enjoy the products that they have bought from Great Britain for years. Any ban on chilled meats would in fact be contrary to the aims of the protocol itself and be against the interests of the people of Northern Ireland. So an urgent solution must be found so that Northern Ireland consumers can continue to enjoy the products and chilled meat products that they have bought from Great Britain. We have proposed some options for either extending the grace period or putting permanent arrangements in place, and we're working hard to try and resolve these issues consensually with our partners. But as the PM has always made clear, we will consider all our options in meeting our responsibility to sustain peace and prosperity for the people in and of Northern Ireland.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson Richard Thompson. Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I associate myself and my colleagues with your opening remarks and those of both front benches in paying tribute both to the legacy of Joe Cox and to the public service of outgoing First Minister Arlene Foster. Can I ask the Secretary of State, in his discussions with Lord Frost and Mario Sefcovic, which of the following has the Secretary of State committed his government to? Is it the integrity of the Good Friday Agreement, the free flowing of goods between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, building trust by working to implement what it agreed to in the protocol, or further standards lowering trade deals which could restrict the ability to agree a veterinary deal with the EU? Because surely the Secretary of State must recognise it can't possibly be all four.
Well, actually, I fundamentally disagree with the principle that the Honourable Gentleman has just outlined. The reality of the Good Friday Belfast Agreement, and I think he's fallen into the trap that too many people do, has more than one strand to it. And East-West is a vital part of that strand. We will continue to protect that, which is why it is important that people do recognise and understand that Northern Ireland is an integral part of the United Kingdom and should have the same rights and access to products as anybody anywhere in the United Kingdom.
Right, let's go to Colm Eastwood. Colm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I too send my thoughts to Joe Cox's family today? With all the talk of sausages and the protocol, I hear very little from this government on the benefits of the protocol for local producers. Can I ask the Secretary of State, what is he doing to promote those benefits? And can he tell the people of Derry what exactly he and Lord Frost think is wrong with Doherty's sausages?
The Honourable Gentleman and I agree on a number of things, including the quality of sausages from across Northern Ireland, which, as colleagues will probably tell, I do get to enjoy from time to time. And he makes a very fair point on that. But that is at the heart of the issue here. It should be a matter for consumer choice, not regulatory regime. The reality is, across the United Kingdom, consumers who go into a supermarket in my constituency in Great Yarmouth will see a range of products that are different to what they'll see in the Midlands or in Scotland, Wales or Northern Ireland. But that's because of consumer choice, not regulatory command. And that's what we've got to ensure, is that Northern Ireland residents have that ability to make that choice. And if he looks, as I know he does, constantly at the media, I've made a point a few times. If we get the protocol to work in a proper, flexible, pragmatic way, it does create an opportunity for Northern Ireland. But we also have to be cognizant of the fact that at the moment it is causing real disruption, real problems for businesses, for consumers in Northern Ireland from across the whole community, and it does have an impact in the sense of identity for people in the unionist community. We have to accept that, respond to that and deal with the protocol in a pragmatic way, and that's why I think it is so important that the EU understand that and engage with people in Northern Ireland to get a real understanding of why Northern Ireland is such an important part of our United Kingdom.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government has always cherished our close relationship with the United States. It was the combined effort of the UK, the Irish Government and the US governments that brought the Troubles to an end. And it will take a renewed and ongoing partnership to safeguard Northern Ireland's stability and prosperity in the future. That's why I announced earlier this month the appointment of Trevor England MBE as the first Special Envoy to the United States on Northern Ireland. The Special Envoy will support our Government's important mission to promote Northern Ireland as an excellent place to live, to work and to do business.
Thank you. I do welcome the news that my right honourable friend has appointed the Special Envoy. Does he agree with me that it is so important to engage not just with the US but all of our international friends and partners to ensure a greater understanding of the challenges that Northern Ireland faces but also the opportunities that this integral part of the UK has?
Secretary Lewis.
My honourable friend makes a spot-on point. She's absolutely right. And we in the UK are committed to working internationally to tackle global challenges, as was demonstrated by our hosting of the G7 just last weekend. As an integral part of the Union of the United Kingdom, we will always fully represent the issues that matter most to Northern Ireland when we engage with our international partners. That's the spirit in which we and I appointed the Special Envoy to the United States. I look forward to working with Trevor England on that. And she's also absolutely right. Northern Ireland is a phenomenally exciting place to live, to work, and so much opportunity in cyber, advanced engineering technology. I could go on. It has a lot to offer the world, and we will continue to promote that around the world.
Shadow Minister Alex Davies-Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate my thoughts with your comments earlier today, and my thoughts are with all of Joe's friends, family and former colleagues. Mr. Speaker, inflaming tensions, undermining trust, a formal diplomatic rebuke. We would expect this language and action to form the backdrop to a summit with our adversaries rather than our closest allies. Is the Secretary of State not alarmed that our government is increasingly isolated from partners on the protocol? And what comfort can the Secretary of State, who boasted about breaching international law, provide to the new US administration that his word can be trusted?
Minister.
Well, I obviously don't recognise quite the context the Honourable Lady outlines, but I would just say to her that, as I said earlier on, what colleagues can see and people around the world can see is that I will always be straight and give a direct and honest answer to a question, as I did last year. And I have to say, working with our partners, as I do regularly in the United States, they are very clear, I think, and understanding of our determination to make sure we deliver on that. What is actually, to an extent, a joint endeavour between the UK and Irish Government, and actually with the support of the United States, which is the delivery and protection of the Good Friday Belfast Agreement. And we make no apologies whatsoever of putting the people of the United Kingdom and the people of the Northern Ireland first in everything we do around Northern Ireland.
Let's go to Gavin Robinson. Gavin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I congratulate the Secretary of State and wish well Trevor England on his appointment as a Special Envoy from Northern Ireland. The Secretary of State will know that Northern Ireland has attracted significant interest internationally over the last number of decades. At pivotal moments, it has been incredibly helpful, but at other times, their involvement can be naive and, worse still, partisan. And in that vein, can I ask the Secretary of State what reflections he has to make on the deeply unhelpful and destabilising contribution from the Irish Tánaiste yesterday at such a grave time of political instability in Northern Ireland?
Secretary Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I join the other gentleman, I think, in some surprise at the comments we saw yesterday. I have to say we would be concerned about any deviation from the principle of consent as enshrined in the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. Though that agreement, of course, also does respect the right of anyone to express their views, and we fully support that. We do note the recent Life and Times survey, which had support for United Ireland at a low of 30% in Northern Ireland. I also am aware of the polls that put Sinn Féin ahead in the Republic, which may explain the timing of some of these comments from the Tánaiste. I would urge everyone to dial down any rhetoric, particularly at this time of year. I think it's unhelpful and ill-advised. Whatever the circumstances, this government will support the principle of consent and all of our obligations under the Belfast Good Friday Agreement.
Substantive question to the Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And with permission, I will answer questions 12 and 13 together. There have been extensive technical discussions with the European Commission, both as part of the formal withdrawal agreement structures and in support of them. I've joined Lord Frost in his comments and his engagements with Vice President Šefčovič and Northern Ireland businesses and civil society, as I said, as well as meetings with the Irish Minister for Foreign Affairs, Simon Coveney. These discussions have covered a wide range of issues related to the operation of the protocol. There is an urgent need for this ongoing dialogue to make real progress soon, and to do it as soon as possible, so that we avoid any disruption to critical supplies such as food and medicines.
Let's go to Jerome.
I wasn't lucky enough to be in this place with Jo Cox, but it's quite clear that she made an enormous impact during her time here and is much missed. Mr Speaker, I know that both negotiating teams worked hard, but it was really disappointing to see the lack of a significant breakthrough last week. We need pragmatic, sensible arrangements in place, just as we need devolved government working again with a new First Minister. So does my right honourable friend agree with me that the European Union needs to engage with the practical proposals that are being put forward on issues like veterinary agreements and authorised trader schemes if we're to make progress on the ground?
Secretary of State.
Yes, my honourable friend is absolutely right. I know he has a huge history and knowledge and understanding of the nuances and the issues in Northern Ireland, and it is absolutely right. We need to see a pragmatic, flexible approach. The EU have talked about that. The Vice President himself on British media outlined that point. We need to see that in practice as we move forward. As I say, we have put forward a whole series of proposals, and we look forward to hearing from the European Commission engaging those in a real and direct way.
Jack Brereton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Following some of the comments last week, particularly from President Macron, will my right honourable friend do everything in his power to make very clear to those in the EU that want to divide up our country that Northern Ireland is an integral part of the UK?
My honourable friend makes a correct and an important point. We've been crystal clear on this, and I will be again today. Northern Ireland is a full and an integral part of the United Kingdom. Authority there is exercised within Northern Ireland by the UK, not the EU. We believe that being part of the UK is the best thing in the interests of all in Northern Ireland, but we also believe, and I think it is fundamental, that Northern Ireland contributes to make a stronger and more prosperous United Kingdom.
Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Given that certain provisions of European Union law apply to the United Kingdom in respect to Northern Ireland by virtue of the EU Withdrawal Act, can the Secretary of State explain the legal effect of unilateral extension of grace periods, and would he not agree that the time has come to do the right thing by the people of Northern Ireland and make use of the diversion of trade provisions of Article 16 that allow for legally effective action against arrangements which are damaging the United Kingdom's internal market, businesses in Great Britain and consumers in Northern Ireland? Secretary of State, the time for action is now, not when the Belfast Agreement is in complete tatters.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We are working hard and in good faith to find solutions. Our overriding focus, as I have said, is on stability and safeguarding the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and restoring cross-community confidence and in the practical operation of the protocol. We do believe the protocol could work with common sense and good faith and flexibility from the EU, and we're working to resolve issues urgently, acutely aware of the time constraints that we face, as she rightly outlined. We are continuing to talk, and I hope we can make better progress through the joint committee structures designed for resolving these problems. If we can't do that, as I've said before, as the Prime Minister has said, no options are off the table.
We now come to Kevin Brandt. Kevin Brandt.
Sorry, Mr Speaker.
Number 16.
Number 16.
Secretary of State.
You're always here to help, Mr Speaker. Thank you. We have taken extensive steps to implement the protocol, including providing £500 million for a range of support schemes, such as the Trader Support Service and Movement Assistance Scheme. The Trader Support Service alone has created 1.8 million declarations, supporting nearly 700,000 consignments since January. Despite these huge efforts, though, the protocol is presenting significant challenges for Northern Ireland, and we are seeing sustained disruption to trade, which is causing real impacts on livelihoods and disruption for citizens. So unless pragmatic, risk-based solutions can be found rapidly to a range of issues, cross-community confidence in the protocol will be eroded. And we will therefore be continuing to work actively with the EU to find urgent solutions.
Apologies, I've only been here 20 years, Mr Speaker. But isn't the truth that the Prime Minister signed up for something in the protocol that he had no intention of honouring, just in the way and the practice he's followed throughout his life, and got away with it? But the truth, he's not going away with it now. Isn't that the reality?
I would suggest that the honourable gentleman has a very good read of the protocol. The protocol we sign up to is very clear that it will not disrupt the everyday lives of people in their communities, that it will respect the integral market of the United Kingdom and the Good Friday Belfast Agreement. Arguably, at least two, and some would argue all three of those things are currently in breach. We have a duty to deliver for the people of Northern Ireland. We will do that.
Final question, Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it a fact, Secretary of State, that the protocol has partitioned the United Kingdom? It has undermined business. It has damaged the political and social fabric of Northern Ireland. And our EU partners, in whom single market we share, don't even know that Northern Ireland is part of the United Kingdom. There are more checks now happening between GB and Northern Ireland than between Belarus and the EU, between Russia and the EU. And this morning, Lord Frost has told us that there is no risk whatsoever for any of these goods entering the single market. Give us a timeline, Secretary of State. When will this be fixed?
The honourable gentleman makes some very important and correct points. The protocol was always about dealing with goods that are at risk or are moving into the European Union. It is farcical to have a situation with products that are never moving into the European Union. Indeed, with businesses, well-known supermarkets who don't even have stores in the Republic of Ireland are having to go through the same sort of checks. We want to make sure that is resolved. We absolutely understand that the EU's core focus, as they've said, is on protecting their single market. For us, the core focus must be about respecting the single market, but our focus is on protecting the Good Friday Belfast Agreement in all of its strands and making sure the residents and citizens of Northern Ireland can have access to the products that they should have as part of an integral part, an important part of the United Kingdom.
Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, I would like to point out that the British Sign Language interpretation of proceedings is available to watch on parliamentlive.tv. So we now start with Sir Robert Neal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know that the Prime Minister will report later in
Has been away a long time. Question one. Try again.
Speaker, it's only 15 years in my case.
Need another 18.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks 5 days since the murder of our friend and colleague Jo Cox. My thoughts, and I'm sure those of the whole House, are with her family and friends. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the House will wish to join me in offering our thanks and best wishes to Sir Roy Stone, who is leaving the Government Chief Whip's office and the civil service. He's worked for 13 Chief Whips and for over 20 years has played an invaluable role in delivering the Government of the Day's legislative programme. We wish him well. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Sir Robert Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure we would all wish to associate ourselves with the Prime Minister's remarks in relation both to Jo Cox and Roy Stone. The Prime Minister, I know, will report later to the House in more detail on the G7 summit, which I know President Biden described as extremely collaborative and successful. In taking forward the agenda, and in particular that part of the agenda of the summit, which calls for us to work to uphold the rule of law and respect for an international rules-based system, will he bear in mind and task all parts of government to promote the great asset that we have in English common law and in the expertise and reputation for integrity of our judiciary and legal systems? Will he make sure that those willing assets are harnessed in the pursuit of that G7 agenda, be it through writing commercial contracts with English law as a jurisdiction or helping through our expertise developing countries and markets?
Prime Minister.
I thank my right honourable friend for his question. He raises a very important and vital sector of our economy, our legal services industry, and our judicial system, which is admired around the world. One of the reasons that we're capable of attracting so much inward investment into this country, Mr. Speaker, but also one of the key exports, Mr. Speaker, that we've been able to promote just recently, thanks, for instance, to our free trade deal with Australia.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join with the Prime Minister's remarks in relation to Sir Roy Stone? This week also marks the 4th anniversary of the Grenfell fire tragedy, where 72 people lost their lives. It's frankly an outrage that there are still more than 200 high-rise flats with Grenfell-style cladding. and many leaseholders are trapped in homes that are neither safe nor sellable. The best way to mark this tragedy is not with words, but with action, and I urge the Prime Minister finally to end the cladding scandal. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has already said, today is the 5th anniversary of the death of our dear friend and colleague Jo Cox. Jo had already changed so many lives for the better. She was passionate about creating a fairer, more just world. I know she would have gone on to achieve so much more, and that she would have been so proud of the work of her foundation and what it's doing in her name. Jo and I were in the same intake into this house. We were friends, and our children are around the same age. And there's not a day that goes by when we don't miss Jo. And I know I speak not just for these benches, but for many across the House, when I say that today we remember Jo. Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister recognise that his decision to keep our borders open contributed to the spread of the Delta variant in this country?
Prime Minister.
No, Mr. Speaker. I think that Captain Hindsight needs to adjust his retrospectoscope because he's completely wrong. We put India on the red list, Mr. Speaker, on April the 23rd. And the Delta variant was not so identified until April the 28th, Mr. Speaker, and was only identified as a variant of concern on May the 7th. Mr. Speaker, when he criticises this government for wanting to keep our borders open, just remember that he voted 43 times in the last 5 years, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that our border controls were kept in the hands of Brussels, Mr. Speaker.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, this is absurd. I have, on 7 occasions at PMQs, raised the question of the borders with the Prime Minister. They're all marked up in the transcript. They're all there in Hansard, Prime Minister. Time for a better defence. Your defence is as bad as your border policy. And Mr. Speaker, this is the Prime Minister talks about the dates. Let's go through the dates. On March the 24th, a new variant was reported in India. On the 1st of April, India was reporting that over 100,000 new infections were rising a day and rising. But the Prime Minister kept India off the red list until the 23rd of April. In that time, 20,000 people came into the UK from India. What on earth did the Prime Minister expect would be the consequences of that? The British people did their bit by following the rules and getting vaccinated, but the Prime Minister squandered it by letting a new variant into the country. That was not inevitable. It was the consequence of his indecision. If the Prime Minister disagrees with me, and he answered the first question no, what is his explanation as to why Britain has such high rates of the Delta variation? What's his explanation?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there's a very simple reason why the UK generally has a better understanding of the variants in this country, and that's because we do 47% of the genomic testing anywhere in the world, Mr. Speaker. And I really think that he should get his facts straight, because the Delta variant, as I've said, was identified in this country on April the 28th. And I have a document on which I believe the Leader of the Opposition is relying, Mr. Speaker, in which he says that the Delta variant, it seems to be published by someone called David Evans, General Secretary of the Labour Party, saying that the Delta variant was identified on April the 1st, Mr. Speaker. He says B1617 was designated under investigation on April the 1st, the Delta variant. Mr. Speaker, that is not the Delta variant. That is the Kappa variant, Mr. Speaker. It's a gamma, Mr. Speaker, for the Labour Party. There's a difference. The Delta variant, as it happens, is seeded around the world in 74 countries and sadly is growing. But there's a difference between those countries and this country, Mr. Speaker. In this country, we vaccinated almost 79% of the adult population and given 2 vaccinations to 56%, a programme that he would have stopped, Mr. Speaker, by keeping us in the European Medicines Agency.
Keir Starmer.
The question was, what's his explanation for our high rates of the Delta variant? Answer there came none, other than apparently we understand the variant. The data is very, very clear. Our NHS has been doing an amazing job with the vaccine rollout. But while the NHS was vaccinating, he was vacillating. It's because of his indecision that our borders stayed open. It's because of his indecision that India stayed off the red list. It's because of his indecision that in that period 20,000 people came to this country from India. Mr. Speaker, the consequences are now clear. The rate of the Delta variant is much higher here than in other countries. And we learned today that, tragically, once again, the UK has the highest infection rate in Europe. We did not want to top that table again. Mr. Speaker, if his borders policy is so strong, how does the Prime Minister explain that?
Mr. Speaker, I think for the ease of the House, he should begin by pulping his document, in which he incorrectly identifies what the Delta variant is. Mr. Speaker, we took the most drastic steps possible to put India on the red list on April the 23rd, before that variant was even identified. And the big difference between this country and the rest of Europe, he loves these comparisons, Mr. Speaker, it shows his instincts, but the big difference is that we've had the fastest vaccine rollout anywhere in Europe. We have a very, very high degree of protection, and it's thanks to the vaccine rollout, thanks to the fantastic efforts of the NHS, that we have now, and we can continue, with one of the most open economies and societies in Europe, and get on with our cautious but irreversible roadmap to freedom, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister put as much effort into protecting our borders as he does coming up with ridiculous excuses, the country would be reopening next week. But even now, what do we know? The Delta variant is responsible for 90% of infections in this country. He's persisting with a traffic light system that doesn't work and won't stop other variants coming in. Mr. Speaker, after so many mistakes and with the stakes so high, why doesn't the Prime Minister do what Labour is calling for? Drop the traffic light system, get rid of the amber list, secure the borders and do everything possible to save the British summer.
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, he doesn't even know what the Delta variant is, we have the toughest border measures anywhere in the world, and we will continue. We have 50 countries on the red list, Mr. Speaker. And if he's now saying that he wants to stop all transit, all traffic, all travel to and from this country, then it's yet another flip-flop from the Labour leader of the opposition, yet another totally unintelligible flip-flop, Mr. Speaker. If he wants to close this country down to travel, which is what I understood him to be saying, then it's not only yet another flip-flop, but it's also totally pointless, because we have 75% of our medicines and 50% of our food that comes in from abroad, Mr. Speaker. He's got to adopt a consistent position.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, what I've learned, the worse the position for the Prime Minister, the more pathetic he gets. Is he really suggesting that the 20,000 people who came in from India were bringing in vital medical supplies or food? It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. What we were arguing for is for India to be on the red list between the 1st and the 23rd of April. If that had happened, we wouldn't have the Delta variant here, and it's as simple as that. The Prime Minister's former senior adviser got it absolutely right. He said, and I quote, "Fundamentally, there was no proper border policy because the Prime Minister never wanted a proper border policy." The man who was in the room. And it's those in hospitality, in clubs, in pubs, the arts, tourism and travel who are paying the price of the Prime Minister's failure. All they ask is that if they have to keep their businesses closed, they get the support that they need. But where is it? Business rate relief is being withdrawn from the end of this month, affecting 750,000 businesses. Furlough is being phased out. Mr. Speaker, in Wales, the Labour government has acted by extending business rate relief for a year and providing new support for those affected. When is the Prime Minister going to do the same for businesses in England?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're proud of the support we've given to businesses up and down the country, and the whole point about the cautious approach that we are taking is to continue support both with furlough and with support through business rates, through grants of up to £18,000, the support from councils. All of that is continuing. But what we're also seeing is we're seeing businesses slowly recovering, and the growth in the economy in April was 2.3%. Card spending over the bank holiday weekend was actually 20% above pre-pandemic levels, Mr. Speaker. I know how tough things have been, and we will look after business throughout this pandemic. But thanks to the vaccine rollout, thanks to the cautious steps we are taking, we are seeing a shot in the arm for business across the country, and we will look after them all the way.
Speaker, yet again, it's not what the government has done, it's what's needed now in light of the decision that was taken this week. Hospitality UK says the sector will lose £3 billion because of the delay and that 200,000 jobs could be at risk. That's not what has been done, it's what's needed now, Prime Minister. And the Federation of Small Businesses warns the government is being dangerously complacent. I think we've just seen an example of that. Mr. Speaker, we all want these restrictions to be over, for our economy to be open, for businesses to thrive. But the Prime Minister's indecision at the borders has blown it. And the problem with everything the Prime Minister says today, both what he says at dispatch box and also what he mutters, is that we've heard it all before so many times. Last month, March, he said we could turn the tide in 12 weeks. Remember that? Then he said it will all be over by Christmas. Then we were told June 21st would be Freedom Day. Now we're told July 19th is Terminus Day. The British people don't expect miracles, but they do expect basic competence and honesty. And when it comes to care homes, protective equipment or borders, we see the same pattern from this Prime Minister. Too slow, too indecisive, over-promising, under-delivering. After all these failures and mistakes, why should anyone believe the Prime Minister now?
Mr. Speaker, why should anybody believe the leader of the opposition when he can't decide what he thinks from one week to the next? He says he has a tough position on borders. Actually, he was attacking quarantine only recently and saying that it was a blunt instrument that should be lessened, Mr. Speaker. What I think the people of this country want to see is a government getting on with the vaccine rollout and getting on with our cautious and irreversible roadmap to freedom. And I'm very pleased, and he should say it again, that we have one of the fastest vaccine rollouts anywhere in the world, certainly the fastest in Europe. It would not have been possible if we'd stayed in the EMA. We would not have been able to control our borders if, as he voted for 43 times, Mr. Speaker, we'd stayed in the EU. We're getting on with the job. We're bringing forward now 23, 24-year-olds for asking them to come forward for their vaccines. I ask everybody to come forward for their second jab. I trust he has had his, Mr. Speaker, and we are delivering on our commitments to the British people. Not only a great outcome at the G7 summit this last weekend in Carbis Bay, but a new free trade agreement with Australia and a building back better across our country. We're getting on with the job, Mr. Speaker, and it would be a wonderful thing once in his time as leader of the opposition to hear some support for what the government is doing and some backing up for our approach.
Bob Bristow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, doctors and care settings issued an unprecedented number of do not resuscitate orders to patients with learning disabilities and mental illness. Many were unlawful and caused avoidable deaths. Despite urgent CQC and NHS guidance, shockingly, this practice has continued. Last week, The Telegraph reported that Sonia Delion died unresuscitated. Her family said she was given a DNR without them knowing, and with her learning disabilities and schizophrenia stated as reasons. Does the Prime Minister share my alarm about these cases, which should have no place in our care, and does he agree that they should be independently investigated?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for raising this very sad case with me, and I'm sure the whole House will be thinking of Sonia de Leon and her family. I think that such decisions on do not attempt, do not resuscitate, should be made only in accordance with a decision involving the person concerned and their carers and their families, Mr. Speaker.
We now come to the SNP leader, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself with the remarks that you made, the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, in the absolutely brutal death of our friend and colleague Jo Cox 5 years ago, a woman that was dedicated to public service that made in her short time here a tremendous contribution to this House, and our thoughts are very much with her family, her friends and all those that care very deeply for her loss. And of course, as we do that, we should also reflect on what we saw earlier this week with the journalist Nick Watt chased through the streets of Whitehall by a mob seeking to intimidate, and we must all stand up in this House for the rights of journalists to be able to go around their work safely. I say, Mr Speaker, good wishes both to Scotland and England ahead of the football match on Friday evening, but if I may say so, I do hope that we don't see Scotland being dragged out of the Euros against our wishes at the end of the week. Mr Speaker, as we enter the chamber, we see what is reported to be WhatsApp communication between the Prime Minister and Dominic Cummings, and perhaps the Prime Minister will clarify whether or not these are genuine and whether the derogatory comments that he expressed on his Health Secretary are valid or not. Mr Speaker, this morning, the details of the disastrous trade deal with Australia are slowly seeping out. It tells us everything that we need to know, that these details are being celebrated in Canberra, but they're busy being concealed in London. For all the spin, it's clear that this Tory government has just thrown Scottish farmers and crofters under their Brexit bus, just as they sold out our fishing community. So today, those with most to lose from this deal don't need to hear the Prime Minister's usual waffle. Their livelihoods are at stake, Prime Minister. Just this once, they deserve honest answers from this government. Can the Prime Minister confirm that from day one of this deal, 35,000 tonnes of Australian beef and 25,000 tonnes of Australian lamb will be free to flood the UK market tariff-free?
Minister. Mr Speaker, this is a great deal for the UK, it's a great deal for Scotland, it's a great deal for Scottish whisky, it's a great deal for Scottish business and services export, it's a great deal for Scottish legal services, but it's also a great deal for Scottish farming. And how tragic, how absolutely tragic that it should be the posture of the Scottish National Party, Mr Speaker, to see absolutely no way in which Scottish farmers could be able to take advantage of the opportunity to export around the world. What he doesn't realise is there already are £350 million worth of UK food going from this country to Australia. This is an opportunity to turbocharge those exports, to get behind Scottish farming and encourage them, Mr Speaker, not run them down.
Ian Blackford.
My goodness, I don't even think the Prime Minister can believe that tripe. Mr Speaker, in the Tories' desperation to get a post-Brexit trade deal with somebody, with anybody, they've given the farm away, literally. It is blindingly obvious who the winners and who are the losers in this deal. Australia's economy will benefit to the tune of $1.3 billion a year. The UK government's own assessment says that the Australian deal is worth just, and I quote, 0.02% of GDP. Mr Speaker, you would need 200 Australian deals to come close to mitigating the cost of Brexit. We were told that Brexit was all about taking back control. But for our farmers and for our crofters, there's been no scrutiny, there's been no consultation, and there's been no consent. So if the Prime Minister is really confident about the benefits of this deal, does he have the guts to put it to a vote in this House?
Mr Speaker, the people of this country voted for this government to get on and deliver free trade deals around the world, and I believe they were totally right. He talks about tripe, Mr Speaker. Well, I can tell him that when it comes to exporting the intestines of sheep, which I know is a valuable part of Scottish tradition, even that is now being opened up around the world thanks to the deals that this country is doing. And Mr Speaker, if he is saying that he wants to go back into the EU, hand back control of our fisheries, hand back control of our agriculture to Brussels, lose all the opportunities that this country has gained, I think he is frankly out of his mind and going in totally the wrong direction. And if he means a referendum, another referendum, Mr. Speaker, we had one of those.
Can I just say gently to everybody, we now need to turbocharge questions and answers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to our unique geography, the High Peak has some of the worst broadband and mobile coverage gaps anywhere in the country. We are making good progress, but can I urge the Prime Minister to redouble efforts in the rollout of ultra-fast broadband, especially to hard-to-reach rural areas like the High Peak? And can I suggest that the Government builds on the success of the Kickstart scheme with more focused support for key infrastructure industries so that we can recruit a new generation of highly skilled broadband engineers to turbocharge the rollout?
Yes.
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend. He's absolutely right, and that's why we're working with industry to accelerate our rural network, and coverage across the whole of the UK has massively increased and will be increasing thanks to the steps that we're taking.
Sir Geoffrey Dawes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know, like me, the Prime Minister cares passionately about the Union. Can the Prime Minister therefore confirm that the passing of the EU Withdrawal Act and the Northern Ireland Protocol that forms part of it has not resulted in an implied repeal of Article 6 of the Act of Union, which enables Northern Ireland to trade freely with the rest of this United Kingdom? And will he commit to fully restoring Northern Ireland's place within the UK internal market?
Prime Minister.
Yes, of course, Mr. Speaker. I can give assurances on both those counts, and I can say that unless we see progress on the implementation of the protocol, which I think is currently totally disproportionate, then we will have to take the necessary steps to do exactly what he says.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the rebuild of Hillingdon Hospital will be a great benefit to his constituents and mine? And will he commit to working with me and other local members of Parliament and potential future MPs like Peter Fleet in Chesham and Amersham to secure the future of services at Hillingdon's other site, Mount Vernon, in my constituency, which provides specialist medical treatments to a very wide catchment area?
Yes. Prime Minister. I thank my honourable friend. He's totally right about Hillingdon Hospital, which has a great future, and we will make sure, and I look forward to working with him and to make sure that the future of services at Mount Vernon is also protected, and I know that a full consultation is due to start in September.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kevin, a hotel manager in Oxford, contacted me last week because he's worried. Because even if this country does open up in the next few weeks, he won't be able to run at full capacity due to chronic staff shortages. Local staff are leaving the industry because of the uncertainty caused by this government's bungled handling of this pandemic. The EU staff have already left because of the botched handling of Brexit, and he can't recruit from abroad because of the damaging new immigration policy. This is the Prime Minister's wake-up call. Oxfordshire's economy alone relies on the hospitality industry to the tune of £2.5 billion. Will the government introduce a COVID recovery visa to help Kevin recruit the staff he desperately needs?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely true that as we open up our economy, there are more vacancies, and that's great. But we also have large numbers of people in this country, Mr. Speaker, large numbers of young people who need jobs, and large numbers of people who are still furloughed. And I think what we want to see is those people coming forward to get those jobs. But of course, we will retain an open and a flexible approach towards allowing talent to come in from overseas.
Anthony Mac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister knows the full value of the UK shellfish industry and the opportunity potential that there is. This week, the Food Standards Agency produced a list of recommendations that will allow us to regrade our waters, challenge anomalous results. However, those recommendations only come in September this year. Will the Prime Minister flex his muscles and see if the report and the recommendation can be brought forward to the end of this month?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will do everything I can to ensure that we accelerate this process. He's right to raise it. A great deal of progress has already been made, and the Food Standards Agency has, I think, been flexible, but we need to go further, and we'll make sure that great British shellfish can continue to be exported to Europe and around the world.
Maureen Fellows.
The UK government's trade deal with Australia has been made with no consultation, no consent and no parliamentary scrutiny. The President of the National National Farmers Union of Scotland has said our seafood industry has already been hit hard by Brexit, and now Scottish farming will be sacrificed. Again, it's Scotland's key industries which will bear the brunt of a Tory Brexit people in Scotland did not vote for. Does the Prime Minister think these concerns from NFU Scotland President, and does he accept them, or does he think that he knows better?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you would think from listening to the SNP that there was no Scotch whisky industry or no banking and financial services industries in Scotland. But even then, they're missing the point, because this is a massive opportunity for the Scottish agriculture sector. And what they need is a different type of MP, Mr. Speaker, who can champion them, who can get behind them, who actually believes in Scotland, Mr. Speaker. That's what the people of Scotland need.
Philip Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the reasons for the popularity of the Prime Minister is that he's always been on the side of the public rather than on the side of the establishment. Given that overall deaths in the UK over the last 13 weeks are 8,873 below the 5-year average, which includes the time the Indian variant has been around, can my right honourable friend explain why, instead of trusting his world-leading vaccine programme, the common sense of the British people and his conservative instincts of individual freedom and individual responsibility, he instead prefers to trust people like Professor Susan Mickey at Sage, a long-standing member of the Communist Party, who last week let the cat out of the bag and said she wanted some COVID restrictions to last forever?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, nobody, least of all I or my honourable friend, want to see COVID restrictions last forever, nor do I think that they are going to last forever, Mr. Speaker. As I made clear earlier this week, I think we can have a high degree of confidence that our vaccination programme will work, and I think we need to give it a little bit more time, as I've explained, to save many thousands more lives by vaccinating millions more people. That's what we want to do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Ross has been invited to sit his driving theory test in Oban, 100 miles away from his home in Hamilton. His test has already been cancelled twice, first in November last year and then February 2021. This September, Ross is starting a university course in paramedic science with a view to becoming a qualified paramedic in the Scottish Ambulance Service with placements across Scotland. Being able to drive is crucial. Will the Prime Minister meet with me to discuss the delays in the scheduling of DVSA theory tests and the impracticality of the locations being offered?
Prime Minister. I thank the honourable lady. I am aware of the problem, and we're doing what we can to accelerate the number of driving instructors and testers, so to allow young people such as the gentleman she mentions to get their driving test done and enable them to fulfil their ambitions.
Mr. Speaker, I support the Prime Minister's comments on Joe Cox, and also, as a former Chief Whip, his comments on Sir Roy Stone. Sir Roy gave amazing service to me as Chief Whip during the worst of the Brexit years in dealing with the hung Parliament and with the odd occasional disruptive backbencher. Mr. Speaker, Northern Ireland faces some challenges over the coming weeks in terms of nominating a First and Deputy First Minister. Would the Prime Minister agree with me that it's vital that parties stick to the agreements that have been made, the New Decade New approach which he and I negotiated 18 months ago, and that in failing to do that, we ultimately, and I know he doesn't like this concept, that the UK government does act as a backstop?
Yes.
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to thank my right honourable friend for all the work that he did in the New Decade New approach deal. And I do agree that it will be a good thing for the whole package to be agreed, and I certainly support the approach that he set out. And I think that what the people in Northern Ireland want is a stable, functioning and mature executive.
Kenny McCaskill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A new Lord Advocate is taking up a position, but the structural flaws in the office remain. In no other legal jurisdiction in the UK, or indeed in the Western world, is the government senior legal advisor simultaneously the country's chief prosecutor. Yet the role is enshrined in the Scotland Act 1988. will the Prime Minister commit to changes so that this historical anachronism can be changed and a separation of powers be achieved?
Prime Minister.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the honourable gentleman on the outstanding success of his party in the recent elections. But I will study the anomaly that he raises and revert to him as soon as possible.
Ruth Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the publication of the Tigger report today, published by my right honourable friend for Chingford and Woodford Green, my right honourable friend for Chipping Barnet and my honourable friend for Mid-Norfolk. The report makes recommendations about how to seize new opportunities from Brexit and back start-ups and new tech. Will my right honourable friend look closely at that report so that we can make the most of the great benefits of Brexit and lead the world in the development of new technologies?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable and right honourable friends for their excellent report, and I think it's time to put a Tigger in the tank.
Ellen Days.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself with the remarks concerning the 5th anniversary of the murder of Joe Cox? Joe was a dear personal friend and colleague who will always be missed and remembered, and whose extraordinary legacy endures far beyond this place. Mr. Speaker, last month, a fire in an East London block of flats caused 3 people to be hospitalised and dozens more to be treated for smoke inhalation. That block was one of more than 200 high-rise buildings in England, still fitted with Grenfell-style cladding. I ask the Prime Minister, why is it that 4 years after the Grenfell tragedy took 72 lives, after all the warnings, all the tireless campaigning and the unspeakable injustice, people are still living in unsafe flats, and his government has failed to end the cladding scandal?
Mr. Speaker, we have invested massively in removing cladding from high-rise blocks. We'll continue to do so. I know the structure in question, the Ballymore, the company concerned, I do believe are too slow, and we are on their case, Mr. Speaker. But I think it is very, very important. Very important that people understand that overall risks of death by fire have been coming down for a very long time and will continue to come down. And it is simply not the case that all the high-rise buildings in this country are unsafe. And it's very important that members of Parliament should stress that.
Paul Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Independent lifeboat stations like the Hamble lifeboat in my constituency respond to over 100 incidents a year in the Solent. The pandemic has increased the operating costs of independent lifeboat stations while also restricting their ability to raise money. Will the Prime Minister look to see what more the government can do to support independent lifeboat stations like the Hamble lifeboat as they keep a watchful eye on all of us?
Yes. Prime Minister.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for raising the excellent work of Hamble lifeboats, and in April last year, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, put forward another £750 million in support of charities such as the one he mentions.
Stuart Malcolm.
Mr. Speaker, at 2 venues in Glasgow, hospitality venues called Blue Dog and Adlib, staff there have had no furlough payments since the summer of last year. Having raised this with HMRC directly, the situation still hasn't moved forward. If I send him the details, will he knock heads together, help the staff whose bills are going unpaid and debts are rising, and get the cash into their accounts they're entitled to?
Very happy to look at it, Mr. Speaker.
Limerick.
When can we expect the coordinated chorus of SAGE members recommencing their media appearances to depress morale? And does my right honourable friend fear having to give another press conference at which he again postpones the return of our freedoms? Mr. Speaker, we are rightly told that we need to learn to live with COVID. So what can the Prime Minister say to the country to convince us of that reality?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that academic and scientific freedom are an invaluable part of our country, and I also note that my scientific colleagues would echo my sentiments that we need to learn to live with COVID, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government's 2-child cap and its childcare proof of payment rules mean my hard-working constituent, Miss Cowan, who's a single parent on universal credit supporting 4 kids, faces £1,000 of nursery arrears. She's therefore at risk of losing their nursery places. She would therefore have to give up work and would therefore be at risk of sanction and forced further into debt and poverty. Can the Prime Minister help my constituent out of this trap, and will he fix these rules that are pushing people out of work and into poverty?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to study the case, but the whole point of universal credit, which this government introduces, it's helping hundreds of thousands of people into work, and that is its success.
Jason McCall.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I associate myself with the comments of the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition about our friend Joe Cox. Will the Prime Minister join me in congratulating rugby league legend Kevin Sinfield for his OBE in the Queen's birthday honours? Yeah. Kevin has done so much to raise awareness of motor neurone disease and support his good friend Rob Burrow. MND is a devastating disease. There's no cure, but scientists, Mr Speaker, believe they're on the cusp of developing effective treatments. So will the government please commit to investing £50 million over 5 years to establish a virtual MND research institute and accelerate research?
Prime Minister, totally agree with that. It should have been a night. Come on then.
Well, thank you. And it's an OBE, Mr Speaker. I also thank Kevin Sinfield very much for his outstanding work, and we're following it up with we're spending £55 million on research into MND, but there will be more to come as part of our general massive investment in life sciences.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The trade deal the Prime Minister has struck, simply put, means undercutting our farmers, shortchanging consumers, and it will set animal welfare standards back by decades. The RSPCA have said that the Prime Minister's deal will, and I quote, start a race to the bottom, and the losers will be billions of farmed animals and UK farmers. Does the Prime Minister accept these concerns from the experts at the RSPCA, or does he think that he knows better?
Prime Minister.
I really think that these constant attacks on Australia and their standards and their animal welfare standards would be very, very much resented by the people of Australia, and they would not be recognised. Actually, Australia is marked 5 out of 5, which is the highest possible, by the World Organisation of Animal Health, Performance and Veterinary Services Evaluation Team for Animal Welfare. And this deal, Mr Speaker, that we've done is the first ever to incorporate high animal welfare standards as part of the package that Australia has agreed.
Lucy Allen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Will my right honourable friend join me in paying tribute to assisted dying campaigner Noel Conway, who has died after taking the decision to have his breathing support removed? And does my right honourable friend agree that it is now time for Parliament to properly consider the law on assisted dying?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I believe this is a subject on which there are, and I thank my honourable friend, and I know that the whole House will be in sympathy with Noel Conway's family and friends. There are very, very deeply and sincerely held views on both sides of this matter, and a change in the law would be one, obviously, for Parliament to consider.
Owen Thompson.
Mr Speaker, over the course of this question session, the Prime Minister has been presented with the views of stakeholder after stakeholder expressing real fears and concerns over these bungled trade talks. Why is the Prime Minister willing to put the livelihoods of farmers and crofters across Scotland in peril for a shoddy trade deal with Australia that won't even cover 1% of the lost opportunities to Europe's markets that we've lost through Brexit?
Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, we haven't lost opportunities to Europe's markets through Brexit.
Final question, Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In 2014, Runnymede and Weybridge was hit by devastating floods, and my constituents live under fear of flooding. Last week, the government signed off the outline business case for the River Thames Flood Alleviation Scheme, which will allow the detailed design and planning for this scheme to begin in earnest. It's fantastic news, a monumental milestone, will massively improve our protection from flooding. Will the Prime Minister join me in celebrating, thanking everyone's got to this point and where we are, and agreeing with me we need to keep the momentum going?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, he's completely right, and the £501 million River Thames scheme will reduce the flood risk for 11,000 homes and 16,000 businesses, and I thank him for raising it with me today.
That concludes the questions, so I'm now going to go straight to the statement. I now call the Prime Minister to make the statement. Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, with permission, I will make a statement on the G7 summit I chaired in Carbis Bay and the NATO summit in Brussels. Let me first thank the people of Cornwall, Carbis Bay, St Ives, for welcoming the representatives of the world's most powerful democracies to their home. An enchanting setting for the first gathering of G7 leaders in 2 years, the first since the pandemic began, and President Biden's first overseas visit since taking office. Our aim was to demonstrate how the world's democracies are ready and able to address the world's toughest problems, offering solutions and backing them up with concrete action. The G7 will combine our strengths and expertise to defeat COVID, minimise the risk of another pandemic, and build back better, fairer and greener for the benefit of all. Alongside our partners, the G7 is now engaged in the biggest and fastest vaccination programme in history, designed to protect the whole world by the end of next year. My fellow leaders agreed to supply developing countries with another 1 billion doses, either directly or through other channels, of which 100 million will come from the UK. The world's most popular vaccine was developed here, and the express purpose of the deal between the British government, Oxford University and AstraZeneca was to create an inoculation that would be easy to store, quick to distribute and available at cost price or zero profit to protect as many people as possible. The results are becoming clearer every day. Over 500 million Oxford AstraZeneca vaccines have been administered in 168 countries so far, accounting for 96% of the doses distributed to developing nations by COVAX, the global alliance that the UK helped to establish. With every passing hour, people are being protected across the world and lives saved by the formidable expertise that the UK was able to assemble. But all the efforts of this country and of many others, no matter how generous and far-sighted, would be futile in the face of another lethal virus that might escape our efforts. So the G7 has agreed to support a global pandemic radar to spot new pathogens before they begin to spread, allowing immediate containment. And in case a new virus gets through anyway, our scientists will embark on a mission to develop the ability to create new vaccines, treatments and tests in just 100 days compared to the 300 required for COVID. Even as we persevere against this virus, my fellow leaders share my determination to look beyond today's crisis and build back better, greener and fairer. If we can learn anything from this tragedy, we have at least been given a chance to break with the past and do things better and do them differently. This time, as our economies rebound, we must avoid the mistakes we made after the financial crash of 2008 and ensure that everyone benefits from the recovery. The surest way of our future prosperity is to design fair and open rules and standards for the new frontiers of the global economy. So the G7 will devise a fairer tax system for global corporations, reversing the race to the bottom, and strive to ensure that new technology serves as a force for prosperity and hope, strengthening freedom and openness. My fellow leaders will act as one against an increasing injustice, the denial of an education to millions of girls across the world, by working to get another 40 million girls into school by 2025. I'm happy to say that the G7 agreed to provide more than half of the $5 billion sought by the Global Partnership for Education to transform the prospects of millions of children in developing countries, and £430 million will come from the UK. Our duty to future generations compels us to protect our planet from catastrophic climate change. And every country in the G7 has promised to achieve net zero by 2050, wiping out our contribution to global warming from that date onwards. And to achieve that target, we will halve our carbon emissions by 2030 compared with 2010 levels. The G7 resolved to end any government support for unabated coal-fired power generation overseas and increase and improve climate finance between now and 2025. We will consecrate 30% of our land and sea to nature, protecting vast areas in all their abundance and diversity of life, giving millions of species the chance to recover from the ravages of recent decades. And it is precisely because safeguarding our planet requires global action that the G7 will offer developing countries a new partnership, the Build Back Better world, to help construct a new and clean and green infrastructure in a way that is transparent and environmentally responsible. There is no contradiction between averting climate change and creating highly skilled and well-paid well-paid jobs, both in our country and around the world. We can and will achieve both by means of a green industrial revolution at home and green infrastructure abroad. I was honoured to welcome our friends, the leaders of India, South Korea, Australia and South Africa, as guests in Carbis Bay, and virtually, of course, in the case of the Prime Minister of India. And on Monday, Scott Morrison and I were delighted to reach a free trade agreement between the UK and Australia, creating fantastic opportunities for both our countries, eliminating tariffs on all British exports, whether Scotch whisky or cars from the Midlands, and making it easier for young British people to live and work in Australia. We've also included protections for British farmers over the next 15 years and unprecedented protections and provisions for animal welfare. And this House will, of course, be able to scrutinise the agreement once the texts are finalised. This is exactly how Global Britain will help to generate jobs and opportunities at home and level up our whole United Kingdom. Our agreement with Australia is a vital step towards the even greater prize of the UK joining the Trans-Pacific Partnership, a $9 trillion free trade area embracing the fastest growing economies of the world. Together with the G7, the countries represented at Carbis Bay comprise a democratic 11, free nations living on 5 continents, spanning different faiths and cultures, but united by a shared belief in liberty, democracy and human rights. Those ideals were encapsulated in the Atlantic Charter, agreed by Winston Churchill and President Roosevelt in 1941, when Britain was the only surviving democracy in Europe and the very existence of our freedom was in peril. The courage and valour of millions of people ensured our ideals survived and flourished. And 80 years on, President Biden and I met within sight of HMS Prince of Wales, the Royal Navy's newest aircraft carrier and the linear successor of the battleship on which the original charter was devised. And we agreed a new Atlantic Charter, encompassing the full breadth of British and American cooperation in science, technology, trade and global security. The surest guarantee of our security is NATO, which protects 1 billion people in 30 countries, and the summit in Brussels on Monday agreed the wholesale modernisation of the alliance to meet new dangers, including in space and cyberspace, reflecting the priorities of our own integrated review of foreign and defence policy. Britain has the biggest defence budget in Europe, comfortably exceeding the NATO target of 2% of national income. We have committed our nuclear deterrent and our cyber capabilities to the alliance, and we contribute more troops than any other country to NATO's deployment to protect Poland and the Baltic states. We do more for the security of our continent than any other European power, showing that we mean it when we say that an attack on any NATO ally shall be considered an attack on all, a pledge that has kept the peace for over 70 years and which President Biden reaffirmed on behalf of the United States. Together, these two summits showed the enduring strength of the Atlantic Alliance and the bonds we treasure with kindred democracies across the globe. They provided the best possible foundation for COP26 in Glasgow in November, when the UK will bring the whole world together in a common cause. They demonstrated how Global Britain creates jobs at home while striving in unison with our friends for a greener, safer and fairer world. And Mr. Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Welcome to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement? Mr. Speaker, it was a Labour government and a Labour Foreign Secretary, Ernest Bevin, that helped found NATO. And it's an alliance that Labour will always value and protect. And so we welcome agreement on the NATO 2030 agenda, in particular strengthening NATO's cybersecurity capability. We also welcome the deepening support for our friends and allies in Ukraine and Georgia,
recognition of the global security implications of the climate emergency, and, for the first time, of the challenges that China poses to global security and stability. On the UK-Austria trade deal, Mr. Speaker, we all want to see Britain taking trading opportunities around the world, but the devil will be in the detail, and we look forward to scrutinising this deal in Parliament, in particular for its impact on British farmers and on food standards. Mr. Speaker, turning to the G7 summit, this should have been the most important G7 in a generation, the first of the recovery, the first with a new US president, a chance for Britain to lead the world, as we did at Gleneagles in 2005, or after the global financial crisis in 2009. But whether on global vaccination, the climate emergency, Middle East peace, or the Northern Ireland Protocol, this summit ended up as a wasted opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the priority for the summit had to be a clear plan to vaccinate the world. This is not just a moral imperative, it's in our self-interest, as the Delta variant makes clear. Without global vaccine coverage, this virus will continue to boomerang, bringing more variants and more disruption to these shores. The World Health Organization has said that 11 billion doses are needed. 11 billion doses. This summit promised less than 1/10 of that. No new funding, no plan to build a global vaccine capacity, and no progress on patent waivers. Mr. Speaker, the headlines of 1 billion doses may be what the Prime Minister wanted, but it's not what the world needed. The same is true of the climate emergency. This is the single greatest challenge the world will face in decades to come. But this summit saw no progress on climate finance. The communiqué speaks only of commitments already made and of those yet to be made. There was no plan, let alone a Marshall Plan, to speed up cuts to global emissions, and there was little in the communiqué beyond existing commitments. Mr. Speaker, this summit was meant to be a stepping stone to COP26, but if anything, it was a step back. It was also disappointing that there was nothing to suggest any progress was made to restart Middle East peace process. A new government in Israel, combined with a new US president, provides a real opportunity to end the injustice and to finally deliver an independent and sovereign Palestine alongside a safe and secure Israel. And the resumption, sadly, of hostilities overnight shows the price of that failure. So can I ask the Prime Minister if he discussed this with world leaders, including President Biden? The summit should also have been an opportunity to resolve, not inflame, tensions over the Northern Ireland Protocol. It started with an unprecedented diplomatic rebuke from our closest allies, and it ended with the White House still speaking of candid discussions. And it was overshadowed by the failure of the Prime Minister to make the deal that he negotiated work. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister may think this is all part of a grand diplomatic game, but Northern Ireland is far too serious for that. When a Prime Minister loses the trust of our allies and trashes Britain's reputation for upholding international law, it's hardly surprising that we're left isolated and unable to lead. Mr. Speaker, despite all this, I've no doubt the Prime Minister will be pleased with the G7 because it delivered everything that he wanted. Some good headlines, some nice photos, and even a row with the French over sausages. But that just shows how narrow the Prime Minister's ambition for Britain really is. It's why this was never going to be a Gleneagles-style success, and why the Prime Minister played the role of host but not leader, of tour guide but not statesman. On those terms, this G7 was a success. On any other, it was a failure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think in a long career of miserablism and defeatism, I think he's really excelled himself there. It was a very powerful statement after a long and difficult period in which the world came together and decided to build back better for the world. And one of the things he didn't mention was, of course, the fantastic agreement we reached to come together and support the whole of the developing world, which I think he should approve of, in allowing them to have access to clean, green technology, financed by the multinational development banks, but bringing in the private sector from around the world. It's a fantastic step forward for the world. He nickels and dimes what happened on vaccines. I think it was fantastic that the world agreed. The world agreed on top of the billion we've already done. The world agreed another billion vaccines, Mr. Speaker, when people are racing to vaccinate their own populations. They agreed another billion vaccines from the G7, 100 million more from this country. And he's always constantly running this country's efforts down, Mr. Speaker. Of the 1.5 billion COVAX vaccines that have already been distributed, let me remind him, 500 million of them are directly due to the efforts of this country, which has given £1.6 billion to supporting COVAX and another 546 to 448 to supporting Gavi. As for climate change, I mean, I don't know what plan he's on, Mr. Speaker. This was an extraordinary achievement by the summit in getting. Not only did all countries commit to net zero by 2050, but we're very largely there. We're a long way there in getting the 100 billion we need for climate change financing, Mr. Speaker. He complains about the Northern Ireland protocol, Mr. Speaker. It's not at all clear what he believes himself. It's not at all clear. He says he's not in favour of checks at the Northern Irish of the border between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. There should be no border. He says he's quite right. Then what is his policy? That's exactly what this government is standing for. I'd like to understand what he actually stands for once, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we want to get rid of those checks, and if he will support us in doing so, then I would be grateful. Finally, for his support. He said that I think he said something positive about the NATO summit. I'm glad of that, though it's striking that he's not joined for once by the shadow foreign secretary on these benches, since it is still her view, as far as I can remember, that we should get rid of the nuclear deterrent, our own nuclear deterrent, on which our NATO security guarantee relies. And as for the trade deal with Australia, Mr. Speaker, maybe that's not her position. Maybe she's changed it. As for the trade deal with Australia, Mr. Speaker, the shadow international trade secretary has herself said that she doesn't think it possible for the UK to export food and drink to Australia because, to quote her, it goes off, Mr. Speaker. It goes off. Actually, this country exports £350 million worth of food and drink. He should congratulate UK exporters, support the free trade deal, and stop being so generally down in the mouth about everything.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister's leadership of the G7 over the weekend and many of its successful outcomes. But during the G7, the United States proposed that they adopt, all of them, a common strategy on China's disgusting use of forced labour and confront them. I understand that some of the European countries dissented from this approach, and I therefore ask my right honourable friend, does he stand with President Biden on this issue, not his dissenters? And if so, will he emphasise this by informing the House when the government will bring forward its promised export controls to keep goods made by Uyghur slave labour off our shelves and the promised changes to the Modern Slavery Act? These are very important, and the Prime Minister can re-emphasise his strong credentials.
Prime Minister.
I'm grateful, my honourable friend. We've already put in Magnitsky sanctions against those involved in forced labour in Xinjiang, and we will continue to have very tough export measures, import controls on any such produce.
The SNP in black.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement. After a week of ascending to the heady heights of hosting global leaders, I can sense just how thrilled the Prime Minister is to be back in this House answering questions from us mere mortals. But even us mere mortals, looking at the G7 from afar, we can detect the difference between a welcoming host and an influential leader. Because even a raft of carefully crafted photo opportunities in Cornwall couldn't hide the fact that this Prime Minister and his government are deeply diminished on the world stage. Mr. Speaker, the UK is the only G7 country cutting overseas aid, the only G7 country being questioned about its commitment to previously signed international treaties, and the UK remains the G7 country with the smallest COVID stimulus package. So, whilst the Prime Minister may have hoped to relaunch global Britain, what was really on show over the last week was Brexit Britain, a more isolated and a less influential place. Prior to the summit, the Prime Minister built up the prospects of a new Marshall Plan, promoting climate action in developing countries. But what was announced appeared to be a repackaging of previous announcements. So I can see the Prime Minister shaking his head, so can I ask him to confirm, Prime Minister, the exact figure the UK will contribute to this Marshall Plan for climate action? On COVID recovery, President Biden openly encouraged other leaders to embrace the economic logic of an investment-led recovery instead of returning to the failed policy of austerity cuts. Does the Prime Minister agree with that economic logic, and can he therefore explain why the UK has the smallest COVID stimulus package of any G7 country? And finally, in terms of the NATO summit, can the Prime Minister detail what concrete proposals were agreed to apply appropriate pressure to protect the human rights of the persecuted Uyghur Muslim minority in China?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on the Uyghurs in China, there were no concrete measures were discussed at NATO. But as I've said in my answer to my right honourable friend, we remain in this country implacably committed to opposing the forced labour there and to sanctioning those who profit from the forced labour in Xinjiang. I think his characterisation of the summit is as erroneous as that of the right honourable gentleman. It was a fantastically successful summit in bringing the world together on vaccination, on tackling climate change. And as for the UK's own contribution, which he deprecates, it's massive. And I think the people of this country will think it astonishing at a time when we've been through a pandemic and we've spent £407 billion looking after jobs and livelihoods in this country, that we're still able, and I'll give him the figure, we're still able to supply £11.6 billion to help the developing world tackle the consequences of climate change. And he should be proud of that and not run his country down.
Drew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend's significant success at the G7 last weekend has sadly been dented by the fact that Britain is the only G7 country cutting vital aid and doing so in the middle of a global pandemic. That decision is not only doing grave damage to the reputation of global Britain, it will also lead to more than 100,000 avoidable deaths, principally amongst women and children. Will my right honourable friend reflect on the fact that many of us in all parts of the parliamentary party are urging him to restore these terrible humanitarian cuts, and that we are not, as he suggested in Prime Minister's questions last week, lefty propagandists, but his political friends, allies and supporters who want him to think again?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have the utmost respect for my right honourable friend's record in overseas aid, but I have to say that the changes that we've made to ODA have not been raised with me by anybody at the G7, nor, Mr. Speaker, by any recipient country. And that is because And I've talked to many of them. And that is because they know, Mr. Speaker, that the United Kingdom remains one of the biggest donors in the world, second in the G7, and in spite of all the difficulties we've been going through, is contributing £10 billion, Mr. Speaker, to supporting countries this year, Mr. Speaker, to supporting countries around the world. And we've just increased, Mr. Speaker, our spending on female education. That was one thing people did raise with me, and they raised it with me to congratulate the UK government on what we were doing. And I think people in this country should be very proud of the contributions that they're making.
Let's go to Ed Davey. Ed.
The Prime Minister waxed lyrical about the fight against climate change, but only after stepping off his private jet. He made the case for investing in girls' education around the world, yet he's cutting the amount we spend on it by 40% this year. He talked up the importance of international agreements while reneging on the one he signed. And he advocated the importance of democracy while introducing plans to make it harder for people to vote in this country. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister realise that his approach of do as I say, not as I do, is ruinous to Britain's reputation on the world stage?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the Liberal Democrats should get their facts right. We're not cutting spending on girls' education. To pick one of the points he made, we are actually increasing it by at least 15%. £432 million we're spending on the Global Partnership for Education, Mr. Speaker. And when you look at what this country is doing on tackling climate change, the commitment to net zero, that was actually made after we were in coalition with the Right Honourable Gentleman, freed from the shackles of Lib Dem hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker. We were able to get on with some serious work and commit, under my premiership, Mr. Speaker, freed from the uselessness of the Lib Dems, to an £11.6 billion commitment to helping the people of the world to tackle climate change, Mr. Speaker. He should realise that for people who really care about tackling climate change, allowing the world to build back cleaner and greener and better, listening to him, frankly, he's making it harder, not just to vote, he's making it harder to vote Lib Dem anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend recall President Macron insisting that nothing in the Northern Ireland Protocol is negotiable, even though he admits it contains what he calls inconsistencies? But if the peace and stability of Northern Ireland is being undermined by the application of the protocol, then it is obvious that the protocol itself must be renegotiated. How could anyone seriously consider otherwise? So will he urge the EU not to give precedence to the protocol over the peace process and the Good Friday Agreement? And will he remind them of the 2017 joint report, which included the aspiration that the then backstop would be removed via negotiations and what they called specific solutions? Can he pursue that policy?
Prime Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the problem at the moment is the application of the protocol, because the protocol makes it very clear that there should be no distortions of trade, and that the Good Friday peace process, above all, must be upheld. But it is being applied in such a way as to destabilise that peace process, and it's being applied, I think, in a highly asymmetrical way. And all we're asking for is a pragmatic approach, and I'm sure that I hope very much that we'll get that. But if we can't get that, then I will certainly take the steps that he describes.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Cyfarwydd. Monday's Australian trade deal announcement revealed the Prime Minister's fear of democratic accountability. He's withheld details of the agreement and prevented Parliament from doing our proper job of scrutiny at the proper time. Yet, from day one, Australian farmers will be able to export over 60 times more beef before UK tariffs kick in. That's no tariff whatsoever on up to 35,000 tonnes of potentially low welfare beef. So, from day one, will he at least commit to an annual assessment of the economic impact of his deal on Welsh beef and lamb farmers?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I repeat the points I made to many members opposite. This is an opportunity for UK farming and indeed for Welsh farmers. And she speaks with apprehension about 35,000 tonnes of Australian beef. We already import about 300,000 tonnes of EU beef. Mr. Speaker, about 300,000 tonnes of EU beef. Australian farmers observe a very, very high animal welfare standards, and they will only get a complete free tariff-free access after 15 years, Mr. Speaker. After 15 years, we're going to give people in Australia the same rights of access as we give 27 other EU countries.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The recent agreements on cyber defence policy and technological cooperation announced at the NATO summit in Brussels will mean that the alliance remains as strong as ever when faced with new threats. So will my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, confirm that he remains utterly committed to NATO as the foundation of our collective security?
Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. NATO has protected the world and particularly the European continent for 72 years, and it was clear from the conversation around the table that it will continue to do so for decades to come.
Let's go to Gregory Campbell. Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reports are emanating from the summit that Mr. Macron doesn't seem to understand the constitutional parameters of the United Kingdom, given he thought we were part of a different country. Will he take steps to ensure that all our partners know what those parameters are? And will he also take great care in the next few days and weeks not to even further jeopardise devolution in Northern Ireland that has been put in jeopardy in the past few days as a result of Sinn Féin's actions?
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Honourable Gentleman. What we want to do is to strengthen Northern Ireland and strengthen Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom, and that's what we're going to be doing.
Liam Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate my right honourable friend for the success of the G7, which I think did Britain proud. But can I ask him about the NATO summit, and in particular whether there were any discussions about the role for the alliance in the maintenance and protection of energy security, in particular the need to reduce dependence on Russia? And can I ask him specifically if there were any discussions about the strategic vulnerability being introduced to Europe by the German selfish obsession for the Nord Stream 2 project? And if such a discussion did not occur, can you please ensure that it does?
Prime Minister.
I don't think I'm giving anything away, Mr. Speaker, but I told my right honourable friend that there were certainly discussions about the vital importance of all of us getting to net zero and avoiding a dependence on hydrocarbons, whether they're strategically unwise or not.
Let's go to Caroline Lucas. Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The failure of the G7 to reach an agreement on ending investment in all fossil fuels speaks volumes about the Prime Minister's true climate leadership. Today he mentions coal, but again ignores oil and gas. That's not a green industrial revolution, that is business as usual. Now, the International Energy Agency said last month that there must be no new oil, gas or coal development if the world is to reach net zero. So with the success of COP26 now hanging in the balance, will he heed the call from 101 Nobel laureates for a global fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty? And will he pursue that with G7 leaders and others before the climate summit? Or is he happy for that to be judged a colossal failure of his leadership too?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the summit agreed, which I thought was ground. When you consider how much some of these countries are dependent on coal, I think it was groundbreaking to agree not to support any more overseas coal, and the commitments on net zero and on making progress by 2030 are outstanding, and it can be done. Her mood of gloom and pessimism is not shared by the people of this country. We know that in 2012, 40% of our power came from coal. It's now, thanks to this Conservative government, the actions we've taken to reduce dependence on coal, it's now down to less than 2% and falling the whole time. The whole world knows that, and they're following the UK's example.
Let's go to Derek Thomas. Derek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's absolutely right that I congratulate the Prime Minister and all those involved in hosting the G7 summit in my constituency over the weekend. Absolutely fantastic event, and we in Cornwall feel very proud that of the part we played. Also to thank the police, who were quite incredible and travelled from all over the country to help out. But also an apology for the Prime Minister, because the truth is that we're very proud of the Carbis Bay Declaration, and I may well mention it once or twice in the years to come. We're proud of the Carbis Bay Declaration because of the commitments to COVID vaccine, as we've heard, the education of 40 million extra girls, global climate change response, and also a fairer economic recovery and job creation. Will my friend, the Prime Minister, commit to further opportunities for Parliament to understand the details of the Carbis Bay Declaration as they become available?
Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The Carbis Bay, and I thank my honourable friend, because the Carbis Bay Declaration is the foundation of the treaty that this country has been helping to prepare and which we've been pioneering against any future pandemic. And the crucial elements are the zoonotic research hubs, the pathogen surveillance network, the undertakings to share data, to prevent barriers between our countries in the export of PPE, medicines, vaccines, and other things. It is the foundation, ensuring that the time between a new variant arriving and a new vaccine should be kept down to 100 days, making sure that we spread know-how and manufacturing capacity around the world. This is the foundation of a new global approach to tackling pandemics. The UK has been absolutely instrumental in setting this up, to say nothing of the funding that we have put in. And I believe that the Carbis Bay Declaration will be seen as a very, very important step towards the treaty later this year.
Let's go to Neil Hamby. Neil.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for his update on the G7 summit. However, I find myself in the absolutely curious position of agreeing with one of my Kirkcaldian Cowdenbeath predecessors who commented on the commitment secured with the Prime Minister in the chair as an unforgivable moral failure. The agreement is simply not good enough. 11 billion vaccines are needed and 1 billion have been promised. $50 billion of funding is needed, but only 5 billion has been promised. The World Health Organization have said that COVID-19 is moving faster than the vaccines, and the G7 commitment is simply not enough. For the aspiration of global Britain, it is fast becoming a global embarrassment and more indicative of a Del Boy Britain. Will the Prime Minister now show real leadership and redouble such efforts to secure the suspension of intellectual property protections, secure further international efforts to prevent new variants developing? And I would appeal to his self-interest that none of us are safe until everyone is safe.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid he is running down the UK's efforts. He's also running down what the summit achieved. A billion more vaccines on top of the billion that the G7 countries have already committed to distributing around the world, at a time where it's only 6 months after these vaccines were invented, Mr. Speaker. It is a quite astonishing thing. And he attacks the performance of Britain and the UK and the people of the... let me just remind him that we in this country are responsible for 1/3 of the 1.5 billion vaccines that are being distributed around the world. When is he going to get that into his head? It is a fantastic record, on top of the 1.6 billion that we've been contributing to that COVAX rollout. Mr. Speaker, I think the people of this country should be immensely proud of the Carbis Bay Declaration, of the vaccines contribution that we're making. We are working as fast and as hard as we can while we are still getting vaccines into the arms of our own people in this country. That is absolutely right.
Rob Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The communiques from both the G7 and NATO summits speak of the increasing challenges and threats from China, be they military build-up or cyber attacks, human rights abuses or the Belt and Road Initiative. So can my right honourable friend reassure the House that the common values and commitment that we and our partners have to democracy and the rules-based international order will result in both the G7 and NATO tackling the malign actions of the Chinese Communist Party, whatever form they take?
Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I think nobody at either the G7 or at NATO wants to get into a new Cold War with China, but on the other hand, they see that the opportunities that we have to trade more with China, to engage with China, must be matched with firmness in our collective dealings with China, particularly when it comes to the Uyghurs, as colleagues have mentioned several times, when it comes to navigation in the South China Sea and to the freedoms and rights of the people of Hong Kong.
Let's go to Stephen Ferry. Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Northern Ireland Protocol was a key theme on the margins of the G7 summit. The Biden administration has made clear that it wants to see the Good Friday Agreement upheld and made the point that while there is no immediate prospect of a US free trade agreement, a UK-EU victory agreement would not compromise that trade deal in any event. The Prime Minister has already said that he wants to get rid of the checks across the Irish Sea. So why is he so stubbornly resisting that ready-made solution, even on a temporary basis, to reduce those checks across the Irish Sea and to ease tensions in Northern Ireland, and indeed to help all UK food exporters?
Prime Minister.
Well, I hope it won't have escaped the honourable gentleman's attention that we've just signed a free trade agreement with Australia, Mr. Speaker, and we intend to do many more.
Let's go to Tom Tugendhat. Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister knows that treaties can occasionally be negotiated, not quite make it through the House of Commons. In the interests of making sure we deliver what we need to in COP26, building on the impressive work of not just the G7 and NATO statements, but also trade deals like that with Australia, will he commit to making sure that this House is informed well in advance of COP agreements so that we can assist, advise, and perhaps even make sure that those agreements pass easily and smoothly to this House and encourage others to do the same?
Prime Minister.
I will do my best to oblige the honourable gentleman, though my experience of this matter over the last few years is this House is a great legislator but not an ideal negotiator.
Let's go to Hilary Benn. Hilary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The G7 announcement of 1 billion additional vaccine doses for developing countries was, of course, welcome. But the Prime Minister knows that the head of the World Health Organization says that we need 11 billion doses in total if we're going to vaccinate 70% of the world's population. Where does the right honourable gentleman think the rest of these doses are going to come from so that everyone can be safe because everyone is vaccinated?
Mr. Speaker, one of the most important things that we agreed at the G7 was not just the Carbis Bay principles that I've outlined that will form part of the health treaty, but also that we should work together to increase vaccine manufacturing capacity, fill and finish facilities around the world, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. I have to tell him that it is only a few months since these vaccines were invented. We're going as fast as we can, but our ambition is to vaccinate the world by the end of next year.
Debbie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The G7 meeting was exactly the face modern Britain should present to the world, competent and confident. In terms of the substance, the UK commitment to share 100 million vaccines with less developed countries is, of course, an extremely welcome first step. Can my right honourable friend guarantee that the 70 million doses that will be delivered through 2022 will be in addition to our existing aid budget?
Yes. Prime Minister.
Yes, I can, Mr. Speaker.
Chris Brown.
I kept on thinking all weekend, thank God Biden beat Trump. Yes. Certainly made, I think the Prime Minister's nodding. Can I just ask, following the Carbis Bay Declaration, can I urge the Prime Minister to come to Wales to sign a Cardiff Bay Declaration? This would include radical extra investment in Wales to do the levelling up that the Prime Minister, I think, intends, so that every person, whether they live in the valleys of South Wales or they live in the posher parts of Cardiff or Swansea or wherever, has an equal chance of getting to work, an equal chance of putting food on the table for their kids, an equal chance of getting on in life, and frankly, an equal chance of having an NHS which is really able to protect them, because the problems that we have in Wales are exactly the same as in England. We need significant extra investment, and the only way we can achieve that is by real hard cooperation between the government in Westminster and the government in Wales.
Minister.
Yes, of course, Mr. Speaker. We've massively increased support for the NHS, for instance, for all of which is passported through to Wales. Funding has massively increased. I think it will be, and of course, we work very closely with the government in Cardiff, the administration in Cardiff. I think it would be helpful in delivering great infrastructure for Wales, whether improving the A55 or the M4, if there was some consistency of approach. And the M4 bypass, for instance, at the Bring-Glass tunnels, I think it was crazy to spend £144 million of taxpayers' money, £144 million, on a study without actually doing the bypass itself. Very happy to work with the Welsh Labour government if they get their act together.
Let's go to Sir John Redwood. Sir John.
No less than 5 representatives of the European Union at the G7 tried to hijack the agenda to undermine the people of Northern Ireland with their one-sided and unfair view of the protocol. Will the Prime Minister, who chaired it well, make sure goods can flow freely in the UK internal market, given there are legal ways of doing this unilaterally? Doesn't the Good Friday Agreement require the EU and the UK to respect the needs and wishes of both communities?
Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I thank my right honourable friend, and he's completely right. And it was the UK who really shocked people in. It was the EU, I should say, who shocked people in Northern Ireland by invoking Article 16 of the protocol in January and trying to put a barrier for them.
Let's go to Joanna Charry. Joanna.
Mr. Speaker, the recent violence and the loss of innocent life in Gaza and Israel underlines the importance of restarting the Middle East peace process. Britain has historic and continuing responsibilities in this region. So can the Prime Minister tell us what steps he took at the weekend to raise and progress the restarting of this important peace process in the Middle East?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we remain committed, and as I raise continuously with friends and partners around the world, we remain committed, as do our friends in the EU and in Washington, to a two-state solution for the Middle East.
Let's go to Alex Shelbrook. Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I first of all congratulate my right honourable friend on the successful hosting of the G7 after the trauma the world has just been through. And at the NATO summit, the discussion of NATO 2030, you will recognise, is one of the most important assessments and forward thinking that NATO has undertaken in many a decade. Reinforced unity, a broader approach to security, safeguarding a rules-based international order. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that our position in cyber and space defence not only makes us still one of the biggest contributors to NATO, but also makes us one of the integral partners of the alliance?
Minister.
Yes, and I thank my honourable, because the NATO's Project 2030 that Jens Stoltenberg set out at the summit is actually completely in accordance and almost an echo of the integrated review that the government set out with its emphasis on cyber and on space defences.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've sat listening to the right honourable gentleman's statement this afternoon, and one of the things I'm proud of is visiting our schools, my schools in Vauxhall, and speaking to young people. And right honourable friend said last week, girls' education is the best way we can lift countries out of poverty and lead the global recovery. I heard the right honourable member's response to the member for Sutton Coldfield around the fact that the G7 leaders did not mention the global aid cut. If that's the case, does my right honourable friend agree that his actions shows a gaping hole between his words and actions? And will he respect this House by bringing that vote to Parliament and bring that decision here?
Prime Minister.
Actually, what I did hear from the leaders around the world was massive, overwhelming support for the objective that she supports of girls' education, and they committed to, the G7 committed to I think, $2.75 billion towards the global partnership for education, with the UK increasing our commitment by 15% in spite of the pandemic. And I hope that that's the message that she will give to pupils in Vauxhall, that we are absolutely committed to this aim.
Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate the Prime Minister and his whole team on delivering such a wonderful G7 summit, and can I welcome the announcement in terms of the replenishment of the Global Partnership for Education, and can I ask the Prime Minister that as our economy recovers and as we return to the promised 0.7%, will he put at the forefront of his work in his time in government to make sure that we really boost the efforts to educate every child in the world through UNICEF, through Education Cannot Wait, through the Global Partnership for Education, and of course through our wonderful UK Girls' Education Challenge.
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her support for female education. I remember discussing it with her many times. I know how much she cares about it too. The programme we're embarked on will mean 40 million more girls in school by 2025, 20 million more girls reading over the next 5 years, and we're going to be doing even more than I was saying to the honourable lady opposite when President Kenyatta of Kenya comes here in July for the Global Partnership on Education.
Dr. Rupa.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate the Prime Minister on his recent wedding and the delightful G7 family photos. Can you tell us now what his current thinking is on granting amnesty to illegal immigrants, and whether he got a chance to discuss it with President Biden, because they did it first there in 1986, and he told me here in day 2 of the job that he was minded to go down the regularisation route, but he was thwarted by predecessors. Was that just a sort of unscripted blurt-out flashback to the 2012 pre-PM version of him, pre-Red Wall, or is he a man of his words?
Prime Minister.
We remain committed to a generous and open approach to immigration, and this country already does regularise the position of those who've been here for a long time and who haven't fallen foul of the law. What we won't do is go back to a complete free-for-all and abandon the control of our borders to Brussels, which the Right Honourable Gentleman opposite voted for 43 times in the last 5 years, and which I dare say she did too.
And we now go by video link. Stephen Metcalfe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the new climate commitments made by G7 countries to almost halve their carbon emissions by 2030, which will pave the way towards a green global recovery. Does the Prime Minister agree that it is essential we build on the historic climate change commitments made at the G7 with even stronger global commitments at the upcoming COP26 conference?
Minister.
My honourable friend is completely right, and I think that this was a good waymark, we made some good steps forward on the road to COP26. There's still a long way to go, but there's a great deal of enthusiasm from other countries because they can see that it creates jobs, high-wage, high-skill jobs, as well as solving climate change.
Gianwara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the G7 did agree action on tax-dodging corporations, but watered down after the Prime Minister refused to back President Biden's original proposal for a 21% minimum global corporation tax rate, which would have delivered £15 billion a year to Britain, enough to fund a proper COVID catch-up in education and support for COVID-excluded businesses now facing extended restrictions. So why did the Prime Minister put global corporation shareholders above British children and British businesses?
Prime Minister.
Well, that's a great one from the Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, but they actually opposed the increase in corporation tax at the budget. Try to remember what you've been doing, what they've been doing over the last few months, Mr. Speaker. I think it was a great achievement after a long time to get the Western world, the G7, to agree to find a way of taxing the multinational giants who make profits in one country and then book them somewhere else. That was a fantastic thing, and we now have a minimum global corporation tax of 15%. Another great step. I forgot to mention it in my opening remarks. Another great step forward at the G7 summit.
We now go by video link to John Barron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as we reflect on the many successes of the G7 summit, the Prime Minister will know the growing importance of soft power is very much recognised by the G7. Yet there remains a £10 million shortfall between the government's generous package to see the British Council through the pandemic and what it needs to maintain its international network of offices as defined by country directors in post abroad. If not bridged, the result will be the largest single set of closures in the British Council's proud 90-year history. Given the Prime Minister has told me personally that he gets it, that the £10 million can be given as a loan, and our competitors' cultural institutes are actually expanding their physical footprint, will he now ensure that government departments also get it in time for the ministerial statement due shortly?
Prime Minister.
I'm really grateful to my right honourable friend because I thank him for his continuing campaigning on this issue. We are giving the British Council more support now because I know it's been very tough for them during the pandemic, and on the gap of 10 million that he identifies, the crucial part that he thinks that will play. I will see what further I can do.
We now go by video link to Tony Lloyd.
And thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister will know that the 100 billion every year of monies for the developing countries for climate change transformation is the same 100 billion announced 12 years ago in 2009. He'll also know that the 11.6 billion he has announced today is over 5 years, and he announced it actually 2 years ago at the United Nations General Assembly. This is not new money, but nor is the UK's contribution of 11.6 billion over 5 years enough to be our part of the 100 billion every year that was promised by the G7. So if there is going to be credibility in the developing world to play their part at COP later on this year, will he now put some flesh, give us some details, and make sure that the rest of the G7 give those same details about real spending, not recycling?
Prime Minister.
He should. Thank you. He should study what all the G7 countries said, because several of them made very big commitments indeed. The Canadians, the EU, to climate, to financing the tackling of climate change. And again, he says that 11.6 billion pounds isn't enough. I think that the people of this country will think that in a very tough time, with huge pressure on our resources, to spend 11.6 billion pounds over the next few years to help other countries tackle climate change is a huge commitment. And actually, he deprecates. I remember how people reacted in the UN when I announced it. They were ecstatic, Mr. Speaker, and they're quite right.
We still have 30 people who would like to ask questions to the Prime Minister, and around 20 minutes in which to do it. That's probably not possible. But the idea of a statement is that people ask questions. It's not a time for making a speech. And if people ask short questions, then it'll be possible for the Prime Minister to give short answers. And then all will be well, because we have a lot of business to get through this afternoon. Anthony Mangnall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate the Prime Minister on a successful weekend in Cornwall and for a very successful summit? But away from the doom and gloom of the opposition, it is staggering that global Britain was on display this weekend in striking new trade deals. Could he perhaps reassure the House that when we look at trade deals, they are the floor, not the ceiling, about the economic growth that this country will be able to strike now and in the future as we reach for CPTPP?
Mr.
He's completely right, particularly about the CPTPP.
Brilliant. Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With coronavirus, none of us are safe until everyone is safe. The world needs over 11 billion vaccine doses to end the pandemic, but the G7 vaccine offer falls well short and leaves billions of people without protection. To ramp up vaccine production, we need a temporary waiver on the intellectual property so all countries can access the technology. President Biden supports this. Over 100 other countries support this. But this Prime Minister is one of the people blocking it. So isn't the Prime Minister putting the interests of profit-hungry pharmaceutical companies ahead of the lives of millions of people?
Prime Minister.
I think for the honourable gentleman to talk about profit-hungry pharmaceutical companies in view of the efforts made by AstraZeneca to distribute 500 million vaccines around the world at cost are utterly disgraceful, and he should withdraw them.
Laura Trott.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I hugely welcome the Prime Minister's focus on gender equality at the G7, and I note that the Leader of the Opposition didn't mention girls or women once in his opening statement. Can the Prime Minister, who set some very ambitious targets on girls' education and ending violence against women and girls, come back to the House before 2026 to reassure us that progress is being made on these very important topics?
Yes.
Prime Minister.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, the project will be scarcely off my lips.
Peter Grant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm not sure whether you're most surprised at the Prime Minister persistently giving a promotion or a sex change, but we'll leave you to decide that for yourself. Madam Deputy Speaker, while there are still billions of people across the world unvaccinated, all of us who've been vaccinated remain at risk that a new vaccine resistance strain could evolve and undo all of the work that has been done here and in other wealthy countries. So will the Prime Minister give a simple commitment to the principle that no one can claim to have defeated the coronavirus until the whole of humanity is adequately protected?
Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Tobias Elwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I congratulate the Prime Minister on what was achieved in the G7 summit in Cornwall? The West had become a little risk-averse of late, and if the summit achieved anything, it was a recognition that the world is on a worrying trajectory with new threats, new technology, new power bases posing complex, long-term challenges to our security, our trade, our freedoms and indeed our standards. The rise of China economically, technologically and militarily means this will be their century, and the need for a new Atlantic Charter underlines how frail our global order has become. Would the Prime Minister agree the actions that we, the West, choose to take over the next few years in addressing the long international to-do list will determine how the next few decades play out?
Minister.
Yes, indeed. I thank my right honourable friend. These are crucial times, and it was great to see the summit accomplishing so much so fast.
Darren Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Might I just start by noting that the Prime Minister seemed a little irritable this afternoon, and I know that it's difficult when friendships break down, but I have every faith he'll find reconciliation in due course. Now, the IMF concluded that there would be a $9 trillion economic boost if the world's COVID vaccines are provided. We've heard multiple times that whilst the 860 million G7's welcome is not enough. Could the Prime Minister explain to the House why we couldn't go further at the G7? What were the blockages to getting above 860 million vaccines?
Prime Minister.
We've gone about 860 million vaccines, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're on top of that 1 billion the G7 is already doing. We pledged a further 1 billion vaccines.
Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Did the Prime Minister talk to Chancellor Merkel and Prime Minister Suga about the tremendous success of social care reforms in Japan and Germany? Did he talk to Prime Minister Trudeau about the brilliant innovation in care home villages in Canada? Did he talk to President Biden about the amazing things that older people are doing, including the most powerful job in the world? And did he return to Downing Street refreshed and resolute and say to his neighbour, it is time, no more international conferences until we fix the crisis at home. It's time to back Boris and get social care done.
Prime Minister.
I thank you for his continued support. But I did actually talk to Angela Merkel about social care, and I'll tell him what she said at another time.
Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There was widespread disappointment that the G7 didn't commit to additional climate finance beyond what had already been agreed. What steps will the Prime Minister take between now and COP26 to ensure that summit does deal effectively with the challenge of loss and damage in the countries most at risk?
We will continue with our efforts. We're 80% of the way there, and we'll blow away the clouds of despondency that seem to hang over some members here today. I think it was a highly successful summit, and we're going to get there.
Mark Harper.
I'm grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the Prime Minister's statement, he refers to the G7 combining our strength to defeat COVID. Wouldn't it be more accurate to say that we need to make sure we can vaccinate the world to protect people, but then we need to learn to live with what will be an endemic virus? And does he share my concern about the things that are going on in government at the moment, and the warnings about restrictions coming back in the autumn and the winter as cases rise? And can he rule out that taking place? That would reassure many colleagues on both sides of the House.
Prime Minister.
I thank my right honourable friend. I did see something about this this morning, about some paper, or rather that means absolutely nothing to me. Our objective is to go forward with the roadmap and bring back the freedoms we love.
Liam Byrne.
Thank you. The original Atlantic Charter made a commitment to banish the world from fear and want, curiously missing from the redraft. But the Prime Minister's ambition to vaccinate the world by the end of 2022 is the right one. The IMF's assessment of the deal done, however, on Monday, is that 2/3 of the grant financing needed to vaccinate the world is still missing. That's $23 billion. So the question for the Prime Minister is, where is that money going to come from and when?
Prime Minister.
I think that the G7 and the West are making huge... These vaccines were only invented 6 months ago, or a little bit longer. We're making incredible progress in distributing them now, and the ambition that we reconfirmed in Carbis Bay was to vaccinate the world by the end of next year, and that's a pretty rapid pace.
Andy Carter.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the plans set out by the G7 leaders to invest in global testing and slash the time needed to develop new vaccines? The Prime Minister mentioned just a moment ago, it's a little over 6 months since scientists in Cheshire at the Life Science Industries and AstraZeneca developed these new vaccines. I'm sure you'll want to join with me in congratulating them, not just for the work that they've done here in the UK, but around the world. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that strengthening global cooperation on health and investing in new technologies is the only way to ensure that we never get a repeat of this health crisis?
Prime Minister.
Of course, I congratulate AstraZeneca in Cheshire and everywhere else where they are established in the UK and around the world. They've done an outstanding job, and he is absolutely right to stress the importance of international cooperation, and we must never, ever again see countries blockading vaccines and the movement of vaccines from one part of the world to another.
Jonathan Edward.
Madam Deputy Speaker. An EU-UK Food and Plant Safety Agreement would not only alleviate Northern Ireland friction, but also remove non-tariff barriers for Welsh exporters created by the current Brexit deal. As the honourable member for North Down said, the US President guaranteed at the G7 that such alignment wouldn't jeopardise the UK-US trade deal. The Prime Minister could actually have a slice of cake and eat it if he sees sense. Can he clarify whether reports of reduced checks within the trade deal with Australia, as he used in his reply to the member for North Down, would prevent such alignment with the EU?
Prime Minister.
Plainly, free trade deals with the CPTPP, with Australia, with countries around the world that we are doing and will continue to do, make a nonsense of the proposal that he outlines.
Mark O'Longhi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So our hosting of the G7 and the reaffirmation of our indestructible partnership with our cousins across the pond, also seen through NATO, sets the scene for a brighter and far more aspirational future for the whole of the UK. Does the Prime Minister agree with me? And can he explain, perhaps in writing if he doesn't have time now, what this means for the people of Dudley North and the rest of the country?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Dudley North and the rest of the country will, I think, benefit massively from a new age of cooperation between our democracies, from the security that we're establishing, but also from our global commitment to work together to build back greener, so that we generate hundreds of thousands, millions of high-wage, high-skill jobs in Dudley, in the West Midlands and around the whole of the UK.
Yeah. We now go by video link to Patrick Grady.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. He said that no countries have raised concerns about the aid cuts. Well, I can give him a list as long as my arm of organisations and projects that are going to be devastated by these cuts. Does he not understand that as the only G7 country cutting aid, the UK is undermining any claim to be a soft power superpower, and more importantly, putting thousands and thousands of lives at risk?
Absolutely not.
And we go by video link to Sir David Evanet.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate my right honourable friend on a very successful G7 and on his leadership of the meeting? So much was agreed. Could he confirm that Global Britain will continue to champion and promote the provision of girls' education right across the world?
Prime Minister.
I thank my right honourable friend, and I know how much he cares about us. I remember campaigning with him on this myself. We've supported at least 15.6 million children in the last 5 years or so to get an education. 8.1 million of them were girls. We're going to be spending, as I said, more than £400 million getting girls an education over the next 5 years.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every day we're hearing of more and more horrific experiences of violence against women and the wider Uyghur Muslim community, including the disappearance of children in the Xinjiang region of China. The scale of these atrocities has not been met by the Prime Minister's report of the G7, and therefore what discussions did he have about extending economic and trade sanction, about using his powers under the Magnitsky measures, and also calling for a special meeting at the UN to find a mechanism in order to hold these crimes to account?
Prime Minister.
We did discuss it many times over the last few days. What's happening in Xinjiang, the suffering of the Uyghurs, and particularly the crimes against women that she describes. The difficulty with the UN approach, the UN Security Council approach, as she will understand, is that China is a member.
Steve Double.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Cornwall was proud to host the G7, and will the Prime Minister join me in thanking all those who worked so hard to make it a success? Our police who came from all over the country, Cornwall Council and Public Health officials, many businesses and volunteers, and the people of Cornwall who with good humour welcomed the world despite the inevitable disruption. I know he's as keen as I am that the G7 leaves a lasting legacy in Cornwall, and I was pleased to show him our ambitions for spaceport Cornwall. So would he join me in working and putting the full weight of government behind enabling us to achieve this ambition of launching satellites from UK this time next year?
I thank my honourable friend, and he's been a fantastic campaigner for the Cornish spaceport. I was amazed to see what they've already done, the way it's inspiring young people in Cornwall, and I look forward to working with him on getting a launch before too long.
Christian Matheson.
Deputy Speaker, when we left the EU, we were told that the economic hit would be made up by free trade agreements with the EU and with the United States. But as the sausage dispute and the rebuke from President Biden shows, we're miles away from these agreements at the moment anyway. So will the Prime Minister understand that whichever way he goes on the dispute in Northern Ireland will inflame those tensions with those two party bodies again? Isn't this really quite some dispute to alienate our two closest trading partners?
Prime Minister.
We have a free trade deal with the EU. It's a fantastic deal, and our trade with the US is growing the whole time.
James Sunderland.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister would have enjoyed formal and less formal dialogue with EU leaders at the G7. Could I please ask him whether any empathy was expressed for the trade frictions that we're currently experiencing with the Northern Ireland Protocol at the behest of a third party? And was indeed there any sense that the EU might acquiesce to unilateral action by this country because of the frankly bonkers situation that the UK cannot sell sausages to the UK?
Prime Minister.
My honourable friend puts the matter very succinctly, but it's not. There are many ways in which we're seeing a disproportionate and unnecessary application of the protocol. I think our partners understand that, and we're hoping for some pragmatic solutions before too long.
We will manage to get everybody who's on the list in. I thank people for being succinct, and the Prime Minister for also being brief. It's wonderful. Mr. Kevin Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister delivered his statement on the Australian trade deal in his usual sunny, optimistic manner. But like all his statements, once you look at the detail, it comes with a nasty after-smell, which its source will be of familiarity to many British farmers. So can I ask him in detail how this deal is going to affect the livelihoods of farmers in my constituency in North Durham and across County Durham, particularly hill farmers who not only produce good quality British food, but also are the custodians of some of the land, the most beautiful land in this country.
Prime Minister.
Farmers in County Durham will have the opportunity to export their wonderful produce tariff-free to a market that is growing the whole time, and that includes the comprehensive progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership. It is a huge opportunity for British produce, beef, dairy, the lot, and I hope that he will champion it.
Flick Drummond.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the commitment of the G7's Open Society's statement to promote the human rights of women and girls. As co-chair of the Women, Peace and Security APPG, can I ask my right honourable friend to keep in mind that this is vital for the future for Afghanistan, where women and children are under threat at present?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend and may I wish her a happy birthday, I think. and to confirm that we see one of the great achievements of UK presence in Afghanistan over the last 2 decades has been to the education of girls and young women. We don't want to see that all jeopardised now. That's why we're working with our friends at the G7 and NATO to make sure that we leave a lasting legacy.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister talks very proudly about our commitment to NATO. That, of course, depends on having a strong military in the United Kingdom. I just wondered whether he regrets his decision to break his election promise and cut the armed forces by 10,000.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're investing another £24 billion in our defence, with the biggest increase in spending since the end of the Cold War, and we're one of the few countries around NATO to contribute more than 2% of our GDP to NATO. This is the party that believes in our armed services, and the Labour Party opposite. It was only recently that they were campaigning to put into office a man who wanted to abolish the armed forces.
Selene Saxby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend was right on Monday when he said that the peace and stability brought by NATO has underpinned global prosperity for over 70 years. Can he assure me that levelling up our military as part of the new NATO 2030 agenda will encompass our forces' potential across the whole country, including the excellent Royal Marines at the Chivenor Barracks in my North Devon constituency, where I believe his grandfather was stationed for a time, so that NATO will continue to be the bedrock of global defence for future generations?
Prime Minister.
Yes, I want to thank, my grandfather was indeed stationed at Chivenor. I want to thank the Royal Marines at Chivenor, who did such an outstanding job of looking after us all during the G7, and they're going to transform into the future commando force that will contribute to a more agile and active NATO alliance.
Matthew Pennicott.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the G7, he and other leaders reasserted their intention to honour the 2009 promise of $100 billion USD in climate finance annually to support developing nations, but sufficient concrete financial commitments to make up the shortfall did not materialise. Does the Prime Minister agree that the commitment must be met by the UN General Assembly in September at the very latest if we're not to risk failure at COP26 in November?
Prime Minister.
The UN General Assembly UNGA is indeed a very important way station, but this was a great start.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Given our shared belief that without the US and NATO there can be no security for the UK and Europe, does my right honourable friend recall the strain on Anglo-American relations caused by Huawei's infiltration of our critical national infrastructure? And will he therefore ensure that companies with dodgy and dubious links to the Chinese and Russian regimes will be firmly and fully shut out from building or operating our vital data and power pipelines in future?
Prime Minister.
My right honourable friend knows a great deal of about what he speaks, and that's why we passed the recent legislation to ensure that we protect this country from the loss of intellectual property, the sale of crucial national security businesses to unreliable partners overseas.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There has been virtually no rationale or assessment brought forward for the UK Government cuts to international aid that have been confirmed so far, and the lack of responsibility taken for the damage that this will do is astounding, especially when the 0.7% commitment was in the Tory manifesto. So how does the Prime Minister think this squares with global Britain, and how does he justify these shameful cuts to his G7 counterparts?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I repeat that the countries around the world are in awe of this country's continued contributions, and they know that we're spending £10 billion during a very difficult time, and they also know, because they have long memories, that we're spending more now than the Labour Party ever did under Gordon Brown or Tony Blair.
Nikki Aiken.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The G7 set out plans to lift women out of poverty and build back a more equal world by putting 40 million more girls into school in the next 5 years. Another example of global Britain as a force for good. Does my right honourable friend agree that investing in women and particularly girls' education is one of the most efficient ways to create economic growth in developing countries? And can he confirm that the UK will continue to lead the way on girls' education moving forward?
My honourable friend is completely right, and I think that investing in girls' education, 12 years of quality education for every girl, is probably the single best, most efficient policy that you can support around the world, and that's why we're putting another £430 million into the Global Partnership for Education, with more to come in July.
We now go by video link to Navendu Mishra.
Madam Deputy Speaker, earlier this month, 3 civilians were tragically killed in a Turkish drone attack on a refugee camp in northern Iraq. This is all part of a sustained military action from Turkish state against the Kurds that has been ongoing since April. We've also learned this month that Turkey's chief prosecutor has sought to expand the indictment seeking to shut down the country's leading pro-Kurdish political party. This is a disgraceful attack on a minority community. Will the Prime Minister condemn the actions of the Turkish government and call on our NATO partner to stop these attacks on Kurdish communities?
I thank the honourable gentleman. The situation in north-western Iraq is extremely complex, and I think we must accept that the Kurdish fighters have done an extraordinary job against ISIS and against the forces of Bashar al-Assad, but there is clearly a long-standing difficulty in their relations with the Turkish forces, who themselves are bearing the brunt of a huge crisis of refugee flows. But I will study the incident that he describes.
Pauline Latham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I absolutely applaud the Prime Minister's determination to provide 12 years of quality education for girls, something he's done for many, many years. But with the FCDO budgets being slashed, like UNICEF 60%, and family planning, which stops a lot of girls going to school, by 80%, how does he think that will be achieved?
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, but we are increasing our funding for girls' education, as I say, to £430 million. That's about a 15% increase, and I think an outstanding thing for this country to do in very, very difficult times. And I would, by the way, congratulate my honourable friend, because I think that her proposal for banning underage weddings, which she brought to me, is now being carried forward. Can I thank and congratulate her on her work in that matter? Yeah.
Jim Shannon.
Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Prime Minister for his statement today? And would the Prime Minister outline the steps taken to inform the members of the G7 summit of the constitutional position of Northern Ireland, which seems to have gotten confused, and with particular reference to American President Biden and French President Macron? And will follow-up instructions and information be sent to help them grasp the fact that Northern Ireland is in this centenary year and will continue to be an integral part of the United Kingdom?
Yes, I think it's important that everybody understands that, and though actually the media accounts of what took place differed very much from what actually happened at the summit, where this wasn't really much of a topic of discussion, but I think people do understand that Northern Ireland is an integral part of the United Kingdom for economic and all other purposes.
And finally, Mark Pawsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I applaud the Prime Minister for the time he spent at the dispatch box this afternoon, in which he's spoken of the importance of increasing vaccine coverage around the world. And I very much welcome the 100 million doses of COVID vaccine that he's committed to countries with less developed healthcare systems than our own. But supporting the poorest in this way does need finance from both us and our partners. So may I ask him once again to look at our budget for this most valuable of causes?
I thank my honourable friend, and he's absolutely right that this should be one of the great focuses of UK spending in the next few years. Overseas spending. I repeat what I said earlier on about the 70 million doses next year. That will not come out of the existing ODA commitments, but clearly funding vaccine technology around the world is one of those things in which this country excels, and we're going to be doing a lot more of it, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I thank the Prime Minister and everyone who took part in this session for doing so with alacrity. So I will now suspend the House for 3 minutes in order that arrangements can be made for the next item of business. Order! Order! I call Chief Secretary Steve Barclay to make a statement.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And just before I make a statement, can I add my appreciation to that of colleagues for Savoy Stone and the contribution that he has made during his time in the House. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is little doubt that the 4-week extension to restrictions announced on Monday will present additional challenges to thousands of people and businesses across the country. That's why at the budget we went long and erred on the side of additional support. The package of support from my right honourable friend the Chancellor was designed to accommodate short delays such as this. Indeed, he told the House that at the end of that time that we were extending our support well beyond the end of the roadmap to accommodate even the most cautious view about the time it might take to exit the restrictions. Most of our economic support schemes do not end until September or after, providing crucial continuity and certainty for businesses and families. Something indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, that was welcomed by business leaders and sector leaders when it was announced, who praised the reassurance provided for the long term. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me remind the House of the scale of support we've announced for British households and businesses over the last 15 months. £352 billion. We've protected jobs with 11.5 million unique jobs supported by the furlough scheme, in place until the end of September. At the budget, we also extended the self-employed income support scheme, supporting nearly 3 million self-employed people and taking the total expected support offered through the scheme to nearly £3 billion. Businesses too have been supported with tax cuts, deferrals, loan schemes, cash grants worth over £100 billion. And our Restart grants, worth up to £18,000 from April, have helped Britain's businesses to get going at a cost of £5 billion. £2.1 billion of discretionary grant funding has been provided for councils to help their local businesses. Last financial year, we provided an unprecedented 100% business rates holiday for all eligible businesses in the retail, hospitality and leisure centres, a tax cut worth £10 billion. This financial year, over 90% of these businesses will receive a 75% cut in their business rates bill across the year to March 2022. And we've extended the 5% reduced rate of VAT for a further 6 months. And the loan guarantee scheme, including the bounce back loan scheme, has provided £70 billion of loans to 1.5 million companies. And we've provided targeted sectoral support too. At the budget, for instance, we provided an additional £700 million to support local and national arts, culture and sports institutions as they reopen. And that's on top of the £1.57 billion Cultural Recovery Fund, bringing our total support for sports and culture to over £2 billion, with around £600 million yet to be distributed. It is businesses that will create jobs and grow the economy, and we've stood behind them since day one of this crisis. Just as we've supported jobs and businesses, so we've supported livelihoods too. The temporary £20 uplift to universal credit will continue until the end of September. We increased the national living wage to £8.91 from April and extended it to those over 23. We have also increased the local housing allowance for housing benefit, meaning over 1.5 million households have benefited from an additional £600 a year on average, and provided a £670 million hardship fund to help more than 3 million people to keep up with their council bills. Madam Deputy Speaker, this comprehensive package has helped to protect millions of jobs, businesses and livelihoods. And our plan is working. GDP is outperforming expectations. Unemployment is forecast to be much lower than previously feared. Consumer confidence has returned to pre-crisis levels. Business insolvencies in 2020 were actually lower than in 2019. And signs in the labour market are encouraging, with 5.5 million fewer people on the furlough than in April 2020. In fact, figures released by HMRC just yesterday show that the number of people employed has risen by over 400,000 since November. Now, of course, COVID has impacted different sectors in very different ways, and some particularly acutely. but it should be welcome news to everyone in this House that the early signs are of a recovery in our labour market. This plan has come at a cost, albeit one that has reduced economic scarring that would have been inflicted otherwise by COVID. Last year, Madam Deputy Speaker, saw the highest peacetime levels of borrowing on record, £300 billion. We are forecast to borrow a further £234 billion this year and a further £107 billion next year. And at a higher level of debt, the public finances are more vulnerable to changes in inflation and interest rates. Indeed, a sustained increase in inflation and interest rates of just 1% would increase debt interest level spending by over £25 billion in 25-26. As a result, at the next spending review, we will keep the public finances on a sustainable medium-term path, maintaining the trajectory established at the budget so that we have the resilience we need to respond to any future challenges. Madam Deputy Speaker, a huge and comprehensive economic shock met with a huge and comprehensive response, and one that is working. I am pleased, however, to be able to make one further announcement today. Many businesses have accrued debts to landlords during the pandemic. Because of the threat this posed to jobs, we introduced protections to prevent the eviction of commercial tenants due to non-payment of rent. It is the government's firm position that landlords and their tenants should continue to resolve those debts through negotiations. And I welcome the various industry-led schemes already in place and being developed to provide resolutions through arbitration. But in recognition of the importance of jobs in the many affected businesses at the heart of local communities, we launched a call for evidence in April on further actions to take to resolve those debts. As a result of that call for evidence, the government now plans to introduce legislation to support the orderly resolution of these debts that have resulted from COVID-19 business closures. We will introduce legislation in this parliamentary session to establish a backstop so that, where commercial negotiations between tenants and landlords are not successful, tenants and landlords go into binding arbitration. Until that legislation is on the statute book, existing measures will remain in place, including extending the current moratorium to protect commercial tenants from eviction to 25th March 2022. 25th March 2022. To be clear, all tenants should start to pay rent again in accordance with the terms of their lease or as otherwise agreed with their landlord, as soon as restrictions are removed on their sector if they are not already doing so. We believe this strikes the right balance between protecting landlords and supporting those businesses that are most in need. Based on the successful Australian approach, it sets out a long-term solution to the resolution of COVID-19 rent, ensuring that many variable businesses can continue to operate and that debts accrued as a result of the pandemic are quickly resolved to mutual benefit. And I want to thank those on both sides of this issue for their constructive engagement. Madam Deputy Speaker, striking the right balance, just as we are doing with commercial rents, has been the key to our approach all along, and it will continue to shape our approach in the weeks ahead.
Thank you. Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 5 years ago, my friend and colleague Jo Cox was murdered. There's not a day that goes by when I do not think of her, and I know that on all sides of the House she is missed dearly. Madam Deputy Speaker, all the way through this pandemic, we have said that the economic and the health response must go together. That means keeping support in place for as long as the public health measures demand it. When the public health restrictions are extended, as they were by the Prime Minister on Monday, then the economic support should be extended too. Otherwise, we risk falling at the final hurdle. Having spent billions of pounds supporting the economy, it would be tragic to see thousands of businesses go to the wall just because the government withdrew support a few weeks too soon. We are not calling for forever support. What we are calling for is economic support that matches the timetable for opening up that the government itself has set. That's the right thing for business, it's the right thing for workers, and it's the right thing for our economy too. And let's be clear about why we are here today. The government's delay in putting India onto the red list has allowed a dangerous new variant to enter our country. This is why we have the highest COVID infection rate per person across the whole of Europe. All because the Prime Minister wanted his VIP trip to India. It was vain, it was short-sighted, and it has been devastating for public health. And as well as the health impact, our assessment using ONS data tells us that the delay in reopening will cost the UK economy £4.7 billion. That is money that's not being spent in British businesses at a crucial time in our recovery. That £4.7 billion would have been used by businesses to pay commercial rents, to pay people's wages, to invest, to take on new staff, and to pay taxes into the Treasury as well. Now, of course, I welcome what the Chief Secretary has to say today on commercial evictions. But the truth is, if the Chancellor believed that this economic package was enough, he would be here announcing it himself. Because whatever this is, it is not doing whatever it takes to support British businesses and our economy. So let me ask the Chief Secretary, given that the government has moved the goalposts, why haven't ministers delayed the employer contributions to furlough, due to start on the 1st of July? Employers are being asked to pay more when they can't even properly open for business. Now, the vast majority of the 1.8 million people still on furlough are in the very sectors most affected by the ongoing restrictions, in hospitality, in live events and in travel. On the 1st of July, loans to these businesses start having to be repaid. The self-employed and those excluded from financial support will be worried about their futures. Grants are ending, business rate bills are arriving and furlough is tapering off. All immediately after the government has announced an extension in restrictions. How on earth can the Treasury justify turning off support and sending businesses new tax bills when the government is saying that those businesses cannot even open? Now, on Monday, the Prime Minister told the country that we need to learn to live with the virus. So where is the much-needed plan that would enable us to do that? Where is the plan for greater ventilation in workplaces, including public buildings, including in our schools? Where is the plan to shift contact tracing to a local level where we know it works best, not in a centralised, Serco-led call centre? And where is the proper support for people needing to self-isolate? These are all essential measures to save lives and to save livelihoods as well, and avoid the stop-start that has characterised this government's response to the pandemic. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, given the WhatsApp messages revealed today from the Prime Minister about his own Health Secretary, and Madam Deputy Speaker, I will use more diplomatic language than the Prime Minister could manage, how can we have confidence in government ministers when the Prime Minister thinks that the person in charge of the pandemic response is hopeless? People, not just hopeless, people have given up so much over the last year. We have pulled together and shown the best of our country. People have done everything that was asked of them and much, much more. We should not be in this position today. Businesses and workers don't deserve to have the rug pulled from under their feet at the 11th hour. We want to see businesses make it through this pandemic and thrive again, because businesses are an important part of what makes our country so great, and they are essential for our economic recovery. We need them, and they need us today. That's why the economic support we have should match the health restrictions that are still in place. And that is what the government have failed to deliver today.
Well, firstly, Madam Deputy Speaker, may I echo the remembrance of both the Right Honourable Lady and colleagues across the House on Jo Cox, and also pay tribute to her for the work I know she has done, including with my friend Seema Kennedy through the Commission. On the various points that she raised, she said she's not calling for support for forever, but suggested that the government was withdrawing support. But if you go back to the package announced by my right honourable friend, it was designed deliberately to go long to September. That is why measures like the furlough were extended, to anticipate the fact that there were no guarantees on the COVID roadmap. And that was very much designed into the support. So there's no question of withdrawing support. It was in the very plan that he announced. On the point on the Delta, I think that was addressed, Madam Deputy Speaker, very comprehensively by the Prime Minister at PMQs, where he pointed out the timing. And one can look with hindsight now, but the issue was the timing of the Delta in terms of being a variant of concern. But I won't repeat the points my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, made. I think I'm very grateful to her for recognising the announcement on commercial rents. I hope that is something appreciated across the House, and I know that speaks to a very real concern that many members will have seen through their constituency emails and postbag, and provides some extended support. She questioned whether the government is doing whatever it takes. Well, again, I remind the House that to date the government has spent £352 billion. I think by any definition, Madam Deputy Speaker, a comprehensive package. But more to the point, that plan is working. And we see that in the plan for jobs. We see that in the fact that the unemployment projections have improved. We see that in the number of jobs since November. So the plan from my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, is working. He has done whatever it takes to protect our NHS and public services, a further £63 billion into the NHS in COVID support measures last year. And that plan is having clear benefits. She questioned in terms of the specific on the taper, in terms of the furlough, but labour market conditions have improved substantially since the turn of the year and continue to do so. And indeed, demand for staff has increased at the quickest rate for over 2 decades. So with unemployment falling in the last 4 releases, there's clear evidence that the labour market is beginning to recover. But we went long in the first place to anticipate any slippage in the COVID roadmap. She also queried in terms of business rates. And again, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's worth reminding the House just how comprehensive the support on business rates has been. With 100% business rates relief last year for many businesses. And indeed, those businesses now paying 75% over the course of this year. So again, a comprehensive package of support for businesses. So there is no question many businesses will feel a shoe strain as a result of the further extension. That is not a decision my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, took lightly. But the package of support announced by the Chancellor anticipated this scenario. It went long in order to provide the support, and it continues to do so in a way that the evidence and the data shows is working.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's statement today. He's right. The latest employment and job vacancy figures do demonstrate that the UK economy is now rebounding strongly. And I can't recall a time when so many businesses in my constituency were telling me that they are struggling to hire staff right across all sectors. So does my right honourable friend agree with me that we do need to take a sober and clear-sighted look at the furlough scheme, because it's the view of a great many employers out there that there's still far too many people being paid to do nothing. It's distorting the efficient functioning of the labour market, and as well as costing the country tens of billions of pounds.
Well, my right honourable friend draws attention to exactly why the attack from the bench opposite is misplaced, and why the taper is justified in terms of the furlough, because there is demand for labour from businesses. But he also knows it's part of a wider package of support, and he, as a former Secretary of State, has done a huge amount to champion the need to support people looking for work, That is what the doubling the work coaches is doing. We announced the further 3.6 billion of additional supporting for DWP in the spending review, and that alongside other specific measures such as the Restart scheme, in order to tackle those who have been unemployed for over a year, over 1 million people unemployed on universal credits who will have access to that scheme. So it's a combination of the furlough, which is providing much needed support but needs to taper, but a wider plan for jobs, including the Restart scheme, the Kickstart scheme, the tripling of traineeships, the increase in the apprenticeship to £3,000, a whole package alongside those doubling of work coaches.
We now go by video link to SNP spokesman Alison Thewlis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. My thoughts are also with the family and friends of Joe Cox. Over the past 15 months, companies in sectors such as tourism, travel, hospitality, events, the arts, the nighttime economy and weddings and their supply chains have been building up debts and haven't even gotten close yet to breaking even. It's shameful that there's not an extra penny of support being announced for them today. The debt incurred by businesses could take a decade to pay back and will be a drag on recovery. The Treasury Select Committee was told last week by the British Retail Consortium and UK Hospitality that their estimate of commercial debt arrears alone stands at over £5 billion. He's extended the moratorium today and spoken of legislation, but what is his plan to deal with this debt? He asked businesses to start paying back, but with what? Under the Treasury's furlough scheme, businesses must pay an additional 10% of their employees' wages on the 1st of July, rising to 20% in August before the scheme is due to end in September. When this happened last year, businesses couldn't cope with the costs and people lost their jobs. Kate Nichols of UK Hospitality has called this situation unsustainable, and the Federation of Small Businesses have called for urgent additional support. So will he delay the furlough increase, and will he now extend furlough and the self-employment income support scheme for as long as they are required? Will he act to support those like the Blue Dog employees in Glasgow, whose employers' behaviour has meant that they've not received the payments that they were entitled to? And will he finally put things right for the millions unjustifiably excluded from UK government support schemes, such as those in short-term PAYE contracts? Many have faced absolute financial ruin through no fault of their own, and it's high time they got support and an apology from the Minister. Will he make the VAT cut to 5% permanent to give a much-needed boost for hospitality, tourism and events into next year, and to extend it to the hair, beauty and personal services sector? Will he keep the UC uplift and make an increase to sick pay? Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK currently has the lowest stimulus package of any G7 country, despite suffering the worst economic slump. We now need to boost it like Biden with a major fiscal stimulus of at least £100 billion. Madam Deputy Speaker, there's so much more Scotland would do with the economic levers if we had access to them. So if he won't act, will he give Scotland the power to do so?
Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Scottish Government is still not using all the powers available to it on tax and welfare. So I always feel before they seek further powers, it will be useful for them to use fully the ones that they already have. I found it slightly odd, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Honourable Lady said that not a penny of support is being announced, because the whole point of the package that was announced is that there is extensive support going along to the end of September. The Honourable Lady seems to be ignoring that and suggesting that everything should start afresh from today. In terms of business rates, I picked that up earlier. I mean, this financial year, over 90% of businesses will receive a 75% cut in their business rates for the full year to March 2022. Of those who benefited from that 100% business rates holiday last year, those in the retail, hospitality and leisure centre. And let me just put that in context. That last year, that tax cut cost £10 billion. This year, it's additional £6 billion. So when the Honourable Lady says not a penny is being announced, there's a further £6 billion of tax cuts on business relief this year, in addition to last year. So that's why I think it is worth remembering that wider picture in terms of the £352 billion of support. She mentioned universal credit. We've been very clear from the start that was a temporary uplift. Am I right on the friend? The Chancellor set that out at the time. In terms of delaying furlough, as my right honourable friend mentioned earlier, there's very good reasons why it is not in people's interest to be on the furlough for very extended periods of time if their job has is not going to come back if that job has disappeared. And indeed, there are other businesses that then want to employ that labour. But the furlough has achieved its main purpose in retaining that link between labour and business and allowing those businesses to bounce back better as a result. So before asking for new powers, I think what the Scottish Government should be doing is focusing on the delivery of its response to COVID and recognising the fact that we have been able to respond in this way because we have the strength of one united kingdom. And it is through that wider resilience that we have been able to put together a package of the size that the Chancellor has.
Virginia Crosby.
Deputy Speaker, thanks to decisions made by this government, recent ONS data shows that UK unemployment is amongst the lowest in Europe at 4.7%, with almost 200,000 more people in work since April. My families on Anismore desperately need more jobs. A free port on Anglesey would create thousands of high-skilled job opportunities. Can the Minister please update the House on what discussions he's had with the Welsh Government about the creation of at least one new free port in Wales?
Thank you. Well, we want to ensure that the whole of the UK can benefit from free ports, and that's why we remain committed to establishing at least one free port in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland as soon as possible. As in England, a Welsh free port will be chosen according to a fair, open and transparent allocation process.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I say that my own thoughts and sympathies are also with the family of Joe Cox on what must be a very difficult day for them. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chief Secretary has just been patting the government on the back for what he calls going long. But does he appreciate that it doesn't feel that way? For all the businesses facing another month of restrictions, during which time many will have to find 10% of salaries for furloughed staff, face increased VAT in hospitality, retail and leisure, and think about repaying bounce-back loans without being able to trade again. So when exactly will this government abandon this piecemeal approach and reveal the long-term strategy for recovery, the extension of furlough and VAT holidays, on which so many businesses, communities and families in this country depend for their future?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, no one is saying next month that those businesses have to repay their bounce-back loans. We have already extended the furlough and we have provided a huge amount of support to the businesses concerned. I've addressed some of those in terms of the business relief, the VAT, the extension of the furlough scheme, the restart grants up to £18,000, the £2 billion discretionary grant funding to local authorities. It is a comprehensive package of support that has been offered. So it is simply not the case to suggest that these loans must be immediately paid back or that support has not been extended in line with the roadmap.
Simon Fell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Visiting businesses across Barrow and Furness last weekend, I had one clear message from both those who run those businesses and the staff. They're incredibly grateful for the support they've had from the government, especially the furlough scheme. But what they asked for was continuity and certainty that these schemes would continue through the delay in the roadmap. So with that in mind, could my right honourable friend confirm that the schemes will continue through this time, and also that if the High Street faces future shocks, that the Treasury will look sympathetically at what measures it can put in place to support businesses there?
Well, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, one thing my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has shown throughout the challenges of the pandemic is his nimbleness and his willingness to respond to changing circumstances. But at the same time, part of the design of the package of support was that if there was a delay to step forward, that would be accommodated through the continuation of measures such as the furlough, the self-employed income support scheme, the business grants, the business rates relief, and indeed the loans programme. So that was part of the design, but throughout the pandemic, it has very much been the Chancellor's ethos to respond to changing needs.
Cat Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, for as long as the health restrictions mean that businesses
must stay closed. It is right that the economic support package supports jobs in those workplaces, but that simply is not the case. With the extension of the restrictions, and from the 1st of July, of course, employers having to make a 10% further contribution to employees who are furloughed wages, that puts jobs and livelihoods at risk, including 3,700 jobs in my Lancaster and Fleetwood constituency. Surely the Minister can see how illogical this is, and will reassess the tapering on the furlough scheme.
Well, with respect to the Honourable Lady, I don't think the data on furlough, if you look at how the number on the furlough has come down, how the increase I mentioned in my opening remarks since November in the level of employment, some of the challenges that my right honourable friend a moment ago mentioned in terms of employers wanting to hire and finding on some occasions that the furlough is an impediment to labour moving. Actually, I don't think the data bears at the point that she is making. The furlough has been a very expensive but essential measure in terms of reducing economic scarring, but it is right that it tapers as we bounce back and more businesses open, and I think the data supports that.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Indeed, as has already been mentioned by the Chief Secretary, unemployment is down. It's 2 million people fewer than originally forecast last year in April, and the unemployment rate at the moment is about 4.7%. Doesn't this show that our plan for jobs is working? And would the Chief Secretary also set out how the plan for jobs will help people take advantage of the many vacancies that are there across many sectors?
Well, I agree with my honourable friend that the plan for jobs is working. We see that in the furlough data at the end of April, which is the last set of data we've got, 3.4 million on furlough, down from a peak of 8.7 million. That shows the effectiveness of that. Output grew by 2.3% in April, growth of 2.1% in March. So again, one can see the trajectory, the improvement that there is there. And indeed, GDP data so far through 21 has come out above the OBR forecast. So there is still much work to do. But I think my right honourable friend can take comfort in terms of the trajectory that shows that the plan is indeed working.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the weekend, I visited Tip Top Linen in Luton North, a fantastic part of the local hospitality supply chain, with its roots committed to the community and an ethical ethos to be proud of. But this government's abject failure means many of their clients now can't reopen for another 4 weeks at least. What does the Chief Secretary say to this and other brilliant but forgotten firms who have taken a hit yet again because of his government's failure to contain this dangerous new virus and variant, and a failure to recognise that the hospitality sector is not just hotels and restaurants?
Well, I don't accept, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you look at the vaccine programme that the UK has had, thanks to the huge efforts of our NHS, volunteers, and so many people in communities up and down the country. I just would not characterise programmes such as that as abject failure. I think actually it's the envy of many countries in terms of the deployment of vaccines, and that is key in terms of the Roma. In terms of tip-top linen, we have for businesses across the United Kingdom, as I have set out in a number of responses, given a comprehensive package of support, and that is absolutely key to important businesses like them being able to bounce back as the roadmap goes through to step 4.
I congratulate on her extremely well-deserved honour, Dame Andrea Leadsom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend will be aware that some people who've been furloughed during lockdown have taken on other jobs. There's a big hotel and golf complex, family-owned business in South Northamptonshire, who furloughed about 300 staff. And when it came to unlocking and they called back all those staff, around half of them resigned because they already had other jobs at supermarkets, in delivery companies and so on. What can my right honourable friend do, firstly, to protect the taxpayer from people who've effectively been earning double pay, but also to stop that from happening to the huge detriment of this family-run business?
Well, firstly, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I join you in offering my congratulations to my right honourable friend on very well-deserved recognition. She raises a very important and legitimate point. In terms of the design of the furlough scheme, it was designed to operate within the employment law framework, and so an employee is able to have a second job whilst on the furlough, providing this is allowed within the terms of their existing employment contract. But I appreciate the spirit of the point she is raising. That is not the original intention where someone has moved on to another job, but this was part of the balance, as we debated in this House many times at the time, between the speed of deployment of schemes but also how one designs in various features to them. So it is what is allowed within an employment contract that shapes what employees can do whilst on furlough.
We now go by video link to Ben Lake.
Diolch, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, in addition to addressing the public health emergency of COVID-19, there's a pressing need for governments across the world to act decisively to combat climate change. The Climate Change Committee has today criticised the government's lack of action on climate-proofing our economy and society. And so will the Treasury adopt the same urgency in tackling this crisis as it has done with the COVID-19 pandemic, by allocating the funding necessary to address the recommendations of today's report and to accelerate our net zero transition?
Well, Madam Speaker, in terms of future spending commitments on net zero, those will be matters for the spending review. But he will well know the Prime Minister's commitment to this agenda, the 10-point plan that he has set out, the leadership that the UK is providing through COP26, and that this is a key priority of the Prime Minister and the government as a whole. So it is an area where there is, I think, a lot of agreement across the House in terms of the urgency of addressing climate change, but spending decisions on it will be for the spending review.
Thank you. We go now by video link to Andrew Selous.
Can I thank the Chief Secretary for the £352 billion for jobs and businesses, and also ask him to look urgently at those sectors like aviation, travel agents, and the events industry that cannot presently trade out of the pandemic. A-Spa Events in Studham has had very little income and no help since the March 2020 £10,000 grant, for example.
Well, as my right honourable friend know, Treasury Ministers and colleagues across the government are always keen to engage with him on the specific sectoral issues. The wider package of support has been designed in order to work across sectors, but he will know that in addition to that, whether it was the remarks I made earlier in terms of the specific support to the culture and sports sector, things like the 1.57 billion announced, the further cultural support of 300 million in addition to that, the aviation support, over 11 billion pounds of support to the sector. So there are targeted measures of support for specific sectors, but it fits within the wider package of support through things such as the COVID corporate financing facility, grants on research and development, or indeed the furlough package of support as well.
We now go by video link to Drew Hendry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. People in business, especially in the hospitality sector, still need urgent and ongoing help to navigate the continuing COVID emergency. The UK Treasury alone can help in 3 ways. It can continue the VAT cut for the sector, or even better, remove it. It can continue furlough at its current rate. And since less than a fifth of the promised £350 billion for COVID loans has been used, they could now convert a chunk of this to grant funding. Will the Treasury do all or any of these 3 things?
Well, again, the whole design of the support package that was announced by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, was to anticipate any potential slippage in the COVID roadmap and designed as such. I mean, he mentioned, for example, specifically VAT, which isn't one of the issues that's been raised so far. And the package of support totals £7 billion so far in terms of reducing VAT with the extension of the 5% to the 30th of September. And then there is a further transitional period for 6 months at 12.5%. So again, this narrative that VAT reductions are coming to an end, and that is out of step with the COVID roadmap, is not the case. The VAT reduction is already extended to the 30th of September, and indeed there is then a transitional period where it is at that lower level of 12.5%, anticipating the situation that we now face.
Christian Wakeford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The business rates holiday last year delivered a tax cut worth £10 billion for businesses in the retail, hospitality and leisure sectors. Businesses like the Goats Gate, which was the winner of my best pub competition in Whitefield in my constituency. But can my right honourable friend confirm that 90% of the businesses who benefited last year will also receive a 75% cut in their business rates bill for the full year to March 2020, thus continuing to support these vital businesses in Prestwich, Whitefield and Radcliffe?
Chief Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right that businesses will continue to benefit from support, and it's about getting that balance right between the support for businesses and indeed the cost to the exchequer. So the 100% support last year for those businesses, but this year it equates to a 75% reduction in their business rates bill across the financial year.
Now we go by video link to Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Both IPSI and the CBI have this week called for urgent sector-specific support packages. The Chamber of Commerce and the TUC have urged extension of the full furlough scheme, and Excluded UK have reiterated calls to support the millions who have been left without support for over 15 months. So will the Chief Secretary heed these calls, commit today to urgently outlining updated sector-specific support for industries subject to continuing restrictions, extend the full furlough scheme for as long as needed, and finally ensure a comprehensive and backdated package of income support for the excluded?
Chief Secretary.
Well, I think the point, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've already covered, which is that the furlough is extended. It has already been extended to the end of September. There are, as I referred to only in my answer a moment ago, there are specific sectoral support packages in addition to that. But at the same time, we do need to get the balance right between the very considerable cost to the exchequer, borrowing £300 billion last year, significant borrowing further this year and next. So we need to get that balance right between that level of borrowing and the wider package of support offered.
I appreciate that these are complex issues and the Chief Secretary is being most assiduous in giving full answers, but I wonder if we could just go a little bit faster now because we have a lot of business to get through during the whole day. That means that people have to ask questions, not make statements. Scott Benton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Nobody in this House, or indeed in Blackpool South, wanted to see a pause in our roadmap of easing restrictions. But does my right honourable friend agree that this short delay is necessary so that we can proceed irreversibly out of lockdown, build back better from COVID, and finally begin to get our public finances back in order?
Chief Secretary.
Yes, I agree with my honourable friend, and I think the key is that it will allow time for more second vaccinations, which is key in terms of the step forward decision on the roadmap.
Catherine West.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents will be very disappointed to see that the Chancellor didn't bother to come in such a week as this, didn't bother to come to this chamber to answer my question, which regards freelancers, particularly in the creative sector, but not uniquely, those who have been excluded from any package. So therefore, to pay for not having come today, will the Minister have a meeting with me urgently and other members who are worried about those who have been excluded from all the packages of support and have it by the end of this week?
Chief Secretary.
But it's slightly odd, Madam Deputy, to criticise me for when I'm literally in the chamber answering the honourable lady's question. The point is that there has been a comprehensive package of support for those on self-employed income support through that scheme. That indeed has been further extended. Many of those that were most concerned to colleagues across both sides of the House in the earlier debates that we have come into scope of those schemes as we have gone through extensions. And I understand my colleague, the Financial Secretary, has indeed met with groups to hear the representations on these issues.
We now go by video link to Nigel Mills.
Thank you. Can I welcome the measures announced today to help business tenants resolve any arrears disputes with their landlords? Does the Chief Secretary think a similar scheme needed for residential tenants where they've come into arrears with their landlord? Could he find some money to help contribute towards clearing those arrears so tenants can have a fresh start once the pandemic's over?
Well, I think in terms of today's announcement, it's very clearly pertaining to commercial rents. Of course, colleagues always continue to listen to members across the House on other issues as they arise, and very happy to have further discussions with my honourable friend.
I can hear that. Joy Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I thank my right honourable friend for the assistance and tax cuts that he has given to businesses. And unlike my members opposite, I will not demand additional spending and borrowing, but ask if my right honourable friend agrees with me that we must come to grips with our level of borrowing and spending, and that we must have sound financial management moving forward out of this pandemic. And can my right honourable friend confirm that the government has firm plans to do so?
Well, I very strongly welcome the question from my honourable friend. I think she is absolutely right to focus on that. That is why the budget, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, announced key measures such as maintaining the level of personal tax thresholds until 2025-2026, and indeed the decision on increasing the main rate of corporation tax. But it is important that we take measures to protect the public finances and get them back onto a sustainable path in the medium term, and she's absolutely right to highlight that important issue.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In December, the UK Government provided a quarantine exemption to people flying business class as if somehow the richest were immune to COVID. And despite the bluster, we know that India wasn't added to the red list quick enough. So does agree in terms of learning lessons, financial analysis needs to be taken on the cost of protecting the borders with full quarantine and supporting travel and tourism industry versus the damaging financial impact of longer imposed restrictions.
Sure. Where there's a balance between protecting the unlocking of the wider UK economy versus a tougher approach at the border, of course, the bigger prize economically is the UK's ability to unlock our economy. But as the Prime Minister set out at PMQs, we shouldn't judge this with the benefit of hindsight when information and variants of concern which weren't known at the time do then subsequently come to light, not least because of the UK's capacity to undertake 47% of the genome testing globally that is currently done. And again, it's a further illustration of that UK-wide capacity that allows us to be more effective in our response.
Andrew Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the budget in March, the Chancellor made clear he was taking a long-term approach to the support schemes and doing so for two specific reasons. To accommodate any short pauses in the roadmap, but also to provide certainty in planning for businesses and families. So does my right honourable friend agree that because the support schemes, most of them anyway, do not end until September, that principle of continuity and certainty is being delivered, and will it continue to be a part of all planning?
Chief Secretary.
Very much. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that question, and he's absolutely right. That was exactly the design from the Chancellor in terms of that continuity and certainty, and indeed that was a particular thing that was recognised and welcomed by many business leaders at the time.
We now go by video link to Steve McCabe.
Thank you. Nightclubs and live music venues across Birmingham have been busy preparing and selling tickets for events in anticipation of the now delayed reopening. That's a further cost they can ill afford. Is there any further support the Minister is prepared to give them?
Secretary.
Well, Madam, I have set out the comprehensive package of support that applies to businesses in terms of restart grants and so forth. And of course, I would draw the honourable gentleman's attention to the support through local authorities, including the discretionary grants that are available as well.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I continue to meet with businesses here in Bosworth, most recently the Hinckley bid, and they told me they were very grateful for all the support the government has offered during this time, but they're looking to grow for the future as they come out of the post-pandemic economy, and one of the biggest concerns they have is business rates. I know the Chancellor's committed to review into business rates. Is the Treasury heeding that call, and is the Chancellor committed to bring that forward, and is there a timeline to do such?
Well, as he touched on his question, the Government has committed to conclude the business rates review by autumn 2021. The review is considering the issues he mentions, including the fundamental changes to the administration of the business rate system and indeed the impact that has on businesses.
We now go by video link to Afzal Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's wonderful to see cafes, restaurants, pubs and bars in my constituency reopening their doors. Local spots like Levenzoom Bakery, Mediterranean Cafe and Cafe Cranks in Wally Range and the Salem restaurant in both Longside and Risham are well worth a visit if the Minister would like to join me sometime. Now, despite doors being open again, the hospitality sector is now facing a mountain of debt, forcing businesses to pay this back while many are still struggling to turn a profit is unfair and could well harm the recovery. So does the Minister agree that a flexible repayment scheme tied to profits is now necessary?
Well, firstly, I'm very grateful to him for the kind invitation, and I hope one day to be able to join him in what I am sure are fantastic local businesses that he is quite right to draw the House's attention to. The key is the support that those businesses have had in order that they are able to bounce back and to be open now. In terms of the issue in terms of debt carried by business, part of the design in terms of schemes like the bounce back from the Chancellor has been to allow additional time for those loans to be repaid in order that it does not become an undue burden on those businesses.
Simon Jupp.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. East Devon is back open for business, but step into any pub, cafe, hotel or restaurant and it's clear they're struggling with the impact of social distancing. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that social distancing in hospitality must go next month to give these businesses a fighting chance of survival?
Chief Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend is right to highlight the importance of the review on social distancing that the government has been committed to undertaking, and that will obviously shape the approach. So we have said that we will have a review. We are very committed to that, and the future in terms of beyond step 4 will therefore need to be taken in the round, shaped by the data in that review.
And now we go by video link to Martin Day.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last year, when faced with the second wave of COVID-19, the Scottish Government called for extension of furlough as Scotland went into a further lockdown. However, the Tories only extended the scheme when it was clear the south of England needed to be placed under tighter restrictions. So does the Minister agree that if Scotland is to be treated as an equal partner in the United Kingdom, then furlough must be available if and when we need it?
Chief Secretary.
Well, the furlough is available. It extends to the end of September, but he seems to be suggesting that it is almost indefinitely there, as opposed to an exceptional measure in response to the exceptional circumstances of the pandemic. And given the wider fiscal cost, not least the £352 billion spent to date, I don't think that would be fiscally responsible.
Richard Fuller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I commend my right honourable friend for the Treasury response to the immediate challenge of COVID, but also for having an eye on that longer-term challenge of inflation. And can I ask my honourable friend for his reflections? We're in the 13th year now of competitive quantitative easing by the Fed, by the Bank of Japan, by the European Central Bank and by the Bank of England, how he sees that having an effect on his near-term economic plans.
Chief Secretary.
Well, of course, decisions in terms of quantitative easing are for the Bank of England, which is independent. I think last time I looked, the initial response to the global financial crisis had been about 75 billion, and there's been about 12-fold increase in QE since then. So I understand the underlying point that he is raising. But ultimately, I think what my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has been very focused on is the plan for jobs supporting that economic recovery. You see in the output data that grew, as I referred earlier, by 2.3% in April. GDP data has come out above the OBR forecast. But as he well knows, and he takes a deep interest in this, the picture remains challenging. And there were 1.9%, so 500,000 fewer employees in May than there were in February 2020. And 3.4 million people are still on the furlough. So it is a challenging picture, but I think the plan for jobs is working and the data suggests that.
Toby Parkin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The impact on Britain's pubs of these restrictions has been very tough indeed, but it's been even worse for nightclubs that have been unable to open at all. It seems entirely wrong to me that a nightclub that's unable to open is from the 1st of July going to be paying 33% business rate bill and seeing an increase in their furlough contributions, given that the government has been forced by their failure to lengthen the amount of time those nightclubs are closed. Will the Chief Secretary get to his feet and confirm that he will consider whether those nightclubs could no longer be expected to pay that 33% on their business rates?
Chief Secretary.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman does raise a perfectly legitimate point in terms of how acutely that sector in particular has been affected, and I think everyone in government recognises that. At the same time, I don't think it's fair to say that there aren't any measures that the government has announced that reflect those challenges. Indeed, in my statement, he will have heard in terms of commercial rent, the specific announcement today that would apply for that sector. And of course, other things such as the furlough going long, the restart grant, there are a number of things within the comprehensive package that obviously are of benefit to nightclubs.
And finally, Gareth Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This morning's ONS inflation report highlights the risk that we face to rising rates given the amount of debt that we've incurred during the pandemic. Does my right honourable friend agree that it is important that we focus on sustainable public finances, and one of the ways in which we can help is by mobilising more private capital investment?
Well, I absolutely agree, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think that's a very good note on which to end in terms of the importance of securing private investment. He will know that CPI inflation rose to 2.1% in May, and that the MPCMA judged the inflation expectations remain well anchored. But with debt nearly 100% of GDP, we do need to pay close attention to this. And again, just to finish, perhaps, Madam Deputy Speaker, on a more sobering note, a sustained 1 percentage point increase in inflation would increase debt interest spending by 6.9 billion in 25-26. So I think he raises, as my right honourable friend, the Honourable Lady, raises an important point, and it is one the House needs to keep under review.
Thank you. I thank the Chief Secretary and everyone who took part in this statement for getting it through in 58.5 minutes. That always keeps the occupant of the chair happy. And before I announce the result of the deferred division, I would like to just take a second to add my thanks to Sir Roy Strong for his extraordinarily long and patient service to this House. Did it not sound right? I said Sir Roy Stone. For his extraordinarily long and patient service to this House. I can't imagine this place without him, and I know that we all wish him well. We come to the result of today's deferred division on the Draft Climate Change Act 2008 Credit Limit Order 2021. The ayes were 363, the noes were 263, so the noes have it. Order. We now come to the exciting annual event of the presentation of bills which have arisen as a result of the private members' bills ballot. We have 20 such bills, and contrary to the normal procedure where members queue up behind the chair, I hope that all 20 members are either now in their places or ready to participate virtually? Presentation of bill. No, first of all, do you want to say the bill?
I think you say his name first, Mike.
You'd like me to say the name first? Ha. Presentation of bill. Mark Jenkinson.
Education, Careers Guidance in Schools Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday 10th of September.
Friday the 10th of September. Presentation of bill. Barry Gardner.
Employment and Trade Union Rights Dismissal and Re-engagement Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday 22nd of October, Madam.
Friday the 22nd of October. Presentation of bill. Carolyn Harris.
Menopause Support and Services Bill.
Second reading what day?
October 29th, Madam Deputy Speaker.
October the 29th. Presentation of bill. Dr. Liam Fox.
Down Syndrome Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 26th of November.
Friday the 26th of November. Presentation of bill. Sajid Javid.
Marriage and Civil Partnership Minimum Age Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday 19th of November.
Friday the 19th of November. Presentation of bill. Kevin Brennan.
Copyright, Rights and Remuneration of Musicians, etc. Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, the 3rd of December, please, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Friday the 3rd of December. Presentation of bill. Jeff Smith.
Medical Cannabis Access Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 10th of December, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Friday the 10th of December. Column Eastwood. Do we have a video link to Column Eastwood?
Climate Change Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 10th of December, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Friday the 10th of December. Presentation of bill. Peter Gibson.
Taxis and Private Hire Vehicles Safeguarding and Road Safety Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 10th of September.
Friday the 10th of September. Presentation of bill. Dr. Ben Spencer.
Planning Enforcement Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday 19th November.
I didn't hear the honourable gentleman.
Friday 19th of November.
Friday the 19th of November. I hope we have a video link to Mel Stride. Presentation of bill. Mel Stride.
Cultural Objects Protection from Seizure Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday 10th of September, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Friday the 10th of September. Presentation of bill. Margaret Ferrier.
Pension Schemes Conversion of Guaranteed Minimum Pensions Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 26th of November, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Friday the 26th of November. Presentation of bill. Matt Rodder.
Childcare Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 29th of October, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Friday the 29th of October. We have a video link, I hope, to James Stevenson. Presentation of bill. James Stevenson.
Glue Traps Offences Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 19th of November.
Friday the 19th of November. Presentation of bill. Chris Bryant.
Acquired Brain Injury Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 3rd of December, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Friday the 3rd of December. Presentation of bill. Sir Paul Beresford.
Local Government Disqualification Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 22nd of October.
Friday 22nd of October. Presentation of bill. Jeremy Wright.
Taxis and Private Hire Vehicles Disabled Persons Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 14th of January, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Friday the 14th of January 2022. Presentation of bill. Richard Fuller.
Hair coursing bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, the 21st of January 2022, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Friday, the 21st of January 2022. Presentation of Bill. Andrew Rosendale.
Animals Penalty Notices Bill.
Second reading.
29th of October, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Friday, the 29th of October. And finally, we have a video link to Rosie Cooper. Rosie Cooper, presentation of Bill.
British Sign Language Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, the 28th January 2022, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Friday, the 28th of January 2022. Thank you. That concludes the presentation of all 20 private members' bills, and I wish them well. I will now suspend the House for 3 minutes in order that arrangements can be made for the next item of business. Order! Order. We now come to the motion relating to business of the House today. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, may that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The business of the House motion just agreed to by the House provides for motions number 2 and number 3 on today's order paper to be debated together. The question on each motion will be put separately at the end of the debate. I call Secretary Matt Hancock to move motion number 2, with which the House will debate motion number 3. Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the motions, and I bring to the House these regulations to change the date of implementation of Step 4 of the government's roadmap. On December the 8th last year, we fired the starting gun on the race between the vaccine and the virus and started delivering a programme that has allowed us to restore so many of the precious freedoms that we cherish. In the space of just 6 months, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've now given first doses of coronavirus vaccines to almost 4 in 5 adults in the UK. And we've given second doses to over 30 million people. We've made such rapid progress through the cohorts that today we're able to extend the offer of a vaccine to anyone aged 21 and over. And thanks to the protection of the vaccination programme, huge advances in treatments like dexamethasone, which was discovered a year ago today, the resolve of the British people in following the rules that this House has laid down, we've been able to take the first 3 steps on our roadmap, removing restrictions and restoring colour to the nation. But we've always said that we'd take each step at a time and look at the data and our 4 tests before deciding whether to proceed. Madam Deputy Speaker, the regulations before the House today put into effect our decision to pause Step 4 on our roadmap until July the 19th. Before outlining the regulations that will put this into effect, I'd like to set out why we made this difficult but essential decision. Unfortunately, there has been a significant change since we started on our journey down the roadmap in February. A new variant has given the virus extra legs, both because it spreads more easily and because there's some evidence that the risk of hospitalisation is higher than for the Alpha variant, which was, of course, previously dominant in this country. The Delta variant now accounts for 96% of new cases. The number of cases is rising, and hospitalisations are starting to rise too. They're up 48% over the past week. The number of deaths in England is thankfully not rising and remains very low. But as I told the House on Monday, we don't yet know the extent to which the link between hospitalisation and deaths has been broken. So, we propose to give the NHS a few more crucial weeks to get those remaining jabs into the arms of those who need them. Although we're taking these steps outlined in the regulations today, that I know this is disappointing for many people, we know that science has given us a solution. We must use this time to protect as many people as we can, as quickly as we can. Because even though this vaccination programme has been going at a blistering pace, there are still people who we must protect. With pleasure.
Very grateful. Can I just ask them a question about what we expect to get achieved in the 4 weeks? I think I'm right in saying that there are 1.3 million people in priority groups 1 to 9 who have yet to have a second dose of the vaccination. Now, the good point is that means we've vaccinated 96% of people in those groups. But I just wonder, after 4 weeks, I doubt we're going to get to 100%. There's still going to be a significant number of people in those groups not vaccinated with 2 doses. And at that point, there's still going to be some risk. And my worry, and the worry of others, is that we're going to get to this point in 4 weeks' time, and we're just going to be back here all over again extending the restrictions. And that's what we're concerned about.
No, on the contrary. That is our view of how far through the vaccination programme we need to get to. We are not aiming to eradicate this virus in this country because that is not possible. And indeed, in the parts of the country where it's been tried, it's been found to be not possible. We are aiming to live with this virus like we do with flu. And in fact, as of midnight last night, I can give my right honourable friend an update, there are now 1.2 million people who are over 50 and 4.4 million over 40s who've had that first jab but not the second, and we seek to get a second jab into a majority of these, not all, but the majority of them, by the 19th of July. And by, if I just finish this point and then I'll come on to, and by taking that pause in the step, the estimate is that we can save thousands of lives. But the estimate, I can tell my right honourable friend, is also that taking further time, the pause for longer, is not estimated to save many more lives, because the level of protection, especially amongst the over 50s, who are, of course, as we all know, those who are most likely to die from this disease. I'll take the honourable gentleman on the other side, and then my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful. The Secretary of State knows that I broadly agree with what he's doing today, but he referred just now to us having to live with the virus as we do with flu. With flu, we do not require people to self-isolate. We don't ask them to test and trace. My understanding is that the government is intending to keep test and trace on a mandatory statutory basis all the way through the rest of this year and possibly until the end of March, or am I wrong?
Well, with flu, of course, if you have symptomatic flu and are ill, then people do tend to stay at home. Of course, we haven't done that on a mandatory basis before, but it is advisable that if you have symptoms of flu, then you should stay at home. We are, in fact, for contacts, we're already piloting, as he probably knows, we're piloting that for vaccinated people, instead of having to isolate as a contact, you go into a testing regime. And that's the approach that I'm very attracted to for the future, especially as more and more people get vaccinated, because we know that the risks once you've been vaccinated is so much lower. So we're accelerating the second doses and also reducing the time from first to second jab for all those aged 40 and above from 12 weeks to 8 weeks. And in fact, since I came to this House on Monday, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've rearranged my jab to be 8 weeks after the first rather than 12 weeks after my first. And with that, I'll give way.
Thank you very much. Me too, tomorrow morning, Madam Deputy Speaker, in line with my right honourable friend's advice. And just further to the point of order, to the intervention from my right honourable friend from the Forest of Dean then, it's very clear that the regulations will be passed by the House today. In point 2.3, it talks about substituting the 30th of June for the 18th of July. The Prime Minister talked about the 19th being a terminus. Well, I mean, the definition of terminus is the end point, the end of the line. Would the Secretary of State categorise it in exactly those terms? Because I think our constituents want to know, what does the 19th of July mean that the 21st of June did not?
Yes, I would characterise it that way. And what I'd say is that our goal ahead of the 19th of July is to take step 4, and on the basis of the evidence so far, I am confident that we will not need more than the 4 weeks to get this job done and to take step 4. I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm extremely grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. I wonder if he can give us a little more information about the rise in hospitalisations that he mentioned. Of those who are being hospitalised, how many are in the younger age group who were not yet eligible for the vaccine, and how many were above that age? In other words, those who were able to get the vaccine but chose not to get it. Yes.
And my right honourable friend makes a really important point, and the answer is that the majority are in the younger age group who have not yet had the chance to be vaccinated. Just under 1/5 of those entering, going into hospital in the last week have had both jabs. About 1/5 have had one jab. The majority haven't had any. The majority are under the age of 50 and have not yet had the opportunity to have both jabs. But I think that there is a material difference in the between the state's responsibility to offer the vaccine to all adults and the duty that we have when somebody has not been offered the vaccine is greater than the duty we have when we have offered a vaccine but somebody has chosen not to take it up. And there is a material difference between those two situations that I think my right honourable friend was getting at. I'll give way to my right honourable friend and then here and back.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, and can I just take what our honourable friend said one step further? If I choose not to have, say, a yellow fever jab when I'm going to a place that suffers yellow fever, the government of the United Kingdom takes no interest whatsoever in my illness status. So when my right honourable friend says that he has less of a duty, surely what he means is he has no duty at all. It is for people to take up the vaccine.
Secretary of State.
Up to a point, and the point is that should you take that as an absolute principle, then there is a challenge should there be an overwhelming demand on the NHS that would impact on others. And of course, with a communicable disease, there is an impact on others in terms of spreading the disease. So we do have to have an eye to that. That's why I phrased it as I did. But in terms of the argument that my right honourable friend's putting, I think she and I concur in the broad thrust of the case being made. I'll give way here.
My point's a slight niche point. The reason that we developed all the vaccines was because thousands of Brits volunteered to trial them. There are now a number who trialled vaccines that aren't yet approved, like the Valneva vaccine, who therefore, as far as the NHS app and some other things, they can't use. Should they go for 2 shots from another vaccine, or is the Health Department going to take this into account?
Being certified as having had a vaccine includes being on a vaccine clinical trial. And the Deputy Chief Medical Officer, Professor Jonathan Van Tam, has written to participants in vaccine clinical trials who are doing, as my right honourable friend says, a great service to their country, indeed to the world, by offering themselves to have an unlicensed vaccine in order to check that it works. I'm very grateful to all of them. We will not put them in a more difficult position because of that. We will make sure that when it comes to proving that you have been certified as vaccinated, being on a clinical trial counts as certified and continues to count as certified during a grace period after you're unblinded, so that if you are in the placebo arm, you can get both jabs and you will not be disadvantaged for being on the clinical trial. It's a very important point. I'm very glad my right honourable friend raises it. And if anybody on any side of the House gets this question from a constituent, please point them to the letter, comprehensive letter by Professor Jonathan Van Tam that explains and reassures. Finally, and then I'll make some progress, I'll give way to...
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. Can I commend him for the efforts he's put into keeping colleagues informed and responding to their questions along the way? It's been extremely good. Now, can I press him on this 2-week break point that he's referred to and the Prime Minister has referred to? Can I ask him what underpins that? Is it simply a desire to get through a certain number of vaccinations, a figure that he presumably already knows, or is it uncertainty over the data as it currently exists? Because if it is, and given that this should be led by the data, then there is every likelihood that in the next few days we will get some indication as to whether the increase in the Delta virus incidence being translated into ITU admissions and deaths. Can you give me any comfort for me and others considering how to vote this evening around that 2-week point? Because if we have the sense that there may indeed be a genuine break at that point, if those cases do not translate into deaths or ICU admissions, then we will be a little more comfortable.
As so often, my right honourable friend, who is one of the most astute medical practitioners in this House, crikey, I could get myself into trouble there, because all the medical practitioners in this House are astute, but he's also a public health expert. Anyway, I'll start again. My right honourable friend's point was a really good one, and I think that, and very astute, and he's exactly right about our approach. The 2-week review is a data review. Now, up to around 10 days to a week before the decision-making cut-off for the 21st of June proposal to step 4, it looked like hospitalisations were staying flat despite rising case rates. We didn't know if that was because of a lag or because there was now going to be no cases turning into hospitalisations. That remains the case now for the link to the number of people dying, because the number of people dying each day in England is actually slightly falling at the moment, thank goodness, and there has not been a rise in the number of deaths following the rise in the case rates, which started about 3 weeks ago. Within a couple of weeks, we will know whether that continues to be flat or whether it rises a little. It has risen a little in Scotland. I just put that warning in there. But that is precisely the sort of data we'll be looking at the 2-week point. In terms of vaccinations, we have been absolutely clear that the goal on which we hang the decision ahead of the 19th of July is one on delivering the vaccines, and we have a very high degree of confidence that we can deliver the vaccines that we think are needed in order then to be able to take step 4 on the 19th of July. I hope that's a clear and comprehensive question once more I untangled myself from my initial response to his question, and I'll give way on the front bench.
I'm extremely grateful to him. Isn't the problem, though, with this two-week checkpoint that it creates another moment of hope for people who still feel even these restrictions very acutely? And isn't there the problem that if you create hope and then shift the goalposts again, people continue to deepen their despair? What will you say to them?
Because I think people understand that we are putting forward the moments by which we can make assessments, and then we'll make assessments according to the data. We've done that throughout, and I think people get that. I think people understood that ahead of the 21st of June, and I think people are smart enough to understand that distinction. Mr. Deputy Speaker, after this 4-week pause, we will be in a stronger position because of this vaccination rollout we've been discussing to keep hospitalisations down, and so to live with this disease and take that final step on the roadmap. The regulations, turning to the regulations themselves, they would put this pause into effect by amending the expiry date of the regulations so they expire at midnight on the evening of the 18th of July. To reflect this change, we also need to align the dates on several other COVID regulations which are essential for keeping us safe. These include the regulations for face coverings on public transport, for the regulations that give powers to manage local outbreaks by cancelling events and closing individual premises, and the regulations that give local authorities powers to enforce COVID-secure measures for businesses. And these will all be extended until midnight on the 18th of July. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we don't want to extend these regulations a day longer than we have to. And we've always said that we'd ease restrictions as soon as we were able safely to do. And even though we've put forward these regulations to pause step 4, we're also putting forward regulations to ease restrictions in some areas too. These regulations will allow us to remove the 30-person gathering limit for weddings, receptions and commemorative events, subject of course to social distancing measures, and they'll allow us to run another phase of our pilots for large events at higher capacities, including some, like Wimbledon, at full capacity, the Wimbledon finals. Even though we haven't been able to take the full step 4, as we wanted, the regulations would allow us to make some cautious changes that will bring some joy to many people and move us slightly further down the road to recovery. I will.
I thank the Honourable Friend for giving way. And on important life events, while it is to be welcomed some of the slight relaxing on things like weddings, there are certain other key life events that have not been included. And I'm looking at the likes of bar mitzvahs and baptisms, which means so much to so many. Will my Honourable Friend look at that restrictions again, or even look at the 2-week cut-off point, 2-week in the future point, to see can those life events like baptisms be subject to reducing regulations?
Well, I am happy to look at other life events, not for these regulations, which are before the House today, and they are they're not open to amendment. But I am happy to discuss with my honourable friend and look at other life events. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I can turn to 2 other points before closing. First, the motion tabled by my right honourable friend, the Leader of the House. This House has been determined to ensure that even in the worst clutches of the pandemic, we've found a way to ensure democracy can function and this House perform its vital functions. Like everyone here, I miss the bustle and the clamour of the chamber when it's full, and I can't wait for the moment when we can all cram once more into our cockpit of democracy. And just as we've extended other regulations, we propose extending the hybrid arrangements for this House until the House rises for summer recess on the 22nd of July. And this will allow for, yes, in a moment, for proxy voting to continue, along with virtual participation. But crucially, they fall this summer recess. So when we return in September, we're confident that we can return in full, cheek by jowl, once more. And I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, or indeed my own friend, but I can't wait.
Mr. Speaker, I want to help my honourable friend. He can't wait, so why wait? Why not make this House a pilot to see what happens? We've got the testing facilities. Let's make it a pilot. Say that now, Secretary of State.
Well, I would dearly love that, and I will go and talk to my right honourable friend, the Leader of the House, who I understand is an enthusiast also, well, I know that very well. I would love it if we could make that so. Let us see. I finally also want to tell the House about the results of our consultation on vaccination as a condition of deployment in care homes. After careful consultation, we've decided to take this proposal forward to protect residents. Now, the vast majority of staff in care homes are already vaccinated, but not all. And we know that the vaccine not only protects you, but protects those around you. And therefore, we will be taking forward the measures to ensure the mandation as a condition of deployment for staff in care homes, and we will consult on the same approach in the NHS in order to save lives and protect patients from disease. I'll give way.
For giving way. Will you then explain to the House whether or not visitors to care homes or hospitals will also require proof of vaccination? Will delivery drivers, will people who provide other services to those care homes and hospitals require the same? And is he not now walking down the road of requiring mandatory vaccination for almost everyone?
No, I do not agree with mandatory vaccination of the public, but for those who have a duty to care in an environment that includes some of the most vulnerable people in the country, I think that this is a sensible and reasonable step in order to save lives. Yes, I'll give way here. And then...
On that point, he'll also be aware that those care staff that provide domiciliary care in people's homes, and they obviously provide care to many people potentially, going to many homes during the day, also are caring and present a similar challenge. Now, my own personal view is I think it would be preferable in the first instance if we could get those vaccination rates up by education and persuasion. I am prepared, if that isn't possible, following the precedent that we have in the NHS for those who perform operations and have to be vaccinated against hepatitis, to agree to this matter. But there is a real issue with the millions of people that provide domiciliary care. They're employed directly often, and how is that going to work and provide the level of protection required?
Yes, we do propose to consult on this point alongside the consultation on the mandatory vaccination as a condition of deployment in the NHS. As he rightly says, it is a complicated operational matter. The principle of vaccination for those in a caring responsibility is already embedded, as he says, and indeed there is a history going back more than a century of vaccination being required in certain circumstances, and I think these are reasonable circumstances. So we will go ahead for those who work in care homes, and we will consult for those in domiciliary care and on the NHS, but I have no proposals for and wouldn't expect that we would then go any wider, and I'll give way.
Well, I can understand why we would want to specially protect people in those circumstances, of course. But can he explain why it isn't possible to maintain their right to choose not to be vaccinated by instead requiring, say, daily lateral flow tests for workers in those industries?
We do, of course, already have significant testing, but it's a matter of risk, and we know that the vaccine reduces that risk very significantly. I'll give way.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State. I won't be joining in the lobbies later on, partly for civil liberties reasons, but I do agree with what he's saying about vaccination. Science and Technology Committee about 4 years ago looked at the level of flu vaccination in care homes, and at that time it was at about 20%. Flu, like COVID, is a killer of elderly people. Will he be looking not only to make it a condition of employment for COVID vaccination, but also for flu vaccination?
Yes, we will, for exactly the reason that he sets out.
I'm grateful. Just on proving that you are double vaccinated, there is still an issue between England and Wales and other parts of the UK. I just wonder when this is going to be solved, because obviously everybody doesn't live in a hermetically sealed unit.
Well, as somebody who grew up literally right on the Welsh border, I entirely understand that. And I'm working with Baroness Morgan, the new health minister in the in the Welsh Government to ensure we have more the interoperability that he calls for. That's a significant piece of work that's underway now. We need to sort this for vaccine data flows, but we also, frankly, need to sort it for all health data flows across the border and use this particularly acute need to actually change the policy and the practices to sort this out once and for all. Mr. Speaker, these regulations in front of the House today are there in order to pursue our goal, as throughout, to work to protect lives and get us out of this pandemic as soon as safely possible. And I commend the motions to the House.
Yeah. The question is motion number 2, as on the order paper. Jonathan Ashworth.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And may I begin by just paying tribute to our much-missed friend and colleague, Jo Cox. Jo was an internationalist, and I know if she was with us today, she would be rallying support, not just across this country, but through her international contacts, for a campaign to vaccinate the world. She would remind us that we will only defeat this virus through our common endeavour. And I think all of us miss Jo and want to send our best wishes to her family today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we will support the extension of restrictions in the lobbies tonight, but we, of course, do so with a heavy heart. But we are guided by data, not dates, and we have to recognise the facts before us. The Delta variant is 60% more transmissible than Alpha, and even with the current restrictions in place, the daily total of positive cases has been rising, the 7-day rolling average over 7,000 per day compared to around 2,000 a day in early May. And this is beginning to translate into hospitalisations. And with cases doubling every 9 days, with it, at the moment, it looks like hospitalisations are also doubling. 96 people with COVID were admitted on the 4th of June. 9 days later, 187 people were admitted, almost double. If this continues to double within four sets of doublings, we would be close to the April 2020 peak. And given that we know there's always a lag in the figures, we are no doubt likely to see around 250 admissions a day in 10 days' time. So we are seeing this third wave in the NHS, and we need to do all we can to stop the hospitalisations rising. Because this is a time of huge pressure on the National Health Service. We've lost a number of beds over the last 10 years, and because of the need for infection control measures, we have less general and acute beds open today in the NHS as well. We're facing a monumental backlog in care, 5 million on the waiting list, over 385,000 waiting over 12 months for treatment, nearly 3,000 now waiting over 2 years for treatment. And throughout this crisis, we've said the NHS wasn't overwhelmed, but it was only not overwhelmed because of some of the terrible choices that had to be made. And to be frank, I don't want to see the NHS forced to make choices between providing COVID care and cancer care. That's why we should listen to those NHS leaders who have warned us about the increasing pressures on the NHS at the moment. Chris Hobson for NHS providers. The NHS is running hot at the moment, dealing with backlog recovery and emergency care pressures. The NHS Confederation, health leaders are very aware of the damaging effects that prolonged social restrictions could have on the nation's physical health and mental well-being, yet according to our survey, the majority of NHS leaders are concerned about the risks that lifting prematurely could have on the NHS's ability to cope. Of course, I'll give way to the former Minister.
I'm just keen to explore with him. I know the official opposition's position will be to support these today, but would he be happy to see the terminus on July the 19th, or would he like to see it maybe at the end of September when the entire adult population will be double jabbed, or would he prefer to see the end of next year when the G7 think the rest of the world will be vaccinated? Which would his instinct be?
Of course I want to see Terminus Day on the 19th, although I'm not sure if we are going to see Terminus Day on the 19th, because the honourable gentleman, who is, he's always well informed, will have no doubt read the explanatory notes, which indicate that this 4-week period is to assess the data, and the 4 tests will be applied at the end of that 4-week period. That is not quite the Terminus Day that the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State have indicated. Of course I will allow, and yes, and then I'll...
Only misleading to call it a terminus date anyway. Even if we were to implement cessation of some of the measures on the 19th of July, there are still going to be lots of other measures which are going to exist, including test and trace, maybe for quite proper reasons. But to mislead the nation by constantly going on about freedom days and terminus is just a mistake.
My honourable friend makes a good point. And of course, I want to see Terminus Day. I want to see freedom. I want to get back to doing the things that I enjoy doing. Although I'm quite happy to sit in a group of 6 in a pub. I'm not sure if I've got more than 6 friends, Mr. Deputy Speaker, so it's kind of suited me in many ways. But generally, I see you've got one less friend today, Secretary of State. I am keen to see Terminus Day, but the interesting thing is the Prime Minister, the Chancellor of the Duchy, the Secretary of State, in recent days have tried to hint that restrictions are coming to an end by using this new phrase: we have to learn to live with the virus like we live with flu. But the Secretary of State or the Prime Minister haven't really outlined to us what that means, because they're trying to suggest to us that it's all going to go back to normal. But actually, we put in place mitigations to deal with flu year by year. The Honourable Gentleman was a Public Health Minister. He was very much involved in the flu vaccination campaign. We vaccinate children to deal with flu. We put infection control measures into care homes when there is a flu outbreak. There will have to be mitigations in place when we go back to living with this virus. But the Secretary of State has to explain to us what those mitigations are. Will we continue... Let me just finish my point and I'll let the Honourable Gentleman come back in. Will we continue wearing masks? Well, the Secretary of State needs to explain whether we should or not. Will we be supporting buildings to put proper ventilation systems in place? And we've known about the importance of ventilation in dealing with respiratory viruses since the days of Florence Nightingale. Countries like Belgium are now providing premises and buildings with CO2 monitors to improve their air quality. Will we be doing that? And the other thing about this virus is that even when we vaccinate people, and I want to see us meet these various vaccination targets, of course I do, we do know that some people will still be at more severe risk than they would be from flu. There will be people who will develop long COVID symptoms, and so for some people, those symptoms are beyond achiness and tiredness. We've seen people lose hair, people lose teeth. Some people it is presented as depression, anxiety, even psychosis in some circumstances. So living with this virus like flu, or learning to live with it, ministers must explain to us exactly what that means. And they should also explain to us, and it didn't come up in the exchanges, and I thought perhaps one honourable member might ask the Secretary of State this, but they didn't, is what are we going to do in the winter? And perhaps the Secretary of State, or the Minister in responding to the debate, can tell us if the Secretary of State, or the Minister, or department officials are putting together plans for restrictions this winter, and whether the Secretary of State has developed or discussed those plans with any colleagues in Whitehall. I'd be grateful if the Secretary of State or the Minister could tell us about that. I'll go to the Public Health Minister and then I'll the former Chief Whip.
Just to conclude this then, he is right. We had a battle royal with influenza in the first year that I was in the job. But the difference was we didn't have any non-pharmaceutical interventions. Our interventions were about the take-up of the vaccine, yes, for children as well as for adults, especially the vulnerable. And one of our chief advisors, the Deputy Chief Medical Officer then, one Professor Chris Whitty, never suggested masks, or let alone closing schools, just a really good rollout of the flu vaccine. And we lost 22,000 people that year. Never were those numbers rolled on BBC News, never did we know the R number, but there was a point where we accepted an element of risk in society. And I guess that's the point of my first intervention on the Honourable Gentleman is, what is the element of risk that he is prepared to accept? Because that is what it comes down to. Our own mortality is part of the human condition.
We do accept it, but we don't glibly accept it. Because year by year, we're looking for improvements in vaccinations and therapeutics and medicines to push down infection rates as low as possible. So even though we are grown up enough to be aware that sadly some people will die from flu and pneumonia, we do all we can to avoid it. And that is what we'll have to do with this. But I don't want to see it done by some of the wider restrictions and lockdowns that we've heard about, which is why I'd be interested to know if the department has developed plans for restrictions this winter and if the Secretary of State has been discussing it with Whitehall colleagues or not.
Grateful. Just on that point that the Shadow Health Secretary mentioned about those restrictions, I know that those discussions are going on because I've seen documents from within government with very detailed suggestions about what measures may continue. So, and I asked the Secretary about this when he was in the Commons earlier this week, and he didn't rule out bringing in restrictions this winter, which is one of the reasons why colleagues like on our side of the House are very concerned and why we're not going to vote for these regulations today. What I wanted to take him back to, though, was his comments about what Chris Hopson said about the NHS and the fact that the NHS is very busy at the moment, because there is a danger here. Now, I'm very sympathetic to colleagues who work in the NHS, who've done a fantastic job, but I don't think we can get to a point where we restrict and manage society in order to manage NHS waiting lists. I don't think that's the right way round. The NHS is here to serve society. If it's the case that we need to enable it to do that, we have to think of a way of doing it other than putting restrictions on the rest of society. I don't think that is a sustainable or a desirable position, but it's the logical consequence, I think, of what Chris Hopson was saying earlier this month.
I mean, even though we will find ourselves in different lobbies this evening, I think there is more in common with us than perhaps we might expect. I don't want to see restrictions remain in place any longer than they need to be. And I want to move to a system where we are trying to push down COVID infection rates by, yes, rolling out vaccination as far and as fast as possible to everybody, but putting in place the proper framework so those that are ill or a contact of someone who has been ill with COVID is able to isolate themselves. We do have a culture, and the Secretary of State has referred to it in the past, he's talked about how we all soldier on in this country. And I dare say, many of us in this chamber, I've certainly done it in my last 20 years of working life, gone into work with a sore throat or feeling under the weather and so on, thinking, well, I'll just have a sort of some paracetamol and I'll just get on with it. I mean, things like this have got to change, because although that sore throat may well have been fine for me, we now understand in great detail that it could have been very dangerous for others. So I think we've got to change our attitudes. But there'll be a lot of people who still have to go to work because they can't afford to stay at home. So again, we need decent sick pay sorted out. And one of the things that was revealed in the morning Politico email was a leak of a government document who said that the isolation system is still not effective. And that is because we still don't pay people sick pay. And this is going to become more of an issue because presumably if test and trace is to stay in place for the next year or so, as my honourable friend from the Rhondda indicated, there will be people who have had 2 jabs who will be asked to isolate themselves, who will ask themselves, not unreasonably, if I've had 2 jabs, why do I need to isolate themselves? So I think this is going to become much more of a challenge, and we're going to need proper sick pay in place. But just to finally finish the point which, from the honourable member from Winchester, I want us to control the virus through doing things like sick pay, through doing things like proper ventilation support, by doing things like investing properly in public health systems and local primary care systems. Because one of the things we know about this virus, like flu, is that it does disproportionately hit the poorest and the disadvantaged, because they're the people who have to go to work, or they're the people where, or it's in those communities where significant long-term conditions, diabetes, COPD, hypertension, tend to cluster, which often makes those people more vulnerable to these types of respiratory viruses. The honourable member. Yeah.
The honourable gentleman. On the subject of the poorest and most disadvantaged, what does he then make of the observation made by the Chief Medical Officer recently around the annual toll taken by smoking, the ill effects of smoking? He said that because he wanted to compare and contrast the number of people that we are losing sadly to COVID with those we lose every single year to the ill effects of smoking. And we've been prepared to countenance some swinging restrictions on all of our liberties for the past 15 months. Banning smoking, for example, would be far less by comparison, and it is smoking that is driving up health inequalities, but I haven't heard him comment on that yet.
Well, I've not commented in my remarks so far, but I've commented in the past, and I absolutely agree with the honourable gentleman. We need to do more to drive down smoking rates. We need to do more to deal with alcohol abuse. We need to do more with the fact that too many of us eat food which is high in salt and sugar. And I am prepared to work with the government to be to be more interventionist on these matters. So I would look at levies and tax on tobacco companies. I would invest more in anti-smoking public health facilities locally, some of which have been cut back, sadly, because the public health grant has been cut back. So, yes, I completely agree with the Honourable Gentleman. Yes.
He's missed the point. Perhaps I didn't make myself clear enough. The Chief Medical Officer was introducing that because he was trying to explain that we're going to have to live with some level of risk. We need to have a discussion about the public's appetite for risk if we're to live with COVID. And the reason he cited smoking at 90,000 a year is because it approximates to the number of people we have lost from COVID so far in this pandemic. So we need to, would you not agree, we need to have a discussion about where we're prepared to pitch this. Is it 22,000, which is a bad flu year? Is it 90,000, which is what we lose every single year from the ill effects of smoking?
No, I understand the point the Honourable Gentleman's making, but it is in some ways similar to the flu point. We don't just glibly accept smoking, we take measures in society to try and push down rates. Now, I don't think this House would want to go as far as to ban smoking outright, despite what any of us might think feel as individuals about smoking, but we do what we can to push down smoking rates because we want to reduce the poor health outcomes from smoking, and that's what we'll have to do with COVID. We'll have to put measures in place to mitigate against the negative effects of COVID, which I would argue is around allowing people to isolate themselves with proper sick pay, about doing things around ventilation and giving local authorities more responsibility to perhaps inspect premises where there isn't proper ventilation standards in place, and obviously to resolve some of the issues around contact tracing that still haven't been resolved 15 months on. So I do understand the point that the Honourable Gentleman is making, and he makes it well, as always in this place. So before I was taken off course, I was quoting some of the health organisations, and the point is that I believe where we are now in response to this virus is that we should listen to those health professionals and take into account what they are saying. And delaying the roadmap by 4 weeks will hopefully relieve the pressures on hospitals, which is why we are prepared to support the restrictions tonight in the lobbies, because for me, I think if we lifted all the restrictions now, I fear that could be akin to throwing petrol on a fire at this moment. So we will support the government. But of course, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we shouldn't be here, and we are only here because over the last 8 weeks we have failed to contain the Delta variant and have allowed it to become dominant. Now, I've always tried to keep our dealings civil in public and private with the Secretary of State, but not, so it seems, the Prime Minister. The Right Honourable Gentleman, now forever branded as hopeless Hancock by his own leader. Well, for many of our constituents, when they'll be watching the news tonight, when they know that they failed to protect our borders, when they know that they allowed this variant to take off, and when they saw that restrictions are being extended, I think many of our constituents will no doubt repeat the Prime Minister's expletive-laden sentiment about the Secretary of State tonight. But we are being asked to endorse these restrictions because they failed to prevent this variant from reaching our shores. Rather than red-listing the Delta variant when it was needed, they gave it the red carpet instead. Let me remind the House, on March 24th, India's Health Ministry warned about a so-called double mutant variant. On March 30th, the BMJ warned that India's cases have taken a sharp upward turn since March, and that India had the third highest number of confirmed cases and deaths from COVID-19. On 1st of April, the original B1617.1 is designated as under investigation. By April 2nd, the government puts Pakistan and Bangladesh on the red list, but not India. And in this time, cases are running at close to 100,000 a day in India, and thousands of people are returning to the UK from India. The Secretary of State justifies his position by saying that he didn't have the data, but he should have acted on a precautionary basis. When he could see that the virus was raging with 100,000 cases a day in India, he should have immediately put India on the red list, because the one thing that we know about this virus is if you don't get ahead of it, it quickly gets ahead of you. Now, the House is being asked to extend these restrictions, but there are a number of pressing issues. Firstly, many of us have been contacted by businesses in our constituencies who are deeply, deeply concerned about the extension of these restrictions. And for my constituency in Leicester, who have been living under a form of restrictions more severe than other parts of the country, other than maybe parts of Greater Manchester, this has been particularly devastating. So I hope the government will be putting in place full support for businesses like mine in Leicester and Greater Manchester and elsewhere. And the second issue, which we've touched on a little bit, is whether these restrictions will ever end, or whether the Prime Minister has trapped us in Hotel California, where we can never leave. July the 19th, he's talked about as the terminus date, but the explanatory notes themselves say that the 4 tests will apply on July the 19th, and that these 4 weeks are used to gather more data. And the other thing, of course, is that even with the vaccination programme going ahead and going further, and I, like the Secretary of State, have had my second jab rearranged. I'm looking forward to it in a couple of weeks' time. There will still be a large proportion of the population who have had 1 jab or no jab, who will still be vulnerable to catching the virus, and the virus can still exploit that opportunity to transmit. It was the Secretary of State himself who said some weeks ago that Delta can spread like wildfire amongst those who haven't had a jab. That will mean further disruption to people's lives. It will mean more people need to isolate. It could mean more people suffering from long COVID. Now, he said, when I put these points to him on Monday, that the logical conclusion of that is that restrictions remain in place forever. On the contrary, the logical conclusion of that is that you put the other measures in place which will allow you to push down infection rates, basic infectious disease control measures, such as sick pay, such as isolation support. £38 billion has been allocated to testing and tracing, and yet the numbers using lateral flow tests have actually gone down 6 weeks in a row. This is because we haven't got proper sick pay for people. And also, anecdotally, we're also hearing that more people are deleting the app from their phones. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we will support these restrictions tonight, and we hope that the Secretary of State or the Minister can give us a commitment that he will come to the House in 2 weeks' time and give us the update on that data. We hope that the Secretary of State will give us a commitment to put in place the other measures that will help push down infection rates. But the sad truth is that we have to push forward these restrictions again for another 4 weeks, because the Secretary of State was indeed hopeless and failed to contain this Delta variant.
Can I say that we're going to have a 4-minute limit immediately, but I think that's going to be reduced later on. And we've got a few withdrawals, so please don't assume that the person, that everybody is here on the list. That's number one. Number two, of everybody contributing, there's only 4 contributing virtually today, so everybody else is physical, which is, I have to say, very pleasing from the chair, I have to say. And, of course, the 4-minute limit is for front bench contributions only. So we'll call Sir Desmond Swain.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I never believed that it was proportionate, even from the outset, for ministers to take such liberties with our liberty. I always thought it was wrong for them to take our freedoms, even though they believed that they were acting in our best interests in an emergency. But by any measure, that emergency has now passed, and yet freedoms are still withheld, and the government will not allow us to assess for ourselves the risks that we are prepared to encounter in our ordinary everyday lives. The government does not trust the people that it governs. Now, many members of SAGE have been out on SAGE. There's a misnomer if ever there was one. But members of SAGE have been out busily undermining public morale, one of them even sharing her dystopian vision that we must all remain masked and distanced in perpetuity. A shocking, horrible prospect. The fact is that once the consequences of this virus in terms of their financial and health impact have long been addressed, the moral impact will remain. The government has set a disastrous precedent in terms of the future of liberty in these islands. Now, I can understand it if we were a communist party, but this is the party that inherited the true wisdom of the Whig tradition. This is the party of Margaret Thatcher, who said that liberty was indivisible. This is the party that only recently elected a leader that they believed, that we believed was a libertarian. There is much on which we are going to have to reflect.
Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'll be relatively brief in recognising that the public health motion here is relating to the English COVID public health regulations. So we'll be addressing most of my comments to the second of the motions. However, I think it is worth noting and certainly picking up on a number of the comments made by the Shadow Secretary of State and other members in relation to what the outlook is beyond COVID. That next week the Scottish Government will actually be publishing a paper setting out what it hopes life after COVID will look like as we get back to something normal and that the remaining restrictions begin to be removed. None of us want to see these restrictions in place any longer than they have to be. But while there is a risk to public health, I think we do need to be very careful. And the Scottish Government have been very, very minded to focus on the data and not the dates, which I have to say seems to be quite a marked difference in the approach of the two, given there's such a focus on freedom days and terminus dates, all having to be attached to a particular date, rather than just looking at what the data actually tells us. Now, I think, as I say, none of us want to see restrictions longer than we need to, but while there is still the risk, we must continue to do that. The vaccine rollout has been spectacular, nobody can deny that, but there are still so many who we do need to continue to protect. Turning to the second of the motions, Mr Deputy Speaker, obviously I very much welcome the inclusion of this motion to extend the virtual proceedings. I think it would be unreasonable where there is an extension for the general public to not have extended such provisions in this place. And many times over the course of the last year and a bit, we've heard how we need to make sure that this place keeps step with the general public. I would suggest that keeping step with the general public would also mean that we continue to look at what steps we could take to enhance ability within this place as we go forward, as workplaces across the country will be doing. They are looking to different ways of working and new and different ways of adopting ways that can encourage participation from all. And I do fear that at some stage we may again be at a place where we're disenfranchising some members. This particularly brings to my mind that it probably is a time, and we perhaps with this extension have given ourselves the opportunity to re-examine some of these points around medical proxy voting. I think there are some members with very particular medical situations that are unique to them, where a case could very strongly be made that a proxy vote would be appropriate on a longer term than has been outlined. I'm not saying that we should be putting in place something that makes it easy for a minister to be given a proxy to be able to avoid a vote just because it suits. This is about a very particular set of situations where a specific number of members do have very unique circumstances, and we do need to take account of that. I would also say that I've raised this yesterday when these motions were presented, but I do fear that given the variability and the virus and the changes of circumstances that can happen, and that by the nature of the fact that we've had to have an extension at this point, by having an end date to this at the start of our recess and effectively coming back in September with no opportunity in advance of that to consider what may or may not need to be done at that stage, I think does pose us with a slightly unusual situation, in that should situation arise in September where we need to do something else, this place will have to return in full numbers to effectively decide whether or not we want to have any further restrictions. And I would sort of urge some caution in that and ask for some consideration as to how that could be managed, because I think that would be a particular anomaly. As I say, workplaces across the country are looking to how they can adapt, so why wouldn't we? And I think it's appropriate. So given the number of members looking to speak in this debate, I will restrict my comments to that. Thank you.
Sir Charles Walker.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish to try and be constructive about how we can improve SAGE. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, as you know, SAGE has huge power over our lives. It has power over who we hug and hold. It has power over which businesses open and which businesses close. In essence, it has power over who keeps their job and who loses their job. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, we too in this place have great power. We have great power, but our power is matched to accountability. Accountability is very important in the exercising of power. So I want to suggest some reforms to SAGE, some quite technical reforms. I think, firstly, there is need for greater financial transparency from members of SAGE, in line with that expected of members of Parliament. So, for example, I think when we look at SAGE members, we should be able to see what their annual income is, not only from their substantive job, but also from their pensions, accrued, or the pensions they might well be in receipt of. This is something that is freely available with all members of Parliament. I think we should also know, constituents should know, if they have any significant shareholdings in companies, in the same way that they know, our constituents know if we have significant shareholdings in companies. We could also look at whether they get other forms of income from rent, for example. Now, I'm not suggesting for a minute that this would include their spouses or partners in the same way it doesn't include our spouses and partners. But given members of SAGE are making huge decisions that have huge financial consequences for tens of millions of people, it is important that our constituents know whether or not the people making these decisions are sharing the pain or insulated from the pain. For example, in the case of young people, many SAGE experts say that young people should be working from home. We know young people are now tied to their small kitchen tables in their bedroom, in miserable environments, the new dark satanic mills, working endless hours in appalling circumstances because people with nice gardens and comfortable homes think that's what they should be doing. There should also be far greater personal accountability. There should be no more, here is Sir Mark Walport, of SAGE, but here in a personal capacity. Nonsense, he's there because he's a member of SAGE. And we should also have elections to SAGE. So we could see Sir Mark Walport, Professor Susan Mitchie, John Edmonds, regular talking heads in our TV studios, challenged by people with a different perspective. People like Professor Carol Sikora, Professor Paul Dolan, who is an expert on human behaviour and quality of life, Professor Ellen Townsend, who has a huge interest in the welfare of children and adolescents who are now being plagued by anxiety and eating disorders. I give way to my...
He's making a great case with which I largely agree, but will he agree with me that experts are only human and we've been, to an extent, asking the impossible of them? They're risk-averse, they don't want to be blamed for a disaster, they'll choose to give advice that's cautious. Would he join me in recommending to the Prime Minister the reforms that I've put forward to have competitive, multidisciplinary expert advice with Red Team Challenge?
It's a fantastic and a plausible suggestion. We need a diversity of voices, but of course if we had elections we could get people elected from independent SAGE, and we know what they want: harder lockdowns, tighter lockdowns and a permanent end to freedoms. But, Mr Speaker, there is an alternative. There is an alternative to elections, to financial disclosure. There is an alternative, and that is the Prime Minister could say to members of SAGE, he could say this to them. He could say, here it is. You can either advise me, or you can advise the Today programme, Sky, Channel 4, but you can't do both. You can't do both. You can either be a serious scientist at this moment in time, advising your government, or you can be a media talking head, building a career outside SAGE, but you can't do both. And I think that is a perfectly legitimate thing to do. We would not expect our generals to give a running commentary on a war, undermining politicians. It's just not acceptable. It's just not acceptable, Mr. Speaker. Can you imagine if the clerks of my committee who advise my committee were going out and briefing what they'd like to see my committee do, pushing us into a corner all the time. It wouldn't be tolerable. It wouldn't be tolerated in this place, and it shouldn't be tolerated by number 10. So here it is. Full financial disclosure from Sage, full elections, or they advise the government, and if they don't want to do that and advise TV studios, they do that, but they don't do both.
Graham Stringer.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And as ever, it's an honour to follow the honourable gentleman. What I would say to what he's saying, his interesting point about Sage, is we could do with full disclosure from the government about all the facts that they have available to them on COVID. This morning at the Science and Technology Committee, we were told that vaccinations have saved 14,000 lives. I have no doubt that that's an accurate figure. But there are many figures that have not been given. And as we said last time we debated this, only one side of the equation is given. Let me ask this question. How many lives have been lost in order to save the capacity in the NHS? And I think when it comes to looking at the untested people, the untreated people from cancer, from heart disease and other diseases, we will find that those figures are of a similar, if not greater magnitude than the people who have died from COVID. We should also have transparency and open declarations of what really happened with the 26,000 deaths in care homes, where untested people were sent to those care homes from hospital. We should have disclosure about all those people who were triaged by age and were not treated, or all those people in care homes who were not allowed into hospitals because they weren't taking people from care homes. There's a great deal more information that we require in order to make a rational decision about whether this lockdown should continue. I agree with the Honourable... Just one second. I agree with the Honourable gentleman from New Forest West, I think it is, that what we have here is the government asking for emergency powers when there is no longer an emergency. I give way to my colleague from...
I thank the honourable member opposite for giving way. He was at Science and Technology with me this morning. Does he share my disquiet at the fact that the vaccine effectiveness numbers that Public Health England have published of 96% against hospitalisation for Pfizer with 2 doses and 92% for Oxford AstraZeneca against hospitalisation are much higher than the numbers that have been plugged into the models that Imperial and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine have used to underpin the data that the government is relying on?
I do agree completely that those are the numbers, the real numbers, as opposed to model numbers, are the numbers that should have been plugged into that model. They would have given a different scenario. And the honourable gentleman makes my point. In order to come to rational decisions about what risks as a country we should take and what risks individuals should take, we should have all the information up to date and available. I think that the government has refused on a number of occasions to give that information out. They have run a campaign to scare people into accepting the decisions that the government have made. And if I can go back to the honourable gentleman who's talking about elections for Sage, at least the behavioural psychologists who advise the government have made a public apology that they say they've undermined their own professional credibility by joining in that campaign of fear. And I wish the government not only would put out more information, but that they would also apologise for frightening people. They shouldn't frighten the electorate, and they certainly shouldn't frighten the people in this chamber for taking people's liberties away. One of the things that has annoyed me most in terms of the last 15 months is when the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State for Health stand up and say, we instruct you, meaning the population, to do various things. There is nothing in the legislation that would give the Secretary of State or the Prime Minister the ability to instruct individuals. We live in a liberal democracy where we pass laws, and those laws are enforced by the police, and then the courts take a decision if there is a prosecution, not where the Secretary of State acts like some kind of uniformed Minister of the Interior. I will vote against this today. We need a more direct debate on the issue, and we need to, as members of Search For, we need to have a straightforward comparison with real statistics about what risks everybody face.
Evans.
Mr Deputy Speaker, for over 800 years this House has been making decisions on risk, be it sending men and women to war, providing financial support, instigating reform in trades or even laws. And tonight's vote boils down to an assessment of risk. Essentially, there are three options. We open on the 21st, we delay, or we close and put more lockdown measures back in. Now, if we accept the premise that we can't get rid of COVID, we can disregard the reintroduction of lockdown rules on the basis that it's too risky to the economy, to non-COVID health and education. And even a tiered approach to deal with regional variation, I don't think would be stomached by the public. So that leaves us with two options: open as planned or delayed. Now, I've checked the data like many of you on the dashboard this morning, and it shows the 7-day increase of cases, the average, is 38.8%, and hospitalisations increasing by 22%. We also know that we've vaccinated 79% of the population with 1 dose, 57% with 2 doses. But we also know that no measure is 100% effective, no mask is 100% effective, and no vaccine is 100% effective. But we know if you put those measures all together, you mitigate the risk. And this is all on the backdrop against a Delta variant which is 50 to 70% more contagious than the Alpha variant at Christmas, which in turn itself was 50 to 70% more virulent than the original. So therefore, this House is being asked to make a judgment call. Carry on opening as we are, risk further spread, increase hospitalisation, or buy time, see the trend, get more vaccinated, and reassess. But of course, at the expense of businesses and freedom. This is another Sophie's choice. But from what I know from my constituents, they won't thank this House for a 4-week delay. But they will not forgive this House if further lockdowns return. And so I will vote to support the motions today. But this still leaves certain sectors as zombie industries, not officially closed but not open because there aren't enough customers. The travel, the events, the weddings industry, the nighttime economy. So I urge the government to consider sector-specific support. Now, some listening might mistake my words for the sound of a risk-averse man, or a doctor who thinks too much about health. But in my day job, my entire career has been spent managing risk, from dealing with people's cholesterol to a headache to working out if it's stress or a brain tumour. But I did that openly and frankly with my patients. And now this is what we need from the government: a debate on what is the acceptable level of COVID risk. There were 1,500 deaths on the UK road and 25,000 deaths or serious injuries last year. We as society accept this risk. We could ban all road travel and stop all deaths, but of course we lose the economic benefits and our freedoms. During the next month, I urge the government to bring forward a debate on the risk this House is prepared to accept regarding COVID. After all, as I said at the start of this speech, the House has been deciding this for 800 years. Why should it change now?
Christy Matheson.
Deputy Speaker, I'm sorry that the Secretary of State's not in his place because he's a Chester lad, and I was hoping to offer him some Cestrian solidarity with the criticism of being termed totally F*** hopeless, and given assurance that I would never have used F*** myself. But he needs a bit of support here because he clearly hasn't got very much on the other side. There's The announcement and the process leading up to today has been typical of this government as handling. Chaotic and totally lacking in clarity. One minister says one thing, next the same day, and another minister says something slightly different or even wholly contradictory. The announcements drip out inconsistently in a series of leaks and pre-briefings. And actually people would understand the government's position. I think we've had news this afternoon that we've got the highest number of cases since February. That has just been announced. People would understand the government's position if the government would level with them and be more honest than they are. And the reason the government aren't being honest is because of the serried ranks of the honourable members behind from the Libertarian COVID Research Group wing that are putting undue pressure, understandably, but ministers need to stand up to it instead. And be a lot more open and direct with people. The other thing we need, of course, is a lack of the Prime Minister giving his usual bluff and bluster and bombast, creating false hope, using phrases like my honourable friend for Rhondda talked about, Terminus Day, Freedom Day, building people up when he doesn't know that he can deliver it, and then conveniently forgetting that he said it in the first place. It doesn't help the process. In Cheshire West and Chester, we've gone into enhanced measures. Not quite sure exactly what that means, because it can mean anything that people want it to, again, because of a lack of clarity from the government. They suggest, they advise that people perhaps don't meet indoors. But what it does mean is that because there's no instruction, there is no support for businesses. There's no support for the nighttime economy. There's no support for the visitor economy, which Chester is so important. I was contacted by Jamie Northrop from Alexander's Live in Chester. It's a brilliant venue. It's a small venue. He's been working his socks off just to keep afloat during this pandemic. And in common with everybody else, and honourable members will know this from their constituents, the hospitality sector and pubs have been doing everything that has been asked of them to meet restrictions, to try and keep afloat, and it often hasn't happened. Jamie talked to me about the Music Venue Trust's 6-point plan for support, including extending the moratorium on commercial evictions and cancelling the introduction of business rates from the 1st of July. He points out that there are 3 issues in the 6-point plan that actually are in direct power, direct control of the government to be able to deliver. And I urge ministers to look very carefully at that. It's all well and good asking, advising, cajoling, but there has to be support if we are going to extend, because so many businesses will have put their business planning into place for the relaxation that is not now going to take place, and we need to give the extra support to get over that final hurdle. I thought the honourable member gentleman from Bosworth who just spoke talked about the zombie sectors, those sectors that are alive but aren't quite alive. It was a fantastic phrase that absolutely pins this problem down. And there are other sectors where they will not be able to pick up straight away because of the time lag in terms of the nature of their sectors. Aviation, travel and tourism, aerospace. I chair the aerospace group. There has to be consideration for longer term support for these, because they will not be able to pick up straight away. But one final point. We do not seem to be getting enough actual physical supplies, physical doses of the vaccines in Cheshire West and Chester compared to other areas. Can the Minister look at this, please? Because we don't seem to be able to be getting our fair share.
Steve Baker.
Speaker, I refer to the declarations I've made relating to the COVID recovery group. No one can deny the brilliance of the government's, the NHS's vaccination programme. By mid-April, the over 50s and the vulnerable had had their first vaccination, and overwhelmingly now they have had their second. That is reflected in the ONS antibody data, which is shows extraordinary levels for anyone over 50. Antibodies are there in that population which is vulnerable to the disease. That, though, brings me on to the best case which can be made for today's regulations, and that is that a small percentage of a big number is still a very big number. And it seems to me that that is the best case the government could make, that actually the ability of the NHS to provide other health care could be compromised by admissions from a younger population, because a small percentage of a big number is still a big number. But the big problem with that, the huge problem with that, is it concedes the point that our liberties can be used to manage the capacity of the NHS. And I can't concede that. My right honourable friend from Forest of Dean raised it earlier. That's not the way we should be going as a society. And I think if these restrictions which we're extending had been proposed for that purpose in the past, we would never have accepted them. Now, in Wickham, people, of course, have been dutifully washing their hands, covering their faces, keeping social distancing rules. And yet, early in this pandemic, I remember one dear, sweet lady, older lady, was beside herself with anxiety at the thought of having to go about her ordinary life with her face covered. And look at us now, taking it for granted. This is not normal. This is the dystopia which I stood here and forecast on the day we went into lockdown. Thousands of pubs and restaurants, theatres have struggled by, if open at all rather, then just breaking even, hardly breaking even. We've been told by UK hospitality that they're still making a loss. The truth is the government hasn't got a systematic way of showing us the cost-benefit of the measures that they propose. One of my colleagues earlier mentioned Professor Paul Dolan. I've done a lot of work with him. I'll write to ministers with a paper from him. He shows how to look not just at the splash of policy, but the ripples too. We really need to get this sorted out and embedded in a new Public Health Act, together with reform to modelling, and also some changes to expert advice, which I raised in an intervention. One of the most important things I think we've learned from Mr Cummings' leaked WhatsApp messages is that it seems the government's been significantly influenced by polling. I fear we'll have had a real doom loop here between polling and policy making, which has driven us into a disastrous position. We now must not tolerate lockdowns perpetually on the table. We must not tolerate a situation going on where we and the police are unclear about what the law is and how it should be applied. I mean, imagine that you can hug but not dance. What madness is this? We can't tolerate a situation anymore in which a government social scientist told the author of the book A State of Fear that the government had used unethical techniques of behavioural science to deliver a policy which he said, in his own words, smacks of totalitarianism. We have transformed this society for the worst. We have put in place a culture and habits which will take years to shake off, culture and habits which distance people from one another and diminish their quality of life, the quality of relationships that they have with one another. High streets are in danger of becoming haunted alleyways. We are in danger of hollowing out and destroying the entertainment industry, much that makes life worth living. Today's vote will go through. It's a foregone conclusion. But as one of my other right honourable friends said, was he implied, if the Conservative Party does not stand for freedom under the rule of law, in my view, it stands for nothing. We have got to have a turning point. We've got to recapture a spirit of freedom.
Much, Mr Deputy Speaker. It feels a little bit like Groundhog Day. Another month, another debate on COVID regulations. Yet we really shouldn't be here having this debate today. For people and businesses up and down the country, this 4-week delay to fully restoring our freedoms is a huge and very costly blow. Yet the sacrifices that continue to be demanded of the British people are not being coupled with the support that they need to do the right thing. And that is why Liberal Democrats will not be voting with the government tonight on the public health provisions. And whilst we support the motion on continuing the hybrid proceedings in this place, I would gently ask the Minister why it is the government thinks we as Parliament need to continue meeting in a hybrid way, whereas councils up and down the country have been forced to meet in person, often at great cost when they're already under huge amounts of pressure. As my Liberal Democrat colleagues and I have been saying for the past 6 months, the way to restore our freedoms must be three-pronged: vaccination, test, trace and isolate, and robust border controls. And the point's already been made countless times that the reason we're here is because ministers undoubtedly failed completely on the last of those 3 points by putting India on the red list far too late for political reasons, allowing the Delta variant to be seeded into the community. But even once the Secretary of State recognised it as a variant of concern, we know there was a 17-day delay in designating it as such, which meant surge testing commenced far too late. That cannot happen again. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, the situation we find ourselves in was avoidable. Ministers must take full responsibility for having to delay the lifting of restrictions next week, and part of that responsibility is to support people to do the right thing. With businesses on their knees, jobs are at risk, and many of the self-employed have yet to get a penny of support. Hospitality, events, weddings, culture, tourism and travel industries are on their knees. Even after domestic restrictions are lifted, we know that the travel sector will have to continue to bear the brunt of restrictions, given the biggest threat to our full reopening in the UK will be variants brought back in through international travel. So the complete lack of a bespoke package of support for these industries beggars belief. Now, if we want to restore our freedoms fully next month, as the Prime Minister has promised us, and allow our economy to thrive again, then testing every potential case, tracing every contact and supporting self-isolation is absolutely critical. Experts have been calling for better financial and practical support for the past year, and finally the penny dropped earlier this month for the former head of Test and Trace that supported self-isolation was the missing piece. Yet still, there has been no comprehensive package announced to pay the people their wages to self-isolate, provide accommodation if necessary, and support those with caring responsibilities. This is the way to break chains of transmission and to stop new outbreaks in their tracks. It's also an awful lot cheaper than blanket restrictions. Now, learning to live with this virus, as I believe we absolutely must, requires a proper strategy and an action plan, not hoping for a fair wind. It brings together the UK's world-leading genomic sequencing capability with traditional public health test and trace at a local level, coupled with the right support. Our public health directors up and down the country are crying out for this. They will continue to be our front line for managing this virus as we learn to live with COVID. Let's give them the tools they need and not be back here again in a month's time asking for a further delay, or worse still, months down the line, be asked to reintroduce restrictions.
Congratulations on your well-deserved recognition in the Queen's Birthday Honours List. Dame Andrea Leadsom.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And isn't it wonderful to see so many colleagues in the chamber having a proper debate? And it is really interesting to hear what colleagues have to say. And I have to add my own deep concern about any restrictions on people's liberty. And frankly, if we weren't already in step 3 of lockdown anyway, I cannot imagine that anyone in this place would today vote for 4 weeks of restrictions on businesses, on weddings, on church congregations, and yes, on young people's end of school year celebrations with the current data that we have. But nevertheless, I'm going to disappoint some of the colleagues in this place by saying I will, with a very heavy heart, support the government, trusting that the government is determined, as we've been assured by my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Health, that if possible, those restrictions will be lifted after 2 weeks and not 4 weeks. I urge them to do that. But I want to use these very short remarks to raise a few specific questions on behalf of my constituency and others. Firstly, there are many businesses in the hospitality sector that are open but unable to make a profit because of the social distancing rules. Can these be relaxed a bit in this last few weeks? Surely we can do that. Secondly, many employers in hospitality and other sectors are now desperately trying to recruit staff through job centres. And yet, I'm told by businesses in my patch that many people are not responding to offers for interviews. And I don't know if other colleagues are finding that as well, but clearly what businesses in my area are concerned about is the long period of enforced lockdown and enforced inactivity is leading to an issue of motivation, and sometimes it's just easier to stay at home rather than get back out there again. What are we going to do? Many colleagues have talked about the success of frightening people into staying home. Surely we're going to need something to help people to feel motivated and to want to get back out there to work, to get our economy going again, and to help themselves recover from this difficult period. Thirdly, my constituency is home to Silverstone and the British Grand Prix, and it is due to take place from July the 16th to the 19th. So can my honourable friend assure me that this iconic, world-famous event, surely one of the best of British, can it go ahead with a capacity crowd, albeit subject to COVID testing? Fourth, I was pleased that the government has listened to the many wedding businesses and couples looking to tie the knot and have agreed to let weddings of any size go ahead subject to social distancing. But as colleagues have said, and as my honourable friend will appreciate, for many couples, Being able to hug but not dance, you can't have a band, you've got to socially distance. That's not the kind of big day that they wanted for themselves and their families. So can he reconsider this? And finally, my honourable friend will realise that school and university students are now faced for the second year in a row with no end-of-year celebrations, no parents' days, no prize givings. In other words, none of the real rites of passage that mean so much to so many people. Can we look at this again in these last few weeks? It's been such a long haul. And as I've said, I will reluctantly support the government. But I do urge the front bench to show more flexibility during this final few weeks so that some of the joys of summer can light up people's lives once again.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. What a mess. A hopeless border policy, a hopeless promise of Freedom Day, and a hopeless government left ducking for political cover. We may have grown used to it by now, yet another letdown from this hopeless government during this pandemic, which at times has seemed endless. We've been here before with the Prime Minister, and yet it still hurts every time. Mr Deputy Speaker, businesses in Luton North, which still can't reopen, are left now without any hope. Families still separated after months and months, and young people not being able to do all the fun things that young people should be doing. Just like when government let us down in December, yet again, it's all beginning to look a lot like Christmas. An offer of freedom being dangled in front of people by a gung-ho, hopeless Prime Minister, only for it to be pulled away from us at the last minute when his bumbling and blustering gets the better of him. We'll turn the tide on coronavirus in 3 weeks, he said. It'll all be over by Christmas, he said. June 21st will be our Freedom Day, he said. People in Luton North understand that this delay is necessary to slow the spread of the Delta variant, but it is a bitter, bitter pill to swallow for the couples having to rearrange their wedding plans, the birthday celebrations missed, the people with loved ones abroad who will have to wait even longer to see them. All people wanted all along from the Prime Minister is for him to be upfront and honest about the difficult situation our country's in. At times of crisis, the country's not looking for a funny best mate. They're looking for a leader. But instead, we've got a Prime Minister who is too scared to tell it how it is. And it didn't really have to be this way. On this side of the House, we've been warning about the hopeless situation at our borders for over a year. The Health Secretary admitted it himself last week to the Health Select Committee that a strong border policy has to be part of planning for any future pandemics. It's time for government to finally get a grip on the border and stop new and dangerous variants delaying our freedoms and to stop over-promising and under-delivering. Now let me finish by coming back to that word hopeless. We know now that the hopeless Prime Minister thinks he has a hopeless Health Secretary. But what I think is absolutely obvious now is that at points in this pandemic when people were getting sick, families losing loved ones and businesses going to the wall, this hopeless Health Secretary, the hopeless Chancellor and the hopeless Prime Minister have been more focused on playing politics in Downing Street, struggling to contain all of those egos in one room than they have been on the priorities of people in Luton North and across the country. When doctors and nurses were on COVID wards in bin bags because there wasn't enough PPE, when families had to have Christmases, Eid, New Year separated from the people they love, when families were grieving the loss of loved ones, Downing Street was in chaos and the Prime Minister was not focused on them. He was instead focused on slating the Health Secretary on WhatsApp. I expect this from squabbling teenagers, not supposed leaders. People in Luton North and across the country deserve better than this. For this to be the final delay on our road back to freedom, this government finally needs to get a grip of both themselves and this virus. The British public have done their bit, but this hopeless government has been found wanting again.
Bradley.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I join you in congratulating my right honourable friend on her very well-deserved honour. She is a marvellous, marvellous example of a dame, and I've been very, very pleased to call her my right honourable friend. She and I know that the art of government and the art of being a minister is balanced. It is taking conflicting lobby groups and interest groups and analysing them and assessing them and working out what is the right decision to take in the interests of the country. That's in the interest of the money that the government can spend, taxpayers' money, it's not our money, but also where the resources of government must go. And it's a very difficult job. That balance means that competing interests all come in and they all explain why their interest is the one that matters. And they're not interested as to whether the interest of someone else will be affected by their interest. And actually, ministers are probably doing quite a good job if nobody's terribly happy, because it probably means that they're catering to all interests a little bit. Now, my fear throughout this whole sorry saga of the pandemic, and I do pay tribute to the work that ministers have done. They have done an incredible amount of work and they have acted in the best interest of the country. But follow the science has become the mantra. And sometimes simply following the science is not enough, because the science is looking for one outcome and one single thing. And it is really reassuring actually to have heard ministers over the last few days say that we will have to accept that this is an endemic virus, that we will have to learn to live with it. Because there was a time that all we heard was that we would be actually eliminating this virus. And we simply can't do that. And I would ask that ministers think very hard about not just the science, but also the interests of people. Because we've been told for so long that we must do just essential activities. And for a long time, that was merely sleep, eat, drink, and possibly go out for an hour for exercise. Well, life is more than that. Life is so much more than the essentials. Life is those weddings with dancing and greeting loved ones. Life is being able to see loved ones in hospital when they are sick, something we've not been able to do throughout COVID. Life is about attending the British Grand Prix and many other occasions. Life is about the joy that you can get from these occasions and events. And that joy is we're constantly being told we can't have that joy because it will impact on the science. Now, the government has to start to celebrate and take advantage of the vaccine programme. We have got the most successful vaccine programme in the G7, something that I hope the Prime Minister, I'm sure the Prime Minister last week, reflected on. I'm very proud that in the North Staffordshire Clinical Commissioning Group, which I share with my honourable friend from Newcastle under Lyme, we have the highest level of vaccinations anywhere in the country. Yeah. We need to start to reap the benefits of that vaccine programme. Yeah. So with a heavy heart, I'm afraid to say to the Minister that I cannot support the government this evening, because I cannot find a way to explain to my constituents why the things they are looking forward to getting back to doing can have to wait. And I absolutely understand how it will have been put to the Minister. This Minister, it will cost lives. If you do not do this, Minister, this will cost lives. I understand that that's how it will have been put. But we have to accept that we cannot save every life. And I might have been able to be persuaded if the government was able to support those businesses that are unable to open. But that support is simply not there. The weddings industry, the hospitality sector, nightclubs. So I'm afraid that whilst I have a heavy heart, I will not be able to support the government, although I will on the procedural matters, which I will just say before I sit down, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Sammy Wilson.
And like the member for Staffordshire Moorlands, I will not be supporting the government this evening, but I will not be with a heavy heart. It will be because I have a real conviction that what is being done and the approach that the government has made on this issue is wrong. And we have heard it again here today. And we heard it yesterday from the Prime Minister, that the very basis of pushing and promoting this policy is to instil fear into the hearts of people across the United Kingdom. Listen to the Prime Minister yesterday. We have to delay this because this new variant could kill people in ways we can't foresee or we don't understand. The same old message. If you do not obey these restrictions, then you're in danger, either of dying yourself or your relatives dying, and you can't put your nose out the door, you can't do the things you want to do in normal life because there's a real danger you'll die. Even though, of course, the statistics show that even of those who contract coronavirus. A very small proportion, less than 0.3% actually died. And of those, even the World Health Organization has said that many of those deaths may not even be attributable to coronavirus anyway. If you'd been tested for coronavirus 28 days before you died in a car accident, you will still qualify as a coronavirus death. And so the statistics themselves have been even used in a way to try and reinforce the message of fear. Now, I want to just make 2 points here today, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The first is this, that if we follow the logic of what we heard from the Minister and the Prime Minister over the last 2 days, then we will never get away from the restrictions that we are living with at present. Because the Minister has admitted that we will have to live with coronavirus. And we know that the virus itself will mutate. So we're going to get different versions of it. And if we get different versions of it, we'll be told that this version is different than the last version, it's more dangerous, it's more contagious, it leads to more deaths, it leads to higher infection rates, or whatever. So there's justification for keeping the restrictions in place. And indeed, we heard from the Minister today not only the current restrictions, but we know that we're now going to have further restrictions in the future. If you work in the care sector, you're going to be forced to have a vaccination. He didn't answer the question, but I assume that if you visit anybody in hospital or a care home, you're going to have to prove you had a vaccination. And if you are a peripheral worker, are you going to have the vaccination? So we can see already that the government is thinking of people have accepted these restrictions. There will be other things in the future which are going to be forced on them. The second one is this, that the Minister said he was going to follow the data. Well, let me tell him some data. Unemployment in my constituency has gone up by more than 100% as a result of restrictions. Businesses are going under. Between now and what is called Terminus Day, many people will find their employment terminated, their business terminated, their livelihoods terminated, and for those reasons, I will not be voting for these restrictions tonight.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think throughout this process it's been heartbreaking, debilitating, wearing. So to be here again talking about a further 4-week extension is absolutely the worst possible outcome for so many of us. It's so disheartening. But I say this knowing that I will be supporting the government tonight, and I'm interested, actually, unfortunately, to see that my constituency neighbour, the Honourable Member for Blakely and Broughton, is no longer in his place, because he made a very eloquent speech talking about why he couldn't support these measures on the grounds of civil liberties. And I wanted to remind him that about a quarter of his seat is actually in the city of Salford, where I was a councillor for a while. The city's motto is Salus Populi Suprema Lex, the welfare of the people is the highest law. The infection rates in Greater Manchester, which are some of the highest in the entire country, are highest in Manchester and Salford, which is what his seat straddles, so he cannot say that he's putting the welfare of the people in his constituency at the highest level. And from there, I just wanted to turn to actually something that was quite elegantly brought up by the Honourable Member for Luton North, where she was talking about wanting to get the politics out of this, and I completely agree with that. I do, which is why it was so frustrating yesterday that in the Manchester Evening News, the lead member for Health on Rochdale Borough Council was dismissing all of the vaccination programme as a gimmick and a slogan, and was talking about, rather hinting that the government was withholding vaccines from certain areas. I think anybody with the slightest idea about how logistics works knows that this is rate limited purely by supply. So what I would say to members is we've got 4 weeks to nail this down now. We can't have another extension. We can't keep going through this process, and we are going to have to work together. We're going to have to stop sniping at each other and trying to make little jibes and score a little point here or there. There are people who are depending on us to do the right thing now.
Thank you very much. Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And this extension is sadly necessary, so I'll be voting for it tonight. But once again, this government's failures have meant longer restrictions have become necessary, just as there's been more economic harm than should have been necessary, more human suffering than was necessary. Time after time, the government's got it wrong. Think back to last summer. Last summer, we had very low case levels. The experts said it was a chance to crush the virus. But the government did the opposite and cases spiralled out of control. In the autumn, as cases rose again, the government locked down far too late and released far too early, leading to tens of thousands of avoidable deaths. And now, when warned about the risk posed by new variants, the government refused to close the border, all because the Prime Minister wanted to go to India to pose with President Modi. Now, the government claims that only hindsight can spot this pattern, but that's simply not true. The government were warned time and time again. They ignored the warnings. In the words seemingly put into writing by the Prime Minister, it's been effing useless. But it's not funny. It's not a joke. So many people have lost their lives, and it's now necessary to elongate the misery further because of the government's unnecessary failures. Now, the government's now saying that we should, and I quote, live with it. Now, I don't agree. We should be suppressing the virus. That doesn't mean more lockdowns. To tackle this virus, the government should finally put in place the basic public health measures it has refused from day one. Alongside the vaccine, we need decent sick pay for people who need help to isolate. We need to kick out the profiteers from test and trace. We need to invest properly in local health teams to do effective tracing. The failure to sort out these public health measures has led to over 100,000 needless deaths, and it's prolonged economic suffering, and it's prolonged the curtailment of our lives. And if we don't suppress it now through test, trace, isolate and support, it risks hundreds of thousands more cases, many thousands more hospitalisations, with huge pressure on our National Health Service. Many more will suffer from long COVID. Already 400,000 are. It creates conditions for new variants, perhaps even those invulnerable to the vaccine. So I call on the government today to finally sort out sick pay at real living wage levels. Government ministers claim, I think it's very interesting, that the reason they refuse to properly financially support people to isolate when they have COVID is that they believe that people would abuse the system. It's no wonder, given how they behave, that they think so little of other people. Just because the Tory party is gaming the system to help their super-rich donors with these COVID contracts, it doesn't mean that working people should stoop to their level, and working people wouldn't stoop to their level. This government's failure to support people with COVID is a moral outrage, and it's creating a public health crisis of which this government should be ashamed. I'm voting for the extension tonight because it's necessary, but without government failure, it wouldn't have needed to happen.
Speaker, I'm afraid that the former Speaker is going to be very disappointed, because we are going to have to live with COVID, like we have to learn to live with every other infectious disease that exists in the world. Yes, we try to suppress it. Yes, we try to deal with it, but we're going to have to learn to live with it. Viruses, you may be surprised to know, have been around 400 million years, a lot longer than us. Guess which one's winning the Darwinian race? Now, when we do have to make decisions, I think one thing is very clear, that up to this point, the aims of the medical profession and the government's advisers and the aims of the government have been broadly similar. But they're going to have to diverge at some point, because the medical profession will always want to see the rate of infection brought down to the smallest level possible at whatever cost. But the government has different considerations. The government needs to ensure that the rest of the health service is able to operate properly, that the economy is moving, and that the social and well-being of the population is looked after. That is why the aims are different. And while I'm at it, I have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, on a private note, I am sick to death of the government's so-called advisers coming on TV and giving their individual views rather than giving advice to the government on a confidential basis. If they want to be stars of Sky News, let them leave Sage and let them carve their own path. Now, on what basis will we decide when we have this divergence? Now, the first thing to say is that the variant is not going to be a reason for keeping lockdown, because the variant may be more transmissible, but that's irrelevant if it's not causing more hospitalisations or more deaths. And we already heard from Public Health England that the two vaccines, the Pfizer and AstraZeneca, can cope as well with the new variant, the Indian variant, as they can with the Kent variant. So we don't need to hear about the variant argument, because I don't think it holds water. What matters is who is being hospitalised and where. Are the hospitalisations a result of young people who've not yet had the vaccine, who may be at risk because of the increased transmissibility of the new variant? Or is it people, as we've seen in some parts of the country, who have been offered the vaccine but for one reason or another chosen not to get it? What we cannot have is the country being held to ransom by any groups who have been offered a vaccine but have chosen not to take it. That is utterly unacceptable. Now, it seems to me that the essence of the government's case is this, and if my honourable friend wants to intervene to confirm it, it's this, that the government strategy was based on a single vaccine strategy in the belief that if enough people got it, the efficacy was high enough that we could unlock at that point. But it seems to me that the evidence that was published by Public Health England yesterday, that the Pfizer vaccine was 94% effective against hospitalisation after one dose, but AstraZeneca is only 71% after one dose and takes the second dose to get up to 92%. And it seems to me what the government are telling us, and I wish they would be clear about this, is that what they need is a little more time to get the people, especially with the AstraZeneca, to the second dose, to get the level of protection against hospitalisation that we have against Pfizer. If the government presented their case in this way, it would be an awful lot easier for the rest of us to give the government our support, because it would be a clear rationale for it. And the other thing I will say is this: we need to have a clear assurance that this 2-week review point is not a ploy to buy support in the House of Commons, but is a genuine review of the data, where we will see within a couple of weeks whether this hospitalisation rate is increasing or not. And if the government gives us a clear assurance that this 2-week is a real review and that we can achieve the full relief of the lockdown at that point, then Minister might be able to buy a little support from his own benches this evening.
Video link. Time since I've said that. Neil Hanvey.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Well, it feels like we've entered yet another episode of Hancock's Half Hour, but unfortunately it's laughable for all the wrong reasons. The first motion on the debate today indirectly is relevant to Scotland and my Kirkcaldy Cowdenbeath constituency. And without independent Scotland will continue to suffer the consequences of UK government's hapless leadership on COVID. Travel agencies in my constituency have another month of pouring money down the drain and another month with no tangible support from government. That first motion is England only, so ALBA members will abstain on that principle. But to those who have suffered loss of life and bereavement, the government's response of repetitious, braggadocious claims at every juncture must be disheartening. It's more indicative, as I said earlier today, of a Del Boy Britain. Everything will be fine because we're British. It's precisely why we find ourselves in this position. This government have put political priorities over public safety. There's been a lack of action on border control at the start of the pandemic and with the identification of the Delta variant. They've allowed new variants to enter and seed, and the weekend's failure by the UK Prime Minister to lead the G7 to invest in vaccines and cash in line with World Health Organization's identified need is absolutely unforgivable. There has been an unwillingness to listen, to learn and respond. Chaotic messaging, abandonment of testing in March 2020, instead of using that nadir of the pandemic to expand testing. The Secretary of State has continued in his overconfidence in the field lateral flow test devices, and the chaotic education policy has only made things worse. There are continued huge gaps in support, driving poverty and disadvantage in the face of repeated warnings. And these are not just my concerns. Many have been raised in the prestigious British Medical Journal. Not every misstep can be mitigated by the effective work of Kate Bingham's Vaccines Task Force. Recently, the Secretary of State supported my calls for surveillance across a range of indicators to beat the virus. But vaccines are not foolproof. The G7 chair opportunity was an unforgivable moral failure. Vaccines, cash, but also robust international surveillance is urgently required. The government's growing propensity to ignore scrutiny of Parliament is absolutely staggering. And now the Honourable Member, Right Honourable Member for North Somerset, derides scrutiny of experts in the media. It's been never clearer than with their vote-dodging reduction in overseas aid, and that will not be forgiven. This is a global and dynamic challenge. The complete inadequate response from the G7 summit risks the development of ever more virulent variants. In light of that failure in leadership from the Prime Minister, can we get straight answers? Probably not. What action is the Secretary of State taking to secure our public health by working to meet those WHO targets for vaccines, cash and surveillance? Any return to normality will only happen when we're all safe. Thank you.
Robert Sims. Point of order, Dr. Liam Fox.
Deputy Speaker, I wonder if it would be possible for you to convey to Mr. Speaker the need that while we are still in the restrictions we have in Parliament, we need to try to find ways when we are able to intervene with the contributions being done by video, because otherwise we are unable to challenge the sort of views of the Scottish nationalists who claim that the problems they suffer in the COVID pandemic are a result of the United Kingdom government's actions, when they themselves have the same powers to deal with them in Scotland had they chosen to do so differently, but they haven't.
I'll make absolutely certain that the request that the Right Honourable Member has made is presented to the Speaker, and I'm sure that he will respond in his usual fashion. Sir Robert Sims.
The pandemic has been a massive challenge to the British government, and I happen to think that the Prime Minister and the senior ministers, given the uncertainties that they faced, have done a pretty good job. And they certainly, in terms of the vaccination programme, have proved to the world that Britain can go alone and can do a lot to safeguard its population when it uses its science and its ability to get things done. But I do still have the view, and when the roadmap was unveiled, I thought to myself, well, at least that stops me voting against the government again, until we get to the point when the government have delayed the opening up. I do think this is a matter of balance and a matter of judgment. My view is that most of the senior ministers who took this decision need a damn good holiday. Because if you actually look at the data, if you look at what's happening in the country, the restrictions are totally out of kilter with the sense of the problem. Let me take the southwest of England. There's 5.6 million people in the southwest of England.
Sorry, could you face... It's because your voice isn't being picked up by the microphone and Hansard can't hear you.
5.6 million people in the southwest of England. There are 23 people in hospital. There are 2 in ICU. In Dorset, where there's nearly 1 million people, we have 1 person in hospital. And yet, hundreds of couples that want to get married, businesses that want to be viable, people that want to get their lives back in order. I just think the balance is wrong. And we have most of the population now insulated with vaccination. We may not totally break the link between people going into hospital, but there's over 100,000 beds in the NHS. 1% are taken by COVID patients. Now, it might go up to 2%. We've already got experts on TV saying, well, in order for the NHS to catch up, we may well have to keep restrictions for longer. I just think this is unacceptable to the British people. I'm perfectly willing, as a Conservative, to accept restrictions when hundreds and thousands of people are dying and we're dealing with a virus that we don't understand. But we have sort of got to the point where we've won the battle. And there will be variants, there will be challenges, but I think we have to get on with normal life. And I think the points made by my right honourable friend, the member for North Somerset, are perfectly right. If it's simply because we need to get second doses in, if that had been explained, I think we might be a little bit more relaxed. But we're already hearing today, if you look at the explanatory notes, that actually it's a review of data in 2 weeks or in 4 weeks, not necessarily a release date. We need to get people's freedoms back. We can't save everybody, but what we've done is save thousands and thousands of lives. Now we need to safeguard employment, safeguard businesses, safeguard people's personal relationships. And as I started off by saying, I think the government have done a pretty good job. The vaccine programme is outstanding. We now have to take the dividend from that to get people back to normal life. When they queued up with their enthusiasm to get that jab in their arm, they thought that meant things would go back to normal. They did not expect that they would be within further restrictions going on and on and on. So I think the June the 21st, we should have lifted all restrictions. I hope and I pray that the government in 2 weeks' time look at the data again and set people free.
Mishra. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Like many members who represent some of the highest infected areas during this pandemic, my own constituency of Stockport has been in a lockdown of some form for more than a year, along with the vast majority of Greater Manchester. While the people of Stockport have worked tirelessly to keep our community safe, they have repeatedly been let down by this government. As a result, thousands of workers risk losing their jobs as businesses struggle to survive with insufficient financial support packages and an endless cycle of lockdowns and restrictions that has pushed our high streets to breaking point. I would also like to hear the Minister tell this House today why, 15 months into this pandemic, this government has failed to take any meaningful action to help businesses, schools and leisure facilities improve ventilation when we have long known that this is an airborne virus. He will no doubt tell me that the Treasury has spent billions on furlough payments and support schemes, but businesses know the reality, namely that measures such as furlough payments are little more than a drop in the ocean when it comes to their bottom line and ability to plan long-term to survive this pandemic. Far more needs to be done if we are to avoid our economy nosediving and millions across the UK ending up unemployed. As we've heard today, the government has also repeatedly failed my constituents and millions of others around the country on the issue of healthcare. Indeed, we have already heard today what the Prime Minister really thinks of the Health Secretary, and perhaps it will be the only time in this House that I admit to agreeing with him. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are witnessing a crisis in our healthcare system, and the government cannot simply blame the pandemic. Indeed, in the months before the COVID crisis began, a source at Stepping Hill Hospital in my town told the Manchester Evening News that patients were, and I quote, stuck outside in ambulances with every corridor full of patients on trolleys and many forced to wait up to 24 hours to be seen for treatment. This is not the fault of NHS workers who have performed heroically throughout this pandemic. The blame must be laid squarely at the door of this government following a decade of chronic underfunding of our health service. The latest set of official NHS figures have revealed that record numbers of people are on hospital waiting lists across Greater Manchester. Stockport CCG, which covers my constituency, has more than 37,000 people waiting for vital hospital treatment. This is the highest level in the region, which is completely unacceptable. And this is compounded by the fact that most are having to wait at least 18 weeks for treatment. My constituents aren't alone. Across the country, more than 5 million people are now waiting for routine treatment, such as hip and knee operations, which is the highest level on record. COVID is, of course, a factor, but the reality is that this crisis has followed years of chronic underfunding by this Conservative government, and we are now unfortunately having to reap what they've sown. A further contributory factor in the rising number of infections is the scandalous lack of sick paper workers who are forced to self-isolate, feel unwell, or take time off to look after loved ones who are ill. They're being punished for following government guidance and in many cases are left with no alternative but to continue to work while potentially infectious due to lack of available support. A Unison North West survey recently revealed that 80% of care workers will continue to receive just £95 per week statutory sick pay if they are ill or following the government's advice to self-isolate or shield themselves or loved ones. The right thing to do would be to give them full pay. So I asked the Minister, does he accept that his government's failure to introduce proper financial support for people to self-isolate and proper sick pay has contributed to our failure to keep on top of the Delta variant and has led to delay in lifting lockdown restrictions we were expecting today? As the Prime Minister's former senior advisor recently said, Fundamentally, there was no proper border policy because the Prime Minister never wanted a proper border policy. Our workers, businesses and most vulnerable in society are now paying the price for this wanton disregard of our nation's health. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Simon Fell.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I don't think anyone envies the task and the decisions that this government and this Prime Minister have to make. We've got a vaccination programme that's the envy of much of the world. 30 million adults now having had 2 jabs, 90% plus protection against hospitalisation from this Delta variant. We've also got a roadmap that was clear and linked to the success of that same vaccination programme. But against that backdrop, we're being asked to approve a further delay here today. I spoke to local health leaders in Cumbria and in Barrow and Furness over the last few days, and the message from them was clear. They support this delay. Our Director of Public Health was stark. Because we're trying to cover and backfill 5 million people on an NHS waiting list, even a small fraction of COVID patients going into hospital risk the NHS being overwhelmed. And so on that basis, and on the basis of the rationale put forward by the Secretary of State, I support these measures as one final push, one last heave before we return our freedoms. But we need to be absolutely clear about what this delay means. It extends impositions on our liberty, our livelihoods, people's health, and the future of young people. And while the state's got a duty to protect its citizens, our objective can't be 0 deaths. As my honourable friend from Penistone and Stocksbridge wrote so eloquently earlier this week, and I apologise for bastardising her words, we don't live to avoid death, we live to enjoy life. And it has to be on that basis that we make the final judgment to unlock next month.
Would you allow me on that point? I'm extremely grateful. I'm listening to him very carefully, and it is the good argument for voting for these restrictions. Of course it is. But can I just say to him, has he considered the possibility that the NHS, very sadly now, is going to be under pressure for years dealing with this backlog?
My friend makes a very good point. I'm making the judgment based on my own local knowledge and that of my Director of Public Health. But we all have to make that decision in this place today. We can't afford for schools to close again, for young people to miss any more of their lives, or for any of our businesses to close as a result of further impositions. So it has to be one more heave to protect more people. And then we've got to accept that in the face of a virus that we are not going to get rid of and will continue to mutate and challenge us whilst we're on this earth, we've got to vaccinate as many people as possible and then give people back their freedom. Because there's a more fundamental issue at play here, which is public acceptance. We made a delicate compact with people over the last year. We restricted their liberties to keep them safe. And already we're seeing compliance with that law beginning to fray. We must accept that people expected their liberty to return as vaccinations were rolled out. But as we vaccinate more, acceptance of that compromise falls. If we can't maintain that compact, then our response to it has to change. So I hope and expect, with this final surge of vaccinations, when we return on the 19th of July to a society where people will be able to make their own choices. It's easy to sloganise about freedom. I, for one, am deeply uncomfortable about living in a country where we dictate to newly married couples whether they can cut their wedding cake or not. I believe this government has acted honourably and with good intention throughout this horrible pandemic. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm giving it my support tonight for one last heave to finish the job, and then we must return all of our freedoms on the 19th of July.
Point of order, Peter Bone.
I wonder if Mr Deputy Speaker could help me in regard to social distancing. There is not a single Labour member on the opposition benches. There's no SNP. There's no Liberal Democrats. There's no Plaid Cymru. Of course, there's a DUP. Would it be appropriate, because these benches are packed, for half of us to move over there to improve social distancing?
Well, I think, Peter Bone, if you have a look around, even on the Conservative benches, there are a few green ticks there. So I think, please stay where you are. Jim Shannon.
Speaker, I'd be very happy for the honourable member to come over here and join us on this, on our side where we are here, if he wishes to do so. I know we're in together in many things anyway. Can I just say, I do believe that we have to live with COVID-19, and the same as I get a flu jab every September, October of every year because I'm a diabetic, and that's the way it is. Same way we'll get a COVID-19 jab come that time as well. And it's been a very, very long, hard road to recovery. And I think I want to put on record very clearly my thanks to government and to the Health Minister, Matt Hancock, and indeed to my own Health Minister, Northern Ireland, Robin Swan, for all that they have done to keep us safe over this last period of time. It was very, very important to put that on record. I understand that the weddings are seemingly an issue for many, and they certainly are for me and for my constituents as well in the hospitality sector. The wedding attendance is allocated via the risk assessment of the said venue. Self-distancing is to be absolutely critical to make that happen. And there are so many wedding venues that can increase their numbers and have extra numbers there because of the distance they can have when it comes to self-distancing. Weddings are the most significant day for couples, and there's nothing more heartwarming than seeing your guests smile with joy. The self-distancing has made that happen. Can I make a plea to the Minister for churches? I do it because I'm a regular church attender, but I do it for everybody else who also attends church and would like to do so. We know that we have to self-distance in church. We do know we have to wear a mask in church, and we understand that. But I'm just wondering, are we getting to the stage, Minister, where perhaps maybe it'll be a stage where we can attend church we don't have to wear a mask? Again, I ask it as a question. Is it possible, if we're adhering to the social distancing? For instance, when you go to a restaurant and you don't have to wear a mask, it seems a wee bit, perhaps maybe for churches, that the same rules should apply. And I would request easement for the weddings in churches as well. Again, not every church would have the capacity for self-distancing, I understand, to have a wedding, but there are many who would. And I believe that there's a way forward safely to do that. Tourism is a crucial sector for our economy, where again the restrictions are blurred and many are left confused. And I just make this request again to government. The issue with tests and passenger locator forms are discouraging people from booking holidays, not to mention that Portugal was taken off the green list. I don't say it as a criticism to the Minister, but I just make the point that maybe we need more clarity in relation to that, and the focus needs to be on making travel more accessible and efficient to encourage those to travel, even if it is within the United Kingdom. A constituent of mine was recently left for work in the EU, where he was charged £85 for a PCR test. Not to mention the test requirements for when he comes home. Could I ask the Minister again if it's possible to review this approach, allowing lateral flow tests that are acceptable in our schools to be acceptable for travellers? I make the point for I believe this instills more efficient travel, where travellers can save money and travel with less hassle. I make a point as well, Mr Deputy Speaker, for those who are tour operators. And the buses, we know all the problems with the buses. They can't self-distance in the bus and then be a viable. But is there? And I would make a plea that if we're going to have it for another few weeks, which we are, I believe that'll be the intention of us here, that we can make sure that those businesses are protected and the jobs are secured. I also, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the short time left, make a plea for live music. For the live music, which I believe is crucial to many aspects of life in itself, for us personally, but also for the venues, for the hospitality sector, for weddings, for concerts. I appreciate that there's always a risk of singing. I know when I sing, Mr Deputy Speaker, or Madam Deputy Speaker, the rain usually comes on. I think the Bible says about sing, make a joyful noise. Well, I make the joyful noise. It's never melodious, but it's always joyful. It's always loud as well. I would love to be able to sing in church again. It hasn't happened. It's not likely to happen in the near future. But I understand for those who are involved in live music, that there's a real need to have that. So over the next 4 weeks, I just make the plea for businesses to ensure, as we move forward and move forward together, that we can ensure that those businesses can be protected and that they can ensure that they have the support that is needed through the furlough. I understand the vaccine rollout is a part of any moving forward, and I support that. And I welcome younger people getting their vaccine. And to me, this signal's been able to move forward safely, and this is what we need to do. So I fully support and fully appreciate the Prime Minister and Government are being careful and cautious. To use a saying that we use in Northern Ireland often, it is better to be safe than sorry, and it is better to be safe than sorry today. So I will be supporting Government and what they're putting forward, and both the votes that they come forward, because I believe it's right. I believe that we can do it for another 4 weeks, you know something, and we get to the end of that, and the vaccine is there's more people in vaccine. and confidence will be restored. And if the confidence is restored, then I believe we must all be in a better place. I know that's not the opinion of some, but it's certainly my opinion and the opinion of some others in my party as well. So I want to ensure that government support it, and I'll be supporting it tonight as well. Thank you.
I want to discuss two sides of the science, both science as the liberator and science as the captor. We've seen through this process new vaccines have been created using messenger RNA, completely new type, that will serve us well, I'm sure, globally into the future. We've created and rapidly tested them, rapidly rolled them out, and that is all to the real good. We've repurposed existing drugs, such as the steroid, very cheap steroid, dexamethasone. We've used antivirals that were used before, remdesivir being just one, and we've discovered new treatments like monoclonal antibodies. We've created a testing regime that enables us to rapidly test vast numbers of the population for their COVID status. Now, these were the new tools that I'd hoped would prove science as the liberator. And the results are extremely good. Let's look at those facts again. We've heard them many times, but I think they're worth putting on the record once more. With just one dose of any of these vaccines, protection's good. With 2 doses, it's truly exceptional, at over 90% protection against hospitalisation. Even those that do find themselves in hospital after vaccination are generally not finding themselves dreadfully unwell. So we've seen hospitalisations reduced. We've got less than 1,000 people in hospital, or 1,000 thereabouts. Just 1% of NHS capacity. And I'm sure ministers would respond to that, saying that's the way they want to keep it. But I'm afraid that argument will never end. We've got a death rate of about 10 deaths per day, out of a background death rate in the country of 1,100 per day, currently under the usual average. But let's look at those 10 deaths within 28 days of a positive COVID test. Their husbands, their wives, their brothers, their sisters, their parents, their friends. Each is a tragedy, each is a family loss, each is a dreadful event. But surely, with such low levels, we should now be provided with the data as to why. What were the deeper underlying reasons behind those deaths? And I certainly hope ministers have been provided with that information. Because there's a world of difference, and a difference of interpretation that this place would make between the death of a young, fit person and somebody with morbidities, perhaps in a hospice with life-threatening conditions. Let's examine science as the captor. Our ability to sequence the genome is incredible. The UK is a world leader. Hundreds of variants have been discovered, and doubtless once the Delta variant has passed through, just as the Alpha Kent variant has been and gone, we'll discover more. Will it be a Californian one, a Buenos Aires one, the Epsilon, the Zeta, and I'm sure we'll simply run out of Greek alphabet before and over the coming months. But each one causes hysteria. The media go berserk. The scientists are like having the decorator in your house. You get sucking of teeth, shaking of head, and you know there's bad news around the corner. We've seen modelling. The 5 key modellers have come up with a roadmap that published in February that the government understood and led to the roadmap we're on. But every one of our figures are better than that. And that makes this statutory instrument so unintelligible. I would rather trust the people. What if we were to go for freedom on the 21st of June? What would I do? Because I think I'm just pretty normal. Would I be throwing away my mask in the supermarket? I very much doubt it. I carry the sterilising gel in my pocket, and I can say to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that more alcohol goes through my hands on a daily basis than a night out with George Best and Oliver Reed. Would that stop? No, it won't. The public outside of this bubble have already moved on. They've broadly given up on these petty, fogging rules. We should trust the public, and I will not be supporting the government this evening.
Chris Green.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government asserts that it does not have a zero-COVID policy or a zero-COVID strategy. Well, if I accept that that is the case, it does seem as though it's a 0.1 COVID strategy. It's almost zero, but not quite. The government also, at the same time, accepts that the disease is endemic. And this is a very curious position where it's endemic, but the government is still trying to get the disease as close to zero as possible, which I would suggest requires pretty robust action from the government for the long term. Now, the original lockdown was to flatten the curve and protect the National Health Service. And even though the Nightingale hospitals were soon mothballed and then closed, that was not enough. Lockdown was then intended to enable test, track, trace, and isolate to get up to speed, and it must surely be there now. But again, that was not enough. Then it was to vaccinate the most vulnerable, the over 50s, or the most frail in our society. This is when the narrative was that the first dose would provide the vast majority of the protection required, far better than the influenza jab, and that the second jab at that point was only really to give a longevity to the resistance to COVID that would be required. Now, this should have, and the expectation was that at that stage, this would cut the overwhelming majority of deaths and hospitalizations. And this is the case, but still, that was not enough. Then it was to have everyone then given the second dose. That's almost been achieved, but as the Secretary of State announced a short while ago, the rollout of vaccinations now is intended for 21-year-olds. They can now sign up to get the vaccine. And again, this seems not to be enough. Now, in Bolton, we've been through a very difficult time. There's been an amazing amount of good work, hard work from so many locally. But with this new Indian variant, or variant of concern, we coped. And the impact on our health service was far less than the peak in January earlier this year. The NHS held up. And I believe it's quite clear now that the link between transmission, hospitalisation and death has been severed. And again, this is not enough to find our lockdown terminus. The narrative in recent weeks seems to have shifted from initially being about dealing with the Indian variant and seeing how risky and dangerous that was to the country. I think the evidence that's available at the moment shows we can cope with it. But the position seems to be shifted from dealing with the Indian variant and trying to understand it to now offering every adult 18 and over the first dose. As night follows day, this will still not be enough. The Health Secretary has been downplaying to some extent earlier this week the value of the first dose and promoting the value of the second dose. So should we now be anticipating a shift later in the year for every adult to be offered that second dose as well? That takes us well into September, perhaps a little beyond. We can see the rolling of the pitch for child vaccinations, compulsory vaccination of certain co-workers and perhaps others, the rolling of the pitch for, I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Honourable friend and neighbour in Greater Manchester. Could he reflect briefly for the House on his experience in Bolton and the declining case rates?
I thank my honourable friend for raising this important point. Transmission in Bolton is clearly on the way down. This demonstrates the actions taken and the effect and impact of this particular variant of concern, which had more impact in Bolton than almost anywhere else in the country. It's on the way down. This should give reassurance to the country that we can cope without a further extension to these measures which are having such an impact on so many people. We just think, for example, about the 5 million waiting list for hospital treatment, which would be far longer if people had better access to GPs to get those referrals. So when I ultimately think about what's going on, I was going to mention as well that G7 is suggesting a global vaccine programme as well. Would we have to wait until that's being delivered? Because until everyone is safe, no one is safe. So when the Prime Minister refers to a terminus, I fear he doesn't mean the end. I fear he's thinking more of a bus terminus, where we end one journey to start another, and there'll be another vehicle to impose another lockdown extension.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And when I have confronted these votes over the last 9 months, I have done my best to look at the entire health needs and the entire health case of all of the nation, not just those that unfortunately have been struck down with COVID. So last year, when it came to the 10 p.m. curfew, I looked at that and felt it didn't make sense from a health perspective to see everyone leaving the pub at the same time, and so I voted against that. But when it came to the decisions towards the end of last year and into January, I could see the hospitalisation cases, I could see the need to get the vaccine rolled out, and so I supported the government. So where are we now? Well, let's look at the hospitalisation cases. We were at a level of 35,000 COVID inpatients, clearly the NHS struggling to cope. When the academics at Imperial College modelled what Freedom Day, being the 5th of July as they modelled it, would look like in terms of hospital numbers, they came up with a figure of 7,000. Warwick University came up with 1,750. The figures of COVID inpatients are currently under 1,000, so better than expected. In the combined county of Sussex, with 1.6 million residents, there are 6 COVID inpatients. In my own county of East Sussex, there are 2 from those 6. And interestingly, they didn't present with COVID. They didn't get admitted because of COVID. They just got tested whilst they were being admitted and were found to have COVID and are included in the numbers. So the hospitalisation numbers are looking much better. The NHS now has the resilience. But what is striking to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, are the numbers of people who are waiting to have their lives enhanced by elective treatment. 5 million people in England alone are waiting for surgery. Over 400,000 of those have been waiting over a year. Prior to COVID, that figure was 1,600. So that demonstrates what restrictions do to the wider health impact on people. Those people deserve a life too. They deserve to be looked after. There shouldn't be an apartheid system when it comes to our health service. And what about the vaccine? What a great success. We should be basking in the vaccine dividend that this government has delivered. In my constituency, actually in East Sussex as a whole, of the cohorts 1 to 9, which we know are 99% of the mortality, we have 85% double dosed. And we know that that vaccine is effective against all known strains. So we are there. But the difficulty is that we are not willing to confront the concept of living with COVID. Ministers say that we have to live with COVID, and yet we're given another month on top. And the arguments the ministers use as to why we need that extra month will still be there in a month's time. And at that point, we're going to have to decide where we are going to jump. And I spoke to one of the very senior NHS leads who has university-aged children, and he said to me, and I wrote it down, "Too many of us making decisions have forgotten what it feels like to be a 20-year-old or how miserable it is to be a 20-year-old right now." Those lives of young people that have made great sacrifices to help the cohort 1 to 9 that I talked about, they have made those sacrifices. They need to see a return. They need to see the return this summer. And whilst ministers may say there are just a few restrictions remaining, we will not start tackling the backlog in NHS waiting times on elective surgery. We will not start tackling the mental health crisis, and particularly in young people, is being suffered with such great detriment. We need to tell the country that we've turned the corner, thanks to them, thanks to this vaccine dividend, and we're now ready to accept the risk and move on. It's about everyone's lives, not just certain lives.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a great pleasure to follow my honourable friend from Bexhill and Battle. Unlike him, I have followed the journey of sometimes voting with the government on these restrictions and sometimes voting against. It's unusual, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be able to say you agree with the previous speaker, because the previous speaker is nearly always from the opposition benches. But of the 51 speakers today, Madam Deputy Speaker, in this debate, only 5 are Labour backbenchers. Outrageous. And this, Madam Deputy Speaker, is one of the most important debates. It is about the freedom and liberty of the British people. Now, of course.
Do you not find it rather odd that not only is there an absence of members from the opposition, but in fact these restrictions, and the government is only comfortable getting these restrictions through because they have the support, the comfortable support of the Labour Party, and yet most of the speakers from the Labour Party who have spoken here today have condemned the government for its actions.
Madam Deputy, I couldn't agree more with my can I say, my honourable friend from across the aisle. And he, of course, has been here for the whole debate. But this is about the liberty of the British people. We're taking away what is our right. So, for instance, I'm due to go to a wedding, but I can't have a group of friends round my house beforehand because there'd be too many. When I get to church, I can't sing. I can't sing anyway, but I'm not allowed to sing. Then I can't dance at the wedding.
You can't dance either.
And I can't dance either. But more importantly, as the evening drags out, I can't then go to a nightclub to boogie the night away in celebration. And then the following day, I can't go for a park run to run all these problems off. So I might need to call a doctor, but I can't go and see a doctor because he won't do face-to-face appointments. It is withdrawing our very liberty. Now, I'm a great fan as a Prime Minister, and I think most on these benches are. He came to lead the Conservative Party at the end of the Burko Parliament, when Parliament was in chaos. He took us through a general election. He won a mandate. He delivered Brexit. He dealt with the awful COVID pandemic. He led the world with the vaccine programme. And yet tonight, unfortunately, I can't support him. Because I think every member has to put the country first, the constituency second, and their party third. Now, as you will appreciate, Madam Deputy Speaker, in my opinion, on most occasions, all those three are in line. But this time, I don't think the government has made the case for putting off unlocking. Now, with apologies to Mark Twain, there are lies, damn lies, and COVID statistics. And the government has been using an extraordinary propaganda machine to take certain statistics to try and prove their case. But if you look at other statistics, as mentioned already, the total number of deaths at the moment are running below the 5-year average. As the previous member said, he has very few cases in his area. In Northamptonshire, thankfully, in our 2 hospitals, we have 0 COVID patients. And we haven't had a death for 5 weeks because of COVID. And the government's own original forecast for what would happen on May the 17th when we did the major unlocking, their forecast, we have done better than their best prediction of the situation. So why now have we gone into this doom and gloom? And I have no doubt, Madam Deputy Speaker, if we were in opposition, our benches would be packed. Yeah. And there'll sort of be a blonde guy, fairly chubby and a bit, well, as scruffy as me, jumping up and down and making the case why we should get rid of these restrictions. I know it's a balance, and I know people have to make a choice. But we as Conservatives believe in personal responsibility and common sense. And if I actually went back to my original example, of course I wouldn't go into a busy nightclub. Of course I wouldn't have 100 friends round. But that would be my decision, not the decision of the state. So unfortunately, tonight, as much as I like the Prime Minister, I think he's got it wrong, and I'm going to vote against.
Mark Harper.
Deputy Speaker, and can I just draw attention to my entry in the Register of Members' Interests as Chair of the COVID Recovery Group. Before I turn to the matters before us, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to put on record my thoughts about the loss of Joe Cox 5 years ago. I remember, sadly, that day very well, and you and I were both in different roles at that time, and it was our joint responsibility as, in my case, the Government Chief Whip, and yours as the Opposition Chief Whip, to ensure that this House was able to be recalled and for appropriate tributes to be paid to Joe Cox and her memory. And I know you're, in your position, unable to speak often in the House, but it was a great pleasure working with you on a very sad occasion to make sure that there was a fitting tribute paid. And I remember that day, sadly, very well. On a happier note, in one sense, I'd like to also put on record my thanks to Sir Roy Stone for his 44 years of service in the civil service, which will shortly come to an end, although I'm told he's not retiring. He's going to turn his attention to other things. He was a fantastic principal private secretary to me when I was Government Chief Whip, and I know his loss will be felt across government. Turning, Madam Deputy Speaker, of course.
Can I just take this moment, Madam Deputy Speaker, to put on record my apologies to my right honourable friend, who was Chief Whip through a period where I was leading various rebellions, and also to say a great apology to Roy Stone, who will also have had to put up with the trouble that I caused my right honourable friend. I'm very grateful for the things that he said.
Well, my honourable friend reminds us all, Madam Deputy Speaker, how sometimes we can have different roles in this House. And it's worth just noting that as a former Government Chief Whip, I don't find not supporting the government a particularly comfortable place to be. But as my honourable friend, the member for Wellingborough, said, sometimes you have to put your what you believe to be the interests of your country first, and that's what I feel I'm doing. Just drawing attention to what my honourable friend from Bolton said, he's right. There are documents in government. I'm not saying these have been agreed by ministers, but it's certainly advice being given to ministers that government should aim to have a very low prevalence of COVID, which isn't zero COVID, but it's not a great distance away. Now, if ministers were to agree to that strategy, it would mean restrictions going on for the foreseeable future. And that's one of the things that we're very concerned about. But I want to focus my remarks, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I do note at this point, again, what my honourable friend said, the Labour benches are somewhat empty. The back benches are completely empty, and it is colleagues on this side of the House who are holding the government to account, which I accept the government may occasionally find uncomfortable, but it is our role as members of Parliament. I also find it helpful to draw attention to the documents actually before us. And we have, for those that don't know, an explanatory memorandum which explains what it is we're voting on today. This has been prepared by the Department of Health and Social Care. It will have been approved by a Minister of the Crown. And it's very clear. It's worth reading. 7.3, Bullet 2, makes it clear that the government will likely be able to offer a first dose of vaccine to all adults by July, but the vaccinations themselves will probably not take place until August due to supply constraints. And of course, we know it takes 2 or 3 weeks until those vaccinations are effective. So actually, those adults won't actually be protected until later in August. So that means this delay is therefore pointless, or alternatively, we're not going to be ceasing these restrictions on the 19th of July if vaccinating all adults is the goal. If you then turn to the review dates and whether this is indeed a terminus, 7.4, 7.5, 7.6 and 7.7 are very interesting. There's a review required by the Secretary of State every 35 days. The first review, according to this, isn't due until Monday the 19th of July. No mention here of an early review after 2 weeks. The first review due by Monday the 19th of July. England, it says, will remain at step 3 for a further 4 weeks, subject to a further review. And it also says that the purpose of extending these regulations, the primary purpose, is to gather more evidence that the test can be met. Not that these rules will expire after 4 weeks, never to be reintroduced. It's to gather evidence for tests to be met and then a decision to be taken about whether these restrictions are to continue. The second reason given is to allow more people to receive a vaccination, further reducing the risks, which ministers have said. But as I previously just pointed out, the first doses are not going to be delivered until August. So that makes no sense. Something doesn't add up here, and it's because we're concerned that these regulations are not going to end on the 19th of July. That, of course.
I'd like to thank my right friend for giving way. Would he, in the context of timetables and how things are going to pan out in the near future, now it's the government's intention to ensure the vaccination of a very large number of co-workers. This is going to take legislation, presumably. It's going to take a period of time for them to have the vaccination, perhaps a second vaccination, and to deal with all the other problems. If this is a requirement for the government to be able to deliver a kind of exit from lockdown, how long will that take?
Well, I think my honourable friend makes a very good point, and it's part of the reason why we're concerned. If this was genuinely going to the end of it, that would be one thing, and I've listened carefully to the members that have spoken. A number have said that they will support the government on this occasion, but this is it. And I'm afraid we have heard that before, and it has turned out not to be true. And I'm afraid, just reading the documents in front of us, that is why I have some scepticism. The final thing I would say is just for, and I hope that the Minister that's winding up the debate, who I have a great deal of respect for, can clarify this. I'm not quite sure about what's going to happen at the end here, because the review of the evidence that's being gathered about whether the tests are met isn't due to be done until the 19th of July. So I'm not clear about when ministers are going to come to Parliament to set out whether those 4 tests have been met. Is it going to be on the 19th of July, or is it going to be before the 19th of July? I'm not clear whether they're going to give that 1 week's notice. All the way through the roadmap so far, we've had 4 weeks, then a week's notice. So I'm not quite clear about the timetable. And it's important because, as has been said in the debate, people's lives will now be reoriented around that new date. Weddings, family events, people's plans, and it's important that our constituents know what it is that they're going to expect. When can they expect a decision? When can they expect to know what their life is going to look like? And it's because of those concerns, Madam Deputy Speaker, concerns about whether these regulations really are the end, that I will, I'm afraid, be voting against them this evening. And my final point is the motion about proceedings in this House. It is my strong view that Parliament, whilst it's been welcome that we've been able to have Parliament meet through a pandemic, and thanks should go to all of the parliamentary staff that have made that possible, it is, I think, indisputable that this Parliament in its current form is not as effective in holding the government to account and enabling us to do our job as Parliament should be. And I think we should get back to as far as normal as possible in this House as fast as we can. And it's for that reason I will also be voting against the motion to continue these proceedings effectively until we return in September.
First of all, I would like to thank the right honourable gentleman for his kind words about how closely we worked together after the tragic murder of Joe Cox. I much appreciated the work that we did together at that terrible time. And I'd also like to echo his words about Sir Roy Stone, who I saw this afternoon, to say how much I had always valued the advice he gave to me when I was Opposition Chief Whip. We now go to Sir John Redwood.
It is time to trust people more. It is time to control people less. I would like to praise ministers and officials, and particularly all those scientists, medics and researchers who have worked so hard to make sure that the UK is a leader in vaccines, supplying one of the best vaccines to the world, getting it out early and making it available for all of us, making sure that we had bought in other vaccines that became available so that we were in a position to protect our population well and relatively early compared with other countries. And I pay tribute to all the work that has gone on by the NHS and the medics to understand how to treat the disease better, how it is transmitted, so that we can take better actions to give people greater security. So I say now to all these experts, to the NHS, to the government, share what is relevant with the rest of us, the public, and let us make more of our own risk assessments. Because we are now saying to people that there are 2 major ways in which we can all protect ourselves against the possibility of getting this or getting a bad version of it. We're making 2 jabs available to all adults who want them, and the figures so far show that that gives you a much better probability of not catching the disease at all, and it gives you very strong protection against a serious case of the disease, which is what we're mainly worried about, because we're trying to stop people dying, we're trying to stop people struggling in intensive care, we're trying to stop that pressure on the NHS and all the suffering that it produces. But we're also saying to people, if you're still worried about the residual risk, or if you really don't like vaccines, you yourself can self-isolate. And I hope the government will continue, as an employer and as the government, guiding others in the economy, to say that we should be generous and supportive of anyone who really does feel they need to protect themselves against the virus by self-isolation. But I think we're now well beyond the stage where we have to isolate practically everybody else to some extent, when so many people now have protection and so many people are making their own risk judgments and want to get on with their lives. In that room, when assessing the data, it's most important that we look at all the data about jobs, livelihoods, incomes, family stress, mental health pressures, because this is creating all of those. So I think the government can do more, but I think what the government should be doing is it should be helping the private sector to manage airflows and air extraction and ultraviolet cleaning and so forth, to make it safer for many more social contact businesses to reopen and have a reasonable number of people enjoying their services. I think more could be done on making sure that all our health settings have really great infection controls. We don't want any more slippages from health settings themselves. I would urge the government to think again about an idea they looked at early on, but then didn't develop, which is why in the large populated areas, particularly the big conurbations, we can't have an isolation hospital that deals with COVID and other very infectious diseases well away from the general hospital, because I think you add to the pressures and likelihood of cross-infection if you have a general hospital taking in a very infectious disease. But I do think now there is huge scope to get a really good economic recovery, to save some jobs, to create some new jobs, to get pay up, to have many more transactions in the economy. But to do that, we need to relax and we need to trust the people more. I think my constituents are ready to make decisions about their own lives again. Many are very frustrated they're not allowed to. We have all this great advice, we have all this great knowledge. Let's not get too gloomy and let's not lock everybody up again.
As colleagues will be aware, there have been quite a few interventions, so after the next speaker, I will have to take the time limit down to 3 minutes in order to get everybody in. Gareth Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will be supporting the government this evening, but on this occasion, my support is heavily qualified. Like many of my constituents, I'm disappointed that Stage 4 of the government's roadmap for reopening has been pushed back to the 19th of July. But like I believe the majority of them, I understand the reasoning for the 4-week delay. The government have consistently stated that the roadmap marks the 21st of June as the earliest opportunity to end restrictions, not a date set in stone. But it's clear that the Delta variant has changed the race between the virus and the vaccine. If we only face the Alpha variant, then the extraordinary level of first doses the NHS has delivered would undoubtedly have been enough for us to be fully reopening next week. But 2 jabs are needed for the highest level of protection against the dominant Delta variant. Understandably, I believe, this means that the NHS needs more time to fully vaccinate more people before ending restrictions. However, I do share concerns that one more short delay may in fact lead to many more. There is a risk that the government's decision-making process is becoming too cautious in the face of the next wave of coronavirus. If that happens, we may miss our chance to fully reopen in the summer before the trickier autumn and winter months. While I believe my constituents can stomach a short delay, the government must provide assurances that this delay will be the final hurdle. Coronavirus is not going anywhere. We will have to learn to live with it and the risk it poses to public health, just like we do with the flu. The government must hold its nerve and let the vaccines do their job. It shouldn't be afraid of its own success. The NHS vaccination programme has been a resounding triumph. In my own constituency of Orpington, nearly 100,000 people have been vaccinated, thanks to the tremendous effort of the local NHS staff and volunteers. Almost 60,000 of these jabs have been administered in the Orpington Health and Wellbeing Centre, which marked 6 months as a vaccination centre this week. data shows clearly that the vaccines that we have available are successful in combating all known variations of the virus. As these vaccine numbers continue to increase, it will therefore be impossible to explain any further delay. This delay has serious economic ramifications, especially for small businesses. For example, the 100% business rate relief for retail, hospitality and the leisure sector is due to end on the 30th of June. Employer contribution changes to the CJRS are due to take effect on the 1st of July. Many businesses that are unable to fully reopen are now faced with paying bounce-back loans. The government therefore needs to set out what support businesses can expect as a result of this delay, and we also need to know what proportion of people need to be vaccinated to sever the ties between cases and hospitalisations. How many more adults, therefore, need to be fully vaccinated? And the government's plan to deliver these vaccines in time so that we can reopen on the 19th of July. If the government can provide this detail, it will go a long way to calm worries that restrictions will go on and never be lifted. That's why I hope the government will now set out in detail what needs to happen in the next 5 weeks so that we can finally and fully reopen on the 19th of July.
As has been noted by my colleagues, there are very few Labour backbenchers taking part in this debate, particularly the point made by my honourable friend from Wellingborough. Now, their Labour colleagues are not bad people, they're not lazy, but they're not interested in, as we are, in freedom. And this whole debate is a mortal threat. It's a mortal threat to the Conservative Party, and this is proven by history. When we had a wartime regulation, controlled economy, between 1939 and 1945, it led to a Labour landslide. People get used to controls, and at the end of July, and this is going to go through today, obviously, but at the end of July, there must be an entire reset of the Conservative government. We must be talking about freedom, civil liberties, trusting business, not subsidising business. That is what low taxes, that is what the Conservative Party is about. Let's look at the data. In Lincolnshire, sadly, we've had one death, but only one death in the last month. We've got a population of 651,000 adults. 504,000 have had their first jab. Of those, 400,000 have had their second jab. 95% of over 70s have had 2 jabs. 75% of over 50s in Lincolnshire have had 2 jabs. There's no reason for Lincolnshire to be under any restrictions at all, but I accept that we are one country. But I don't know why, if we have to have controls, we can't have regionalised controls. The government must act according to reasonable proportionality. Our job as backbenchers is to scrutinise the executive. But how can we scrutinise the executive when we don't know what the goal of the executive is? There's been too much shifting of goalposts, too many fatuous rules based not on science but on populism. Our society should be free and open, and there's a real danger the public would increasingly ignore this. The government will be a government of the emperor without clothes. Of course, the public, in large part, support these further controls, but what about business? Business is being driven into the ground, and you don't support business as by endless subsidies you let business get on with business. And this is never going to end. At the end of this month, there'll be another variant. It'll come from, darkest Peru, the Peruvian variant, and Paddington Bear will be arrested in Paddington Station because he's at risk of put in quarantine. It'll go on and on and on. It's a bit of a cliche now, but the fact is we're never going to eradicate this disease. It's like no other disease. It's going to constantly vary. It's going to constantly attack us. We just have to learn to live with it. And we have to base our policy not on the number of infections, which will rise and fall and probably keep rising with every new variant. Our policy is to save the NHS. Our policy is to protect the NHS, to stop the NHS falling over. There's only one policy that makes sense at the end of July, and that is if the NHS is in danger and if hospitals are in danger of becoming overfull. That should be our policy.
Tim Lawton. Happy Sussex Day, Madam Deputy Speaker, and like every good horny-handled son and daughter of Sussex, I'm afraid I won't be drugged into the government lobby this evening. Madam Deputy Speaker, hashtag I'm done. That was the overwhelming message on social media on Monday when Independence Day, so tantalisingly close, was cruelly whipped away from our constituents again. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm done with making excuses to my constituents for when their lives might just get back to some degree of normality. We are constantly told it is about data, not dates. Quite right. Well, we have the imminent dates by which the vaccination programme will have achieved effective herd immunity well ahead of what was imagined when the lockdown route map was designed. Now, 80% of adults having had their first dose. We've had the data showing that the Pfizer vaccine is 96% effective against the Delta variant after 2 doses, and the AstraZeneca one, 92%. We have the data showing an average of 9 deaths a day at the moment and 1,136 hospitalisations, a world away from where we were at the start of the roadmap. We've had the data from Public Health England that only 3% of Delta variant cases had received 2 vaccinations. And we also had the dodgy data from 3 modelling studies from the University of Warwick, Imperial College and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, showing widely different scenarios, with the most pessimistic warning that the UK could experience a further 203,000 deaths by next June, around 50,000 more than the first and second waves combined. Yet how can that be when we know the vaccine works and data shows a likely 90% take-up rate? Yet it is these doomsday models by largely anonymous wonks with no remit for considering the impact of further lockdown on life at large that seem to trump all the other data, and the government puts them on a pedestal above all others. They are confusing modelling for scientific forecasts. I'd be delighted.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Is my honourable friend saying really that the scientists are just concentrating on one thing and ignoring everything else?
Well, the trouble is there are lots of different scientists and they don't agree with each other, and it's only certain scientists who seem to have an impact on the government, and it usually is the most doomsday of those scenarios. So where is the data that shows allowing 6 people inside a pub has increased infection rates, and by how much? Where is the data that shows how much faster the infection has spread, because up to 30 people have been able to meet outside since the original journey out of lockdown? Where's the data showing that the NHS is being overwhelmed not by COVID patients, but by a huge increase in children and families suffering mental illness, including many worrying episodes that we've seen as constituency MPs, or by the surge in advanced cancer cases that could not be diagnosed and treated early? Where's the data showing how many businesses, particularly in the hospitality sector, cannot wait a further 4 weeks to be profitable and will likely now fail, with the accompanying impact on people's jobs and livelihoods and well-being? And where is the data showing the impact on the well-being of children now denied sports days for another year, school proms, students again denied graduation ceremonies for a second year, having missed out on so much of their university experience? And where is the data on the impact of domestic abuse that has risen so much we've seen? Where's the data showing the continued impact on babies? The problem is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the only data considered seems to be exclusively the worst-case scenarios about the spread of COVID, regardless of the current single-figure average death rates. No COVID strategy is risk-free, but a further delay is by no means a victimless decision. It's time that we trusted people to live with COVID, just as the Prime Minister announced in February, in the same way that we live with flu, but we don't let flu get in the way of living our lives. And the government promised at that stage that we would move to personal responsibility. My fear is that the government continue to try to nanny people. They will just not take any notice, and then no amount of retained rules will make any difference. People are already increasingly making their own risk assessments. As somebody tweeted the other day, I've had COVID, I have antibodies, I've had both jabs, I've worn a mask, I've sanitised to within an inch of my life. I've done no more, it's over. My fear is that this will become a much more widely held view if the government just keep delaying Freedom Day without the evidence to back it up.
Just to say, I really don't mind interventions taking place, but at this stage we've got 13 people to get in before I start the wind-ups. So every intervention means that somebody is not going to get in. And I would urge people actually to be less than 3 minutes if they can. Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think in all the difficult judgments the House has had to make during the pandemic, this is perhaps one of the most difficult, and I entirely respect the arguments of those who've spoken already in this debate and who've come to a different conclusion than I have. This is, of course, as ever, a balance of risks, in this case between the Delta variant and the risks of ongoing restrictions, which are not insignificant. And we have to ask ourselves what's changed since the last time we looked at the roadmap and at its end point. The government strategy has not changed. It remains to vaccinate, prioritising the most vulnerable. And that cannot require everyone to be vaccinated. That's neither scientifically necessary nor practically achievable. The significant change is what an effective response to the Delta variant now seems to require, that being 2 doses of vaccine, not just 1. And I do see the significance in that of the difference between the 57% of the adult population with 2 doses now and the 76% we should reach by the 19th of July. And that argument allows me just to support the government tonight. But I want to make 2 other points. The first is that the logic of this extension is to protect the NHS from a significant increase in hospitalisation from COVID-19. And this protection comes at a high cost to the economy and to the rest of society. So we need to take full advantage of it. And whether that's in reducing the backlog of treatments for other medical conditions or in giving NHS staff a break before what may be another difficult winter, I think it would help if ministers can explain what we are doing with the time and space this extension is buying us. And the second point is this. I, as others have been, am extremely concerned about what recent decision-making tells us about our collective tolerance of risk. Scientists and ministers alike have told us that we are going to have to live with COVID indefinitely, but we don't know what that means, if not the acceptance of ongoing risk of illness and even death. And we do not understand what tolerable risk looks like. The roadmap had 4 stages, no more, and if the logic of this extension to the last stage is to allow greater vaccination, then when that is achieved, we must be able to say the restrictions will be lifted so that businesses and individuals can at long last start to plan with certainty. Anything else will move us from risk management to risk aversion. And risk aversion has consequences broader than the management of the pandemic. Appetite for risk, for example, is a crucial ingredient of innovation and invention. Ironically, the things that have delivered the vaccines and the progress we've made against COVID so far. So despite my reservations, I will support the government tonight, but I want a commitment to use that period of extra restrictions wisely and a firmer commitment to end restrictions on the 19th of July.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This great country is the cradle of freedom. For over 8 centuries, at least since the time of Magna Carta, this mother of parliaments has protected rights and liberties of the British people. I, together with many others in this place, have been deeply troubled by the temporary restrictions that we have asked the British people to observe and the sacrifices we have asked them to make. I have supported every COVID decision to date with a clear sight of the need to tackle the virus that was rampaging through Gloucestershire and the UK, and hospitalisations and COVID deaths were a serious daily threat. My heart continues to go out to everybody who has lost loved ones. Yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are in a very different situation now, and I cannot support a confused further delay of the roadmap in these circumstances. Now is the time to trust the British people. We've heard that a lot tonight. We must trust them to continue acting with the caution, and we must trust them to make choices to protect the health of their friends, family and loved ones. I am proud of how the people and businesses of Stroud, the Valley and Vale have supported their neighbours. They have volunteered in their thousands and put themselves forward for vaccinations and all to regain their historic freedoms, to stay well and get back to some form of normal. And in Stroud, we have 87% of people vaccinated for the first time and 55% fully vaccinated. Thankfully, only 3 people are in hospital in Gloucestershire with COVID, and I pray for their swift recovery. So at a time when our hospitals are nowhere near overwhelmed by COVID and we're told we need to learn to live with the virus, it's only right that we now look to protect the others from the impact of restrictions. To dismiss this delay as only 4 weeks is disrespectful. These weeks are crucial for many, but not least for businesses who invested money and hope in being able to trade viably next week. Those in the hospitality, entertainment, weddings, and exercise and the travel sectors, for these summer weeks, they follow a lost summer last year and they cannot be made up over the autumn and winter months. Being involved in the negotiations for the wedding industry has also led me to this position. Months of work, evidence gathering and sensible suggestions were swept aside by health officials at the last minute without explanation and against a backdrop of thousands of people hugging at the football and the cricket, which I love, by the way. Why reject testing like we have in sporting events and then make a father wear a mask walking his daughter down the aisle? He will eat a maskless dinner with her later in that day. What have we come to when the government is banning dance floors? And I am equally confuzzled by banning singing in churches. Our predominantly double-jabbed congregations just want to sing to God. Let them sing. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are not easy decisions. The difficulties facing our government are extraordinary, and I sincerely respect those on both sides of the House who have different views. I have the utmost respect for the Prime Minister and Health Secretary, and I don't mind saying out loud this was a difficult decision. But with the welfare of Stroud firmly in my mind, I praise the courage and sacrifice that the people of this great nation have shown, and I say that now is the time for us to trust the people, give them their Freedom Day.
Richard Drake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What on earth is happening to our country, Madam Deputy Speaker? Muzzled, acquiescent and fearful. Having fought and defeated one Project Fear, I never thought we'd experience another. Sadly, unlike the first, the polls would suggest that the majority of the population has succumbed to the second. Armed with this information, the decision makers feel they can creep out with their shovels and move the goalposts at will. Personally, I'm not surprised the nation's been beaten into submission when day after day, hour after hour, we are deluged with dire warnings of doom and gloom by government advisers of one kind or another. A section of the press and media must take responsibility for their role in creating this near Orwellian nightmare. Don't get me wrong, I have never underestimated the threat this pandemic poses. Every death and illness is deeply regrettable. But surely there comes a time when, for the greater good of the majority, a sense of proportion must be adopted. This is not easy to do when graphs and statistics are presented to support this 1 month extension, despite those far better qualified than I who question their methodology, presentation and even accuracy. So much that was predicted has not come to pass, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the so-called third wave is not killing or hospitalising anywhere near the numbers affected in wave 1 or 2. Why? Well, it's due to this remarkable vaccine rollout, for which the government, the front bench, the NHS must take huge credit. From the initial promise of regaining our freedom when the vulnerable have been inoculated, I can understand the government's reluctance to give it back. First, it's easier to say no. And second, let's not forget, there's a public inquiry hanging over the government like the sword of Damocles. The revelations from Dominic Cummings and the accusations that followed them were no doubt a sobering taster to ministers of what is to come. However, fearing an inquiry and variance are not reasons for delaying Freedom Day. Mistakes have been made. That was inevitable given the unprecedented nature of this pandemic, but that does not mean being risk-averse now. We desperately need a confident government to take a proportionate stand in the face of the evidence. For months, the government's cry was, protect the NHS. On Tuesday, the organisation's chief executive said that only 1% of hospital beds were occupied by patients. We know that emissions are rising in the northwest, but not on the scale seen in the second wave. Yes, totally unlocking is a risk, but it's a proportionate one when considering the appalling damage being done to the risk takers, those who create our prosperity and jobs, and the continuing and successful rollout of the vaccines. And as for this place, I've been here long enough to know that when there's agreement across the majority of the House, something is fundamentally wrong.
55 is withdrawn, so we go straight to James Sunderland.
Madam Deputy Speaker, over the past few months I've repeatedly called for an end to restrictions at the earliest opportunity, and I believe that the success of our vaccination programme gives us that opportunity. We are all aware of the pain that's been inflicted on so many: leisure, tourism, hospitality, aviation, the list goes on. This has manifested itself in the loss of jobs and livelihoods, and whilst the government has done much to mitigate the fallout through its generous support schemes, it has just scratched the surface when what people really want to do is to return to normal. When you walk down the voting lobby, it's never a binary choice. No decision is clear-cut, for there are bits of every motion that you agree with and bits that you don't like. And for any self-respecting politician with the best interests of constituency, country and party at heart, you just hope that the stars do align. But I do have mixed feelings about the extension to the current lockdown rules. On the one hand, creating a wall of immunity amongst all adult demographics seems sensible so that we can move forwards. But by the same token, the ongoing restrictions in how we live our lives is killing business and people all over the UK. Not only is the cost to the taxpayer immense, but there's also a cost to our hopes, dreams and mental health. And the sooner we can smash through lockdown, the better. However, I've also been unequivocal that any policy decision needs to be driven by the science. And it remains a fact that the Delta variant is causing real concern, with infections, hospitalisations and deaths spiking alarmingly. Aside from all the disappointment, the PM could not have been clearer in his stated position at the weekend. And it may just be that our young generation has an expectation of being vaccinated against a killer disease before all restrictions are lifted. And it may be that cases are growing by 65% per week. And it may be that hospitalisations are increasing by 50% per week across the UK. And it may be that the NHS does need and deserve 4 more weeks to complete its job. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the light of the evidence presented to me and the decisions that have been made in good faith, I will be supporting all government motions this evening. I'd like to raise 2 final points, if I may. Firstly, it's essential, please, that when the list of authorised pilots is released, that it must include those flagship global events such as the Euros, Wimbledon, British Grand Prix, Chelsea Flower Show and the Goodwood Festival of Speed. The alternative, I'm afraid, will be cataclysmic. And lastly, I am increasingly concerned by the dichotomy between the unprecedented success of our vaccination programme and the ongoing risk aversion with government. As a military man, I am comfortable with risk. And I feel that we all now need to live with COVID in a way that's not been achieved so far. So, using military parlance, given that we cannot transfer or terminate it, and Lord knows we've tried to treat it, it is now time to robustly tolerate COVID. I've got a feeling that all goodwill will be exhausted if the government does not honour its promise on the 19th of July. Thank you.
Pauline Latham, not here. So we go straight to Miriam Cates.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Following the science is an attractive, even comforting idea in a time of uncertainty. But, and I say this as a scientist, we can no more follow science than we can follow history. Science gives us knowledge and understanding, but it can't give us wisdom. And it's wisdom that we need to make what are essentially moral and political decisions about how we balance the short and long-term best interests of our whole society. I'm saddened that we have lost, I hope only temporarily, this sense of balance. Preventing death from COVID seems to have become the principal purpose of our national endeavour, no matter the cost to our way of life. We've placed insufficient emphasis on the terrible long-term consequences of lockdown from poverty, unemployment, lost education, debt, undiagnosed cancer, loneliness, hopelessness and fear, and focused far too narrowly on just one set of metrics, the daily COVID data. Now, even the most hardened libertarian would accept that in a national emergency, in the face of significant threat to life, restrictions to our freedoms have been necessary and right. But with all vulnerable people now having been offered vaccination, the balance of risk has shifted. COVID is no longer a substantial threat. The average COVID mortality for June so far is 7 deaths a day, 7 out of around 1,500 daily deaths that we could expect in normal times. The number of people in hospital now stands at 1,177, some 37,000 fewer than at the peak in January. And thanks to the incredible efficacy of our vaccination programme, it's hard to comprehend how our hospitals could quickly become overwhelmed. The idea that we are still in a state of emergency just isn't supported by the evidence. And yet significant legal restrictions on our basic freedoms are to remain, even dictating how many of our family and friends can visit us in our own private homes. The restrictions we face are now out of proportion to the threat, and so extending the measures sets a dangerous precedent. Madam Deputy Speaker, we must learn to live with COVID in the way that we live with so many other risks. Vaccines will never be 100% effective, just like seatbelts, smoke alarms or contraception. But it's vital to our autonomy and our identity as human beings that we're able to make our own choices and our own evaluations of everyday risks, as has been the norm in our country for generations. Now, I have the greatest respect for ministers who've had to make unimaginably difficult decisions over the last year. But now is the time to restore a sense of balance and proportion and fairness, and to make a return to life in all its fullness. And in my final seconds, I want to say this. Childhood, should be a time that is carefree. And testing our children twice a week, making them wear masks when they are not at risk, constantly reminding them that they may be a danger to people that they love, is damaging them psychologically, and we have to stop.
If everybody was now 2 minutes, everybody would get in. I'm sure Dr. Kieran Mullen will lead the way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've listened carefully to the contributions this afternoon, and we've done a good job, I think, in articulating the challenge we face. Basically, what is reasonable to do to stop coronavirus spreading, infecting and killing enormous numbers of people and overwhelming the NHS? The answer to that asks us to consider what the costs are for doing something and what the costs are for doing nothing. There has been a cost to freedom from lockdowns, but freedom is complex. What freedom would people aged over 50 years and up have had to venture out of their home when coronavirus ran rampant and left them with at least a 1 in 200 chance or worse of dying if they caught it? There's been a cost to businesses, in particular hospitality and other businesses people have been stopped from visiting. I'm certain that had our NHS been overwhelmed, should 1 in 200 people aged 50 started dying en masse, should the news have been showing patients turned away from ITU, the impact on those businesses would have been similar, if not the same as lockdown. There's been a cost to children's welfare. Which parent would really have carried on sending their children to school knowing that there would be no help if there was an outbreak of meningitis or measles? And how traumatised would the nation's children have been when 1 in 200 or more of their grandparents died in the space of a year or two? There's been a cost to people with illnesses like cancer from lockdown. Where exactly would cancer patients have gone after their operations when ITUs were full? And which immunocompromised patients having chemo would have risked visiting their local hospital for treatment and running the risk of catching COVID? It's wrong for critics of lockdown to think they alone care about freedom, hospitality businesses, children, those suffering from other illnesses. We all do. I do. I just took what I thought was the rational choice in weighing up the costs across the board. I must take issue with people today who've talked about our freedoms not being used to support the NHS as if that's some kind of abstract concept. What we're talking about there is supporting the patients and their friends and family who had been prevented from accessing the NHS if the restrictions had not prevented the NHS from being overwhelmed. It was always inevitable over time that these judgments would have become more finely balanced, as they have done. But I'm not going to be told that I'm not capable of continuing to make these finely balanced judgments. It's right that the next phase means a new discussion. Like others, I found these types of restrictions that stop us living out our fundamental desires to mix and socialise and spend time with each other, a heavy, heavy price to pay. And I've no doubt that the public will be willing to pay a similarly heavy price to remove most, if not all of them. But that's not to say people won't mind wearing a mask on the tube, for example. We have some tough decisions ahead of us, and I welcome the recognition of that from government. And it's now time that the government states more clearly and starkly what these choices are for us, so that the British public can start to decide together what sacrifices we are and are not willing to make.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As MPs are asked to take fundamentally political decisions, balancing the certainty of harm done to people's livelihoods and well-being that's caused by restrictions, with the imminent risk to people's lives and to the ability of our health services to cope if the pandemic were to spiral out of control. We can only do so on the basis of the very best medical and scientific advice that is available. Now, 2 weeks ago, I was sure that there was no reason why Step 4 should not go ahead on the 21st of June. Within days, that certainty looked foolish. The advice now is clear that pressing ahead on Monday would lead to massive increases in admissions that would leave our hospitals with more COVID patients than in the worst points of last year. And given that, and the clear guidance from our local NHS leaders of the impact that this would have on their ability to treat people in need, the only responsible course of action is to pause. However, that does not mean that we should not question and test that advice. Unlike some, I do not believe that the advice is being manipulated to secure a specific outcome. This is not another 45-minute dossier. But some of the modelling does look strange. Some of the assumptions could be questionable. The effectiveness of the vaccines are estimated at 89 and 90% in the modelling, whereas Public Health England data puts it at 92 and 96%. Now, the difference between 89% and 96% might not sound huge, but if you flip it around, then the difference in ineffectiveness rate between 4% and 11% is enormous and clearly would have significant policy implications. Now, the models project 2,500 hospital admissions per day within 8 weeks. That suggests a rate of increase of 40% per week, much higher than we are currently experiencing. Now, if that increase was actually 30%, then the admissions would be close to 1,400 per day. And if the current rate of 22% that we've seen in the last week was to continue, then it would reach just 800 after 8 weeks. And surely those differences would lead to different policy choices. And that is why this 2-week breakpoint is important, and why it's vital that ministers take it seriously. I will back the motions tonight, but if the data over the next 2 weeks do not bear out the hypotheses in the models, we must rethink.
Felicity Buchan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have been contacted by many constituents who are concerned about the extension of these restrictions, especially when cases and hospitalisations are still at a low absolute level. I also represent a central London constituency, and central London is suffering very hard as a result of the fact that people are still encouraged to work at home, the fact that we have very few international business visitors and residents, and employment in central London is looking, unemployment is looking very bad here. However, I do acknowledge the fact that clearly with 2 shots of the vaccines, there is no question that there is better resistance to hospitalisation. So I will support government tonight for one final heave over the line. But I would urge government to make sure that we do not lose the benefit of 2 vaccines. For instance, why are we still encouraging people to work from home when they are doubly vaccinated? Why are we asking people to quarantine at home if they have been in contact with a case when they are double vaccinated? We really do need to refine and perfect all of these features, because this is having a meaningful impact on people's lives. So I will support the government, but we've got work to do and we need to get out of these restrictions.
Number 43 is withdrawn, so we go to Aaron Bell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've supported the government throughout on coronavirus measures, but today we've come very close to the point, for me personally, that the line has been breached, and I have listened to some very persuasive speeches from colleagues who have come to that point today. My honourable friend from Stroud, my honourable friend from Penistone and Stocksbridge today. I, myself, am sticking with the government on this occasion for the reasons that the member for North Somerset gave earlier, the same reasons, in fact, that the Health Secretary gave me in the lobbies earlier, the need to get those second jabs into people who are still at risk of hospitalisation. But like my friend from Dudley South recently said, we must take that 2-week review seriously, because there is evidence even today that we are starting to bend the curve of exponential growth. The R rate is starting to fall on cases in England. We know there is a 10-day lag to hospitalisations, but we've also seen the hospitalisation percentages falling. It was 8% of cases turned into hospitalisations in the autumn. It's down to 4% now. If that continues to drop, the case the government is making will get weaker and weaker. I would like to briefly pay tribute to the Health Secretary, not only for all his work on this, his assiduousness in coming to the House today, also for helping me in Newcastle-under-Lyme with a major public health issue of a landfill that he's been incredibly engaged with. I think the Health Secretary has done a fantastic job throughout this pandemic, and I welcome what he said today, and that he himself obviously has his reservations, but this is the right decision for the country. At this time. And very briefly, as I serve on the Procedure Committee with my right honourable friend, the member for Staffordshire Moorlands as chair, she spoke earlier, I will be supporting those motions as well, because as we've said in the committee, I think it's absolutely fundamental that we align what we do in this House with what we're asking the country to do.
Chris Loder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this debate, one that I know is of huge importance both to this House and to the country. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the member for West Dorset, we have had one of the lowest numbers of cases and deaths across the whole country. As it stands today, in the whole of Dorset, we have just 1 person poorly in hospital. We have not lost anybody from this virus for around 2 months. It is therefore with great regret that I have to tell the government today that I find it very difficult to support the government, and I will not be doing so in the lobby this evening. The vaccinations that I think many, if not all of us, have received have been, I think, a scheme of national pride. It has brought great reassurance to many, many people across this country. But we now have to help everybody in the nation, particularly those who, in my constituency, where 97% of our businesses are small or micro-sized, who are feeling this so painfully at the moment. We need to be able to give them the summer as the opportunity to get their business back, not just for the short term, but for the long term as well. And it is therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, why I, as the member for West Dorset, have to make it very clear to the government this evening that I'm afraid I'm unable to support the vote in the lobby. Thank you.
We now go to Neil O'Brien, who I've also asked if he could stick to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. None of us want these restrictions to go on for a moment longer than they have to. And all of us are proud of our world-leading vaccination effort, and I pay tribute to everyone involved in delivering it in Harborough, Oadby and Wigston. But when we see that cases are doubling roughly every 10 days, we see that within a week or two, we'll be back to the same number of cases every day that we were at the start of the November lockdown. We can see why there is real cause for concern here. And that is why it is right to go for the delay that we're going to vote for this evening. We know that getting a second vaccination dose gives you a lot more protection against this dangerous new variant. We know that many more people will be fully vaccinated as a result of this delay, and that will potentially save thousands of lives. So it is the right thing to do. My pleas to ministers are as follows. The first is that we use this time that we're buying tonight to really drive vaccination rates among that last 4%, that last maybe million people, among the most clinically vulnerable groups. As the number of cases accelerates, those people have got a target on their back, and it would be a tragedy for them to die of fear or ignorance or simple lack of knowledge at this stage, at the very end of the pandemic. Second, my pleas to minister is to continue to improve our ability to detect at an early stage and close our borders against dangerous new strains. While the Indian variant is very dangerous, as this thing bounces around the world, one day there'll potentially be something worse, and we need to be ready for that. And last but not least, we must improve our ability to nip future pandemics in the bud. And I think that involves reappraising our attitudes towards things like challenge trials so that we never have to go through this again. Madam Deputy Speaker, the restrictions that we are going to delay ending for a few more weeks tonight, it's the right thing to do. It's a difficult decision, it's the right decision, and we need to do all the things we need to put in place to make sure that we are never in this position again, and when we abolish these restrictions, we abolish them forever.
Thank you. Number 47 is withdrawn, so the final speaker is Sean Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's always a little bit trepidatious coming at this part of the debate. I think this has been a very finely balanced debate this evening, and the difficulty is after so many great contributions, you do feel like you're repeating yourself a bit. But this is a difficult decision, and I don't envy the position the government finds themselves in, and it is a nuanced balance that we've got to tread. On the one hand, ensuring that we protect the most vulnerable, on the other hand, safeguarding those liberties that all of us, I think, actually on this House want to ensure that we and our constituents can enjoy. Now, the pandemic in my communities in Sandwell has been different because we haven't been able to work from home. The majority of my constituents have had to go out to work in this pandemic. They've had to be in the factories. They've had to be in the jobs that require them to be there. So I think the first thing I would say is to dispel that idea, perhaps, that at times this notion of, well, we can all carry on, we can all work from home, just doesn't happen, I'm afraid. It's not. It's just not reality. But I think the important point that I would say, and I think has been raised by many honourable and right honourable members across the House this evening, is about utilising the time that we will now have as a result of this, because this will go through this evening, and ensuring that we plan properly, and the issues and the challenges that we're faced with in our NHS. And I want to talk actually particularly, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, about primary care, because that is a big thing for my constituents, no more so at the moment than in one of my communities in Tiverdale, where my constituents are struggling to get to GP appointments. I've had one constituent contact me today 150 times. She's had to call the surgery to try and get in to see someone. It is not acceptable. It cannot carry on. And I've had really positive discussions with my honourable friend and his team in the Department of Health, but we've got to find a solution to this. And it's using this time, not just in the short term, but fleshing out that long-term plan to deal with these issues going forward, because our NHS has done a fantastic job during this pandemic. We've now got to ensure that the issues that we've seen highlighted, that have come to light as a result of the situation we find ourselves in, are dealt for the long term. So the legacy of this pandemic, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that we ensure that we pay back those NHS heroes who have saved so many people. Thank you.
49 withdrawn, so Shadow Minister Justin Madders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just start by associating myself with the many members who paid tribute to Jo Cox today. As we heard from the tributes, she transcended intake and party in bringing people together, and my thoughts are with her family at this time. In terms of the debate, there's been, I think, a number of excellent contributions on both sides, and people who will be voting in different ways actually often made many similar points, which I think shows the disappointment we all feel that we are here once again grappling with many overlapping and multiple considerations. And I think there were some particularly thought-provoking contributions from this side of the chamber, from my humble friends for Blackley and Broughton, City of Chester, Luton North, Leeds East and Stockport. And I particularly enjoyed my humble friend, the member for Luton North's speech, and her repeated use of the word hopeless, a word I am sure is on many people's lips at the moment. And she was right that we have been here before, as we were at Christmas with a Prime Minister dangling the carrot of freedom before pulling away at the last minute. It is the hallmark of a Prime Minister who struggles to deliver bad news to the public. A similar point was made by my humble friend, the member for Leeds East, that there is a pattern here of the government making the same mistakes over and over again. And he also rightly highlighted the continuing failure to provide adequate financial support for those who self-isolate, a point that was also made by my humble friend, the member for Stockport, a particularly apposite point today when a government reporter has reached the news that the current self-isolation policy has a low to medium effectiveness and there are barriers to self-isolation. This is a point we have been making since the start of the pandemic, and it is about time the government listened to us and their own advisers and fixed it. And it would be remiss of me not to highlight the fantastic contribution from my honourable friend and neighbour, the member for the City of Chester. He drew attention to how this announcement came out once again via the media, and he also raised an important point about the enhanced measures a number of areas, including our own county of Cheshire, have been put into this week. We have unfortunately seen a surge in cases, but there is apparently no prospect of us getting a rise in vaccines. Yes, go on.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Speaking to my fellow healthcare professionals in my local hospital vaccination centre weeks ago, many of them expressed their concerns about the Delta variant and a possible impact it could have on the local NHS and on delaying lockdown. Does my honourable friend agree with me that the government needs to do more to prevent workplace burnout by providing more workplace support to our fellow healthcare professionals who have spent the past 18 months supporting the government through their incompetency?
My honourable friend for intervention, she's absolutely right. We owe a great debt to those in the NHS and those who have also worked on the front line during the past 18 months. And of course, there was a very important Select Committee report released last week on the issue of burnout, which I really do hope the government address, because without the workforce, the NHS is nothing. But returning to the issues in Cheshire, we haven't had an increase in vaccines that the surge in cases requires. Indeed, it's what the government's own scientific advisors say is the best way to deal with such an outbreak. We have constituents being sent far and wide to get their first jab, and we've got fantastic volunteers and NHS workers ready, willing and able to deliver those jabs, but we need the government to match that ambition by increasing supply. That will be where we can make the most difference. And my honourable friend also made a very important point about how we're now in the worst of all worlds with new guidance issued at the same time as these regulations came in. We're now advised not to meet indoors, again diverting people away from the hospitality sector, which was just opening up again, but without a penny more in financial support for them. And of course, he also mentioned there are other sectors that have been affected by today's regulations that are still not getting any additional financial support to recognise the change in policy that we've seen. And on the issue of guidance and law, I do hope the Minister opposite does look at the House of Lords Select Committee report on the Constitution, which was produced last week. And they said that use of guidance has in some instances undermined legal certainty by laying claim to legal requirements that do not exist. They said the government does not have and must not assume authority to mandate public behaviour other than as required by law, and that the consequence of this has been a lack of clarity on which rules are legally enforceable, posing challenges for the police and local government, potentially undermining public compliance and confidence. So if living with COVID means living with guidance rather than laws, I really do urge the government to read that report before they proceed down that road. And I wonder when the Minister responds if he will be able to clarify whether the government are still making decisions based on data rather than dates. I say that because this was raised by my honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State. The Prime Minister was pretty clear in his own words that the 19th of July was the terminus date for restrictions. Yet, as we pointed out, paragraph 7.4 of the explanatory note accompanying these regulations states that the reason for the delay is to enable more evidence to be gathered on whether the government's tests under the roadmap can be met in light of the Delta variant. There would be little point, Madam Deputy Speaker, in gathering this data if it were not to be used to inform future decisions. So that rather implies the 19th of July might not be the end date after all. And as the Right Honourable Member for the Forest of Dean pointed out, there is no mention in the explanatory note or the regulations about this 2-week point at which things will be reconsidered. And of course, we all hope that the 19th of July is the end date, but we have been down the road of false promises before many times in the past 18 months. And I don't think it's unreasonable for us to be a little bit sceptical of what the Prime Minister says and what actually materialises given his record to date. So any clarity the Minister can shed on this and what the actual precise reason for the delay is would be much appreciated. But of course, this delay wasn't inevitable. It didn't have to be this way. The delays to our unlocking that we're debating this evening were not inevitable. They were in fact totally avoidable. The British public have been magnificent throughout this crisis. They've followed the rules and they've played their part. But when they see world leaders ignoring social distancing at a barbecue but are told the rules cannot yet be relaxed for them, when they see thousands of people attending football matches but they're told they cannot attend their own children's school sports day, they grow frustrated at what they see as a lack of consistency from those who make the rules. But that frustration grows into anger when they see a Prime Minister who has thrown it all away by keeping the borders open and letting the Delta variant run wild in the country. As a result, the Delta variant is now making up 96% of new infections. That didn't happen by accident, and as the Chief Medical Officer said on Monday, we would be lifting restrictions now if it were not for the Delta variant. All that good work, all the benefits of the vaccine, blown because the Prime Minister was once again too slow, just as he was too slow with the first lockdown, the second lockdown and the third. I know the government will say that they acted as soon as they could on the information they had, but the explanation why they didn't act sooner on the Delta variant has actually changed in the last few days. We were initially told on multiple occasions that the data did not support putting India on the red list earlier because positivity rates of the new variant were 3 times higher for Pakistan. But now we are told the reason why it wasn't put on earlier is because the variant had not been identified as one of interest or concern. Neither explanation stands up to scrutiny. The only published data on the Indian variant does not show a positivity rate 3 times as high for Pakistan, and the idea that action was taken shortly before it was designated as a variant of concern does not explain why Pakistan and Bangladesh were red-listed weeks earlier. The only credible explanation I can therefore find for treating India differently is that the Prime Minister didn't want to scupper his trade visit and photo opportunity with the Indian Prime Minister. So instead of excuses, we should be getting an apology, because it is beyond doubt that it is the Prime Minister's incompetence, dithering and vanity that has cost this country dear, and that is the only reason that the full unlocking of this country is not going ahead next week. Having heard today via WhatsApp on Dominic Cummings what the Prime Minister thinks of the Health Secretary, I wonder if the Health Secretary has at any point in the last few weeks had similar feelings towards the Prime Minister. If he has, then that is something that at least we can both agree on.
Mr. Edward Arbour.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And at the outset, I would associate myself with the remarks of the Shadow Minister in respect of our late colleague, Jo Cox. As we stand at this dispatch box, we can see the coat of arms above the opposition benches, and I pay tribute to her and to all her work while she was in this place and before. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would much rather I were not standing here today seeking to urge and encourage colleagues to have to vote for this motion. I know that colleagues would wish that this was not necessary, but I regret it is. We have made huge progress that has been made possible by our phenomenal vaccine rollout programme. And that, the tribute for that goes to the scientists who developed the vaccine, those who procured it, the NHS and all the volunteers, charities, the military, the Sons Jabs Army, everyone who's played their part in helping deliver this programme. That progress has also been made possible by the incredible efforts of course, the British people, and by the dedication of everyone who works in our health and care system. And I know, again, the Shadow Minister would join with me in expressing our joint gratitude to all of them. As the Prime Minister set out on Monday, this vaccine remains our route out of this pandemic. And with every day that goes by, we are better protected by our vaccines. But the Delta variant has made the race between virus and vaccine much tighter. Cases continue to grow rapidly each week in the worst affected areas. The number of people being admitted to hospital in England has also begun to rise, and the numbers of people in ICUs is also rising. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the vaccine remains our way out. Data published this week shows that 2 doses of the jab are just as effective against hospital admission with the Delta variant compared to the Alpha variant, and indeed may even be more effective against the Delta variant. But it underlines, Madam Deputy Speaker, the importance of that second jab and the need for more of us to have the chance to get its life-saving protection. Now, my right honourable friend, the member for North Somerset, put it far more effectively than I dare say I will be able to do. He was absolutely right to highlight the crucial importance over the next few weeks of getting those second jabs, particularly the AstraZeneca vaccine, into people's arms. He's right to highlight that the Pfizer vaccine after 1 jab is highly effective. But we need those 2 jabs of the AstraZeneca vaccine to provide that level of protection. It's important in that context to remember that, of course, the AZ vaccine is the workhorse of our vaccination programme. Over 30 million people have now received their second jab. And in 1 month's time, that number could stand as high as 40 million. And my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, highlighted in his remarks a very important factor in getting those second doses in people's arms. There are still 1.2 million over 50s who've had the first dose. They're not declining the vaccine. They've had the first dose, but they need the second dose to provide that high level of protection. And similarly, there are 4.4 million of the over 40s who, again, need that second dose. And with the Delta variant now making up 9 in 10 of the cases across the UK, it's vital we bridge the gap and get many more people that life-saving second jab. This extra time will allow us to get more needles into more arms, getting us the protection we need and enabling us to see restrictions fall away on the 19th. And in that vein, I would remind colleagues of the quote from the Prime Minister on Monday, where he was very clear that as things stand, and on the basis of the evidence I can see right now, I'm confident we will not need any more than 4 weeks, and that we won't need to go beyond July the 19th. Turning, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the choice we face, very, very briefly, but it needs to be very brief because I've only got 3 minutes.
You've just said that the Prime Minister has given assurances that there's another 4 weeks, but we've had this time and time again. Why should the British people believe the Prime Minister now?
Well, the short answer is the British people do believe the Prime Minister now. Madam Deputy Speaker, we face a difficult choice, and my honourable friend, the member for Bosworth, set it out extremely clearly. It reflects that underlying debate about risk. We know, and I am clear, that we must learn to live with this disease and learn to live with it without the sort of restrictions we have seen. We cannot eradicate it. And I have to say again, rather than relying on the views of the member for Leeds East, I'm more inclined to rely on the views of the member for North Somerset, the right honourable member for North Somerset, who made that point very clear. And being very clear, those who advocate a zero COVID must realise that is impractical, unachievable, and I consistently do not subscribe to the logic of those who argue for that course. But to get to the point where we can learn to live with this disease, I'm sure the House will agree an extra few weeks is a price worth paying, so I do urge the House to support these regulations today. No one, of course, can fail to be unsympathetic to those who will be affected by this delay, like those couples who want to start their married lives together but have had in the past to change or delay their plans. It weighs on me greatly, as it will on all honourable members, and in this case I was pleased that we could ease the restrictions on weddings. Equally, I am very mindful of those whose livelihoods will be affected by any delay in our roadmap. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I urge the House to support this motion. It provides a short-term delay that significantly strengthens our position for the longer term. Now, my right honourable friend, the member for the Forest of Dean, raised a couple of specific points which I will try and answer here, and they relate to one another. He mentioned para 7.7 of the explanatory memorandum and his concern that the first review date was on the 19th of July. I would just clarify, the first review date is due by Monday the 19th of July and will be in advance of that point. That's a legal end point, and I would anticipate an announcement coming probably a week before that of what that decision is and what that date is. I hope that gives him some reassurance about people having notice of what is coming. Madam Deputy Speaker, in closing, I wish to express my sincere thanks to all those who've contributed to today's debate. I'm sorry there were so few on the opposition benches who chose to take part, but to those who did, and to those on this side of the House, I pay tribute to them for the sincerity, for the strength of feeling, and for the integrity that honourable members have shown. I hope the House recognises that I have a deep-seated respect for all the views I've heard this afternoon. Honourable members all want the same thing, which is to save lives and to see us exit these restrictions and return to normality as soon as possible. Difficult as it may be, I urge honourable members across this House to vote for these measures, to give ourselves that short extra time to vaccinate more people, crucially with that second dose, and take us forward to a stronger, more confident future that I know is just around the corner, that, like all honourable members, I seek and we all seek, and which I am confident this Prime Minister will take us to. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend the motion to the House.
The question is motion number 2 as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. The question is motion number 2 as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Maggie Throop and Maria Caulfield. Tell us for the noes, Steve Baker and Jackie Doyle-Price. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 461. The noes to the left, 60.
The ayes to the right, 461. The noes to the left, 60. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to motion number 3 on proceedings during the pandemic. Minister to move formally.
I'd take the move.
The question is motion number 3 as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Aye. Division, clear the lobby. The question is motion number 3 as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no.
No.
Tellers for the ayes, Maria Caulfield and Maggie Throop. Tellers for the noes, Jackie Doyle-Price and Steve Baker. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 588. The noes to the left, 25.
The ayes to the right, 588. The noes to the left, 25. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to motion number 4 on constitutional law. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Giles Watling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to speak on this important issue once again. Colleagues may remember that I introduced a private member's bill to regulate the use of sonic anti-loitering devices in 2018. In my view, unregulated, these things can be a menace. They are discriminatory, painful to some, and can cause suffering to children, babies, and animals. I find it amazing that some in civilized Britain even consider them to be a useful adjunct to policing. That is the stuff of totalitarian regimes. We police by consent, not by fear and pain. I won't simply regurgitate my earlier speech now, but I'd like to remind the House of some key points. Sonic anti-loitering devices, also known as mosquitoes or teenager repellents, target young people with a pulsing sound. My daughters tell me it's like a prolonged beep, akin to tinnitus, and some devices emit ultrasound specifically to achieve this effect. There are no firm figures for how many of these devices there are nationally, although manufacturers claim to have sold thousands. In 2010, the Council of Europe found that this device was degrading and discriminatory to youngsters and should be banned because it violates legislation prohibiting torture. Academics also contest that these devices contravene several pieces of UK legislation regarding antisocial behaviour and discrimination. Despite the assertions of manufacturers, there are reports that people as old as 40 can hear these devices, and those who use them neglect their impact on very young children, babies, and animals, as I have said, all of whom will struggle to communicate any distress caused. Likewise, those who use these devices ignore the impact on those with pre-existing conditions that make them especially sensitive, such as autism. Many children with these conditions cannot avoid long-term exposure because they might live next door to somebody who has one of these devices, or their school might be close to one of these devices, and they could equally struggle to communicate any distress. Now, there's a lack of research on the harm caused by these devices, especially the effects of ultrasound, on the impact on those who can't even hear them. 40% of young people regularly come across these devices, but 75% of young people said that they would just put up with the irritating noise and go where they want, when they want anyway, and do what they want. So these devices won't stop those who want to commit antisocial behaviour necessarily, but they will harm innocent young people in public spaces. And finally, these devices have been banned on all council buildings in Sheffield, Kent, Edinburgh and Dublin on safety grounds. So, as it stands, Madam Deputy Speaker, I still believe that we don't know enough about these devices to be confident that they are indeed safe, and therefore we must control their use. Moreover, these potentially dangerous devices are not wholly successful in preventing antisocial behaviour, as they do not stop those intending to do harm from entering a certain public space if they are so minded. And even if these devices were effective against ASB at a certain location, we would just be moving criminals and their urge to cause damage somewhere else. Consequently, I believe these devices are not a solution for antisocial behaviour. They only succeed in causing distress to those young people who cannot avoid them, but who have a right to use public spaces where they are often located. Now, there are plenty of examples of innocent young people feeling unable to use railway and bus stations, shops, schools and spaces in their own town centres, all places where these devices have been installed and all places that young people are entitled to visit safely. Indeed, there are reports from a Scottish survey that 41% of young respondents experienced health effects or discomfort after encountering a device. And I highly doubt whether any of them were engaged in any sort of antisocial behaviour at the time. According to those respondents, discomfort included headaches, migraines, ear problems, tinnitus, dizziness, nausea, anxiety, and/or panic. And we've not even touched on the potential effect on wildlife and animal habitats. Both can be equally affected by these devices. However, despite my clear opposition to these devices, I'm not seeking an outright ban, as there are circumstances, and I understand there are, where these devices could legitimately be used, such as warehouses, business premises, railway lines, industrial estates, and electricity pylons, for instance, places where nobody should be in the first place. Also, there's a strong case for using them to deter animals around food stores and such. If the owners of such locations wish to use these devices, they should be able to do so, but they must be used responsibly with proper oversight. And that is why in my private member's bill, I argued that the use of these devices should be regulated with a necessary licence obtained by the local authority before use. In short, I don't argue that these devices should be better regulated just because they are ineffective, but their use should be better regulated because they're also discriminatory and potentially hazardous to health, with a particularly acute impact on the most vulnerable. Moreover, I do not believe that it is fair for members of the public of any age to be exposed to these devices without adequate control. There are too many stories of families suffering because these devices have been installed nearby and they have no effective power of redress under current legislation. And after bringing forward this proposal, I was grateful to the then Minister for Small Business, Consumers and Corporate Responsibility, the member for Rochester and Strood, for engaging with me on this issue. In her letter she sent to me on the 21st of April 2019, she set out how she'd asked officials in the Office for Product Safety and Standards to consider the evidence against these devices. Now, I was disappointed in the office's conclusion that these devices do not present a safety risk. And I maintain that this position is based on insufficient evidence. We just don't know enough about these devices to know either way, because the research just isn't there. So the only safe approach is to be cautious. And following a further letter to the same minister arguing that point, she set out the following in her subsequent reply of the 8th of June 2019. Firstly, in response to my suggestion that these devices infringe on the rights of young people, mirroring an argument put forward by Northumbria University, she asked the Ministry of Justice to reply as this falls under their remit. Regrettably, with everything that we now know that took place in late 2019, I, quite understandably, did not receive a reply from Justice at that time. And I would be grateful if the current minister would follow up with his colleagues at that department on that point. Secondly, I asked the then Minister for further research to be undertaken by the OPSS into these devices. Unfortunately, at the time, the office had set out priorities for research into the early 2020. So, of course, my request was not approved. Now, I believe that needs to change. We must improve our understanding of these devices, especially when it comes to the effect of ultrasound. Worryingly, as the former minister said in her first response to me, there is some evidence that ultrasound can cause potential health issues, although there is insufficient evidence that these potential health risks constitute safety risks. But that does not mean that those risks are not present. Currently, our knowledge of ultrasound is limited and flawed, and we simply do not fully understand its effects and cannot draw any definitive conclusions about its use. As Professor Timothy Layton set out in his September 2019 work on ultrasound, he said, whilst there is over 50 years of anecdotal reports on the adverse effects of ultrasound on humans, which has been supplemented by limited laboratory testing, the state of knowledge is insufficient to meet regulatory needs. Further, he concludes that the priority must be on ensuring that these devices are safe for any humans who may be exposed to them. It is not possible to do this with the current data on the adverse effects on humans. So we simply do not understand ultrasound enough to use it legitimately to support any policy positions. But we are doing just that by allowing the liberal use of devices that emit ultrasound, including anti-loitering sonic devices. We are dealing with a potential harm here, and we must increase our knowledge of these devices and their impacts. We owe that to those who have already been impacted inadvertently by these devices. And until we do, we must be cautious and properly oversee the use of these devices. We cannot continue to treat this as a case of safe until proven otherwise. Instead, I believe it must be a case of potential harm, use with caution and in controlled conditions. Therefore, I ask the Minister the following. I understand from previous correspondence that if further data or research emerges about the safety impact of such devices, then the OPSS will review their assessment. I would argue that such further research has emerged, some of which I've mentioned, and we need the OPSS to commission further work to increase our understanding of the long-term impact of ultrasound and the impact of exposure to these devices. I hope the current minister will consider taking that work forward, and I would welcome a meeting with him, perhaps with the representative of the OPSS, to discuss this further. I would also ask him to follow up with justice on the point about children's rights, which I mentioned earlier. I will write to him to set out these requests further, but for now, I thank him in advance for listening today and welcome any comments on these devices that he may have to share with us. Thank you.
Minister Paul Scully.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Member for Clacton for securing today's important debate. Can I assure him that although this House did not need an anti-loitering device to empty this evening, that was in no way a reflection of his excellent speech when he outlined the points of his concerns about this important issue. As Consumer Minister, the safety of these products fall under my ministerial portfolio, and the safety of the public is a key priority for this government. The matter contributes to ensuring the safety of the public, and in particular children and young people. So I'm pleased to be able to discuss this important issue and thank my honourable friend, the member for Clacton, for the opportunity for us to exchange views on this matter. And indeed, I am aware that the honourable gentleman has had an exchange of letters with my predecessor on this subject, and as he has outlined, has a long history in discussing and raising these concerns. Many of the issues raised here today go beyond the issue of safety and fall within the remit of ministerial colleagues in other departments, and I'll ensure that my officials draw the Hansard of this debate to the attention of relevant counterparts and continue to join up on this issue, and I'm more than happy to meet my honourable friend to discuss these issues further as he's requested to do so. But I think it would be useful. I'll happily give way.
First of all, can I congratulate the honourable gentleman for Clacton for bringing this forward? It's an excellent issue. But on the subject of safety of the general public, and knowing, as the Minister knows and I know and others know, the effect of autism and the numbers of children with autism there's across the whole of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, both as children and as adults. Does the Minister agree that the first thing in safety of the general public, that children with autism and adults with autism must be taken on board as a priority?
Clearly it's important. I thank the honourable gentleman for that intervention, and wise as always. And it's important that we protect all children, but especially vulnerable children. Clearly, and he raises an interesting point, and I'll talk a little bit more about safety in a second. But I just want to think it might be useful if I set out the context of the regulatory and enforcement regime with which products such as anti-loitering devices must comply. The Office for Product Safety and Standards, OPSS, as my honourable friend mentioned, is the UK's national product safety regulator. It was established in 2018 to lead and coordinate the product safety system, providing that national capacity and supporting local enforcement. And it plays a key role in protecting consumers from unsafe products and providing an environment enabling businesses to thrive. It works closely with a wide range of market surveillance authorities, including the Local Authority Trading Standards in Great Britain and Environmental Health in Northern Ireland, who have responsibility for enforcing product safety and compliance in the UK. The UK product safety system is one of the most robust in the world. It places strict obligations on those best placed to control and mitigate risk. We've got a comprehensive regulatory framework in place for product safety with stringent requirements on producers and distributors to ensure that their products are safe before they're placed on the market. Its approach places the obligation on those best placed, as I say, to control and mitigate the risk. The safety of acoustic anti-loitering devices, commonly known as mosquito devices, is regulated by the General Product Safety Regulations 2005, GPSR, and other product-specific laws, such as the Electrical Equipment Safety Regulations 2016. These provide a baseline of safety for applicable products, requiring that only safe products in their normal or reasonably foreseeable usage can be placed on the market. And where product-specific legislation applies, such as the Electrical Equipment Safety Regulations, the product must comply with a specific set of essential safety requirements before it can be placed on the market. Once on the market, businesses have a continuing responsibility to monitor the products and act if a safety issue is identified. And that current regulatory framework enables the relevant enforcing authority, either local authorities or OPSS, to investigate specific allegations of unsafe products and take action where it's appropriate to do so. That includes prompting businesses to take corrective action and provide additional advice to consumers or instigate a recall. I can confirm that there have been no reports of dangerous anti-loitering devices on the UK product safety database, and that database is used by regulators to share information about safety risks and ensure appropriate action is taken. And when the government last reviewed and set out its position on the safety of these products in 2010, the Health and Safety Executive concluded that there was little likelihood of any long-term ill effects associated with the product, and that the use of anti-loitering devices should remain within the options available to local authorities in tackling antisocial behaviour. And that decision followed testing that was carried out by the National Physical Laboratory, which determined that mosquito devices didn't operate at a high enough volume to damage hearing. But we continue to monitor reports of safety in relation to all products, and if, as my predecessor had said, there is further evidence or data on the use and impact of anti-loitering devices, clearly we will review it. GPSR already provides protection for consumers from unsafe products. Where specific products are found to be unsafe, they can be removed from the market. So there's no current plans to introduce a licensing regime for anti-loitering devices on the basis of safety, as our current assessment is that the devices do not present a safety risk. But what we're discussing here today, several years after that testing was done, goes beyond safety and regulation by the GPSR. The basis of this debate today broadens to include considerations of human rights and potential psychological impacts, and the need to understand the potential for greater harms experienced by certain vulnerable groups. My department recognises this concern, but maintains that the GPSR already provides protection from consumers from unsafe products. But I want to take a few moments just to talk about the wider protections already in place and what government is doing to ensure that the freedoms of individuals are protected whilst also protecting the public. Whilst these are matters for my ministerial colleagues in other departments, I feel it will be useful to set these out in order to provide the broader context for our debate. Concern has been expressed about the impact of anti-loitering devices on the freedom of assembly. The government's committed to upholding the right to freedom of assembly and association for all, as protected by Article 11 of the European Convention on Human Rights, which is given further effect domestically by the Human Rights Act 1998. The government's also committed to tackling and preventing antisocial behaviour, as we know that the serious impact that persistent antisocial behaviour can have on both individuals and communities. Everybody has a right to feel safe in their own homes and neighbourhoods. The Antisocial Behaviour Crime and Policing Act 2014 seeks to put victims first, giving power to local people and enabling professionals to find the best solutions for their local area. To do this, local enforcement agencies have a range of tools and powers that they can use to respond quickly and effectively to antisocial behaviour through the Antisocial Behaviour Crime and Policing Act 2014, the 2014 Act. So it's up to local areas to decide how best to deploy these powers, depending on the specific circumstances. And that's because they're best placed to understand what's driving the behaviour in question, the impact that it's having, and to determine the most appropriate response. The Home Office issued statutory guidance, which was updated in January 2021 for the 2014 Act, to support agencies to make appropriate and proportionate use of the powers when they target specific problems in a public setting, depending on the circumstances. In a similar vein, where these devices may be misused and create a noise nuisance for members of the public, there are statutory protections in place to deal with noise nuisance. The potential impact of anti-loitering devices on children's rights is one that has been discussed. The UK government regularly reports to the UN Committee on the work we've been doing across the UK to implement the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child and to promote children's rights. The UN Committee published a list of issues for the UK to report against early next year. One of these issues relates to anti-loitering mosquito devices and the measures taken to guarantee children's right to freedom of movement and peaceful assembly. The UK government response will involve the input of a number of government departments and devolved administrations, including the Crown dependencies and British Overseas Territories, and children's rights stakeholders to record progress. I'll ensure that my honourable friend receives a copy of that response when it's issued. Again, just in conclusion, I'd like to thank my honourable friend for bringing this topic for debate today. It's really important that government continues to keep the issues such as these with such wide-ranging interests and potential impacts under close review. And I thank my honourable friend for his time in bringing this and his dogged work in raising these concerns across government. I'd like to reassure him and honourable gentleman for Strangford who's here today and others that the government will always take steps as appropriate to ensure safety and protect the public. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Order. Order.